さあ内村あっという間にリセットリーチ。
バックステップから入れ替え。
さあ駆け抜けろ。おらここは無敵技。ペースを握らせない。
投げているのは
停止は許さない。
うん、
止めて
着形打ち返していく。
さあバーンアウト上等の攻めか。
おお
インパクト
コーラバという動きでした。ドライブゲージお中段
打っていく。さあ残り1割なら削れると。内村お得意の指列脚も回している。
指列脚回してそう。いやー次に行ったんだけど実らずでした。ラッシュ止まるために投げ絡めてね。
そうですね、止まったんですけど中足が置いてある。
うまい。
足返す。
中段。
さあここからの攻めで押し切るしかないが
くっ
投げ
入れ替え痛すぎる。
返せるか。
お止めた。
下上中パン。
使うし。
さあ中央からの真剣喧嘩倉で押し返す。さあフッセイクすごい距離でしたけど。
おお
返した。さあ今の当たっていると CA が待っていた。
まあでも藤村としては勝ち星がかなり先行しているんで、もうちょっと強気の動き増やしてますかね。
おおここは
うん
強気でいいだろうと。セット数を使っていく。ここも強気の OD 勝利。ただ OD ゲージがドライブゲージがなかってくるぞ。
ラッシュを通した。いいぞ設置。
さあ設置から撃卓。
これドライブゲージ奪いに行ってますね。中
これがキャンセルしなければ確定。さあこの侵入連覇ドライブゲージの回復がでかすぎる。
じっくりですね。
さあここからキンバリーはドライブゲージを使ってダメージを奪いたいが藤村も回復。
うわーむずい。
中段
おお
ドックか。
ドライうわま
このバーンアウトはどうだ。どうなの。
入れ替えられたらマジでやばいっす。マジでやばい。
強パン
入れ替えられたらマジおお持てました。
無理やり押して
やるしかないよ。いった。
さあ前歩きに頭まないが投げて
があったか。
さあ回復。
さすがに有利かこうなると。
回復手裏剣で時間を稼ぐ。さあこれは有利になった。うわーこれやられたら
ああ繋がってないけど
もうバーン
いろんなことありますね。
なんとか取り返す鬼木。あれだけ体力リードしてドライブゲージも優勢だったけどいろいろあって
いやそうですねかなり危険でしたね。
危険な状況になる。
足に立ち強パンチが確定していなくてでも劉備脚食らっちゃってみたいななんかそういった展開でしたかね。その最後までボタンを押していた回していたのは相当良かった。
さあまずは1本取り返したが展開は変わらなそう。
それから繋がらない。
橋は危ない。指逆ジャストにならない。
やっぱり指の発生が遅すぎて早めにねパリしてますね。おお
さあこれは橋を
でかいこれ
キープする。割れるぞ。あっと
割り込んでいる。やるしかないぞ。
まあなんとか
おおバウンスまでこれでかなり楽になったか。
毒連続ヒットして投げで防ぎり
有利になります。
さあ劉備列脚が怖くてなかなかインパクトにはいけないがダメージは取れている。中段さあここでインパクト、さあうまくダメージを蓄積したのでノーゲージでフィニッシュ。
こうバーンアウト中ね早掛けで有利をかなり取りやすくなるんで
そうですね。
ここを使って今
おっとここは上からドローン波動拳に噛み合わせて画面足。さあ走れるか。止めるんですよね。ペースを握らせない OD 勝利。
このジャンプ強まで入れ替わるのおこれでかいんじゃないか。
これはバーンアウトもするしダメージも取れる。
完璧。早めに使っていった。
さあこの後の展開はもう SA しかない藤村。
早めに打ったね。
早すぎる。
食らってるんだけど 確かにもうちょっと技ガードして押し込まれてインパクトが一番嫌ですもんね。
そうですが、これバカにならないダメージになった。
相当減りました。しかもラインも仕上げられたんで時間稼げますよ。
さあこれはスタンいければ
いけないのか。
いける。
小パンにかくった。
あくりましたね、
はい、
これはうまくインパクトまで持ってって22。さああっという間に追いつく。あれだけ苦しかった展開、
ね、
キンバリーが優勝にリーチをかける。
いきなり投げてる。
投げループ。さあキンバリーの強みが生きて、いいドライブリバーサル。
リバーはかなり効いてますね。
さあ有利からの投げ
投げ
外し終わるぞ。
ゲージあります。
さあキョルテ一文字からの通信乱拍子まで、これで優勝へリーチ。あと1ラウンド。
すごい。
まさかの大逆転。
うわそれじゃさ
これを取られるとどうしようもない。
やばいドライブゲージ持ってかれましたね。出た
裏手から最後の一打が当たらない。
愛されボディか。
端に追い詰めたが、いやいや攻めづらそう。リバーサルガードアッパー反撃痛すぎる。
そして使った方がいいドライブゲージを。
あと 0.5 本。
次のラウンドもね見ていきたい。
さあこれを暴れている。
着地だ
からジャンプ。
いやーここで読み勝った。マジ強番重ねに。確かにドライブゲージ奪いたい局面だったんで小技ではなく強攻撃いったこところで
体育手裏剣がないのでめちゃくちゃ安い。オーディ昇竜。
いやでもよく読み勝ちましたね。
そうですね、ここで
絡んぞ。リセットなのか優勝なのか。
リセットか優勝か。藤村が粘り切るのか。
ドローン
あっと終盤が暴れ潰しの形。
抜ける。
上表。
おお暴れどうした。
ここでボタンを押す。
リーサル見えてますねこれもう藤村。
この橋は耐えるしかない。耐えるしかない。
うわーマジ。おバーンアウトだぞこれ。
これは
これもう SA のパナスかガードするかです。
TM 真剣喧嘩から
これはパナスか。
危ない。パナさない。
偉い。
投げてどこでパナすか。
いやそうです本当にほぼそれですね。
危ない。
あいち竜巻か今。
どういうこと。
何をこれきた
ー。出た。
よく見ないんだ。マジかよ。
このラッシュは通らない。1P 側が藤村選手かな。はい、2P 側が鬼木選手で入れ替えて、さあリセット後のグランドファイナル。
はい見ていきましょ
さあここから3先です。さあまず端に追い詰めたのはキンバリー。
無理ですね。打つ。
しかし打っていく。
いやドライブゲージ見えている。 2.21 本ぐらいで打ってきましたね。ただどうしたぞ。
さあ設置は投げる。ドライブゲージがないぞ。指輪
ジャンプ。おお空テク
押し込みたい。押し込みたいが
ようとしてる。お待ってる。
見えない。これは無理。
いや素晴らしい。
4D ゲージも少なかったので、さあ切り返しも難しかったと。
結構藤村のこのなんとか押し返す逃げたいっていう選択肢に鬼木はすごい相当うまく噛み合わせたというか待ちましたよね今ね。
さあ一気に走る。体育手裏剣ジャンプで入れ替える。中段から
ガードしている。
切って
入れ替えですね。
るですね。
まあ使って
ゲージ溜まっている。
なんでしょうかですね。
さあこれは完璧な状況。
これね劉備列脚食らってでもインパクトでいいんですよねここ。
そうなんですよね。
お
さあ読み切った。
そうなるんだ。
パーフェクトでまずは鬼木キンバリー。
キンバリの攻めの厚みと攻め的技の駆け引きで圧倒しました。
圧倒しましたね。このラウンドはさあ鬼木が取ったが足払い。中段ガードしているが
つながっている。
さあこれはキンバリの一番やりたくない展開になってしまう。
うわー
中足に
1回まで入れ込んじゃいましたね。
さあ入れ替えて中段
これが強い。
チャンスになる。さあ手裏剣から打撃卓。
うわ
を誘って
ー、アウトまで。
でかすぎるぞ。さあ受けるしかない。
うわ
これは無理。さあラッシュを使ってさあ武神天将交流。
どうだ。
ぴったり。
ぴったりリーサル素晴らしい。
さあ鬼木キンバリーが切り返しから取り返す。相打ち。
相打ちになるんだな、ちゃんと。よく合わせた今。
パリ置いて軽段から崩す。停止からの投げ、中段が匂う。そこも投げ、
パリの海へ勝っていく。
投げを
投げているか。おお、
さあ武神乱拍子でなんとか画面端を抜けたい。
手裏剣が
抜けれない。
わ
手裏剣がないことで距離がそこまで。
あ、確かに状
離せて
況がね
ないという
変わるという。あ、残った。
さあ残るが
あ、インパクト
苦
が
しすぎる。
かなり匂う感じですかね、これは。
パリしかない。
これなんならインパクトで、おおお、だけ
こうあるのか。
インパクトむしろ。
走るのか。
あなたが通すんですか。
さあラヌエが
そうですね、
さあ
警戒している。
つら深いがおーっとこのジャストパリはい
や、値戦系でしょ。 SS あるんで。
ジャンプ中盤からの
マジ
武神天将交流足りている。素晴らしい。ここ一発ジャストパリ。
勝ち筋。補正があってもレベル 2SA は 40% 確実にダメージ入りますからね。
さあ鬼木には見えていたリーチ。あっという間に 2-0。さあリセットから藤村アッとしてる。
フェイントをかけながら
カウンター。
大野進する。遠かった
渋いっすね。
渋い。あ、そうなる。
これは昇龍に打ち勝つインパクト。さあエク手裏剣からの中段は暴れている。
いやー、このね守りのしゃがみジャックパンチがね効いてま
め
す。
ちゃくちゃいいその間ですよね。さあここも武神天将交流できっちりとどめになる。これで優勝にリーチ。
いやマジか。
1ラウンド
勢いがすごいもんな。
中継
なんでまたる。
一文字からの
投げ。
さあ投げを通して
うお、
インパクト戻る。
確定したやつだ。
インパクトパリの硬直に。
そうですね、硬直は。
さあここはダメージ重視。補正切り10段ガードしてる。
おー、いいドライブリバーサル
今
だ。
のドライブリバーサルはかなり冷たい。投げている。
うおー、マジかよ。
優勝は鬼木。おめでとうございます。
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of No Neutral. I am Brian F., joined by the man who needs no introduction. He doesn't need it, so he's not going to get it. No, cut him off the camera. See, he doesn't need it.
You know whose move this is?
I was trying to say he doesn't need it because his ego is already, twice as big as his arms there. So we should just move on to the actual content, what you guys are here for, the in-depth Street Fighter analysis.
Yes, sir.
No, actually, we need you, Rob. Do the introduction. Do the introduction.
Yo! Today, we are about to get into top 8 of North America West. Do you know what that means? You think I'm about to say, we better see who goes to Capcom Cup. No. We are going to see that, but we about to see some salt, because that's what North America is all about, baby. You know, whoever loses, they can go on Twitter, oh my God, this character carries so hard. I'm dropping my man. I mean, I tried my best, but they just can't do it. And I tell you what, I live for it. I love it. Because I used to make those tweets when I was competing. And now I don't got to. I just get to watch all of the carnage. North America West, the best players from this region are officially the only ones left. And we are about to see who makes it in the Capcom Cup. But speaking of best players, arguably the best player. Actually, no, okay, we got to say top 3 right now. Because we got to put Kakeru and Angry Bird over him right now. But
we?
Minna RD, you think so? Oh, that's okay. That's the
We're
combo.
getting into it, right?
That's the combo. What's up?
Yeah, what we're referring to is Meta RD. He made this interesting tweet here talking about his top 5 players in the world right now for Street Fighter 6. He says in no order: Angry Bird, first at Evo, second at Gamers 8, Kakadu, first at Gamers 8, fifth at EVO. Big Bird, first Red Bull Kumite, fourth at Gamers 8. Punk, third EVO, third Gamers 8, third CEO. Consistency right there. Mena, first CEO, second EVO, fifth Gamers 8. And so he's opening up the conversation of who is the best in the world right now. Because we're
Who's not on there, Brian? I think that's an interesting place to start. I'm trying to think who's not on there, who's in that conversation of top 5.
That's tough to say. That's tough to say because we haven't. The problem with this metric right now, and the reason why it's open for such debate, is we haven't had that many world-class events right now. It's still very early in Street Fighter 6's release, right? He mentioned CEO. CEO, amazing tournament, 1,000 competitors, but that was a North American-centric event, right? EVO, finally a chance for the world to compete. But, let's be real. Not everybody from Japan makes the trip over. Not everybody from highly competitive regions makes the trip over. And Gamers 8 is an invitational, which it sourced players who are really strong in Street Fighter 5 and really consistent players to play in it. And they did a good job. But once again, you're also cherry-picking players. So who's not there? From the tournaments he picked, they're all there.
They're all there. No, I think you're right. I'm looking at them. I'm trying to think about it. Mena, first at CEO, second at EVO. Fifth at Gamers 8.
Who's knocking on that door, I would say, is maybe Knuckle-Doo.
I was thinking that same
ninth
thing.
At CEO, ninth at EVO, 7th at Gamers 8, and I believe 9th at CEO as well. He dropped out maybe 9th or 13th before top 8 for CEO after going to losers like round 2 and beating a million, half of Florida lost to Knuckle-Doo in that tournament, all in losers bracket. He just took out the entire state trying to make that top 8. So he's the one player I could say who's like just below that level. But it's hard to say, like players who maybe got top 8 at EVO, but not that top 6. There's like a Nemo you can talk about, a Fujimura, who also just recently had a really strong showing at the World Warrior event in Japan. So he's shown that he's fairly consistent at that level. But this is why it's so open-ended at the moment. We've had a pretty limited selection of tournaments to pull data from.
Okay, if we order in this, how are you putting it? That's even better then.
Well, listen, if you're engagement baiting, do you put an order or do you leave it open-ended?
Put an order so people could debate more.
You think so? People get more angry at you. That's better for engagement farming.
More anger,
listen,
bro.
We got that's the strats that Mena has
are
to
you
step
saying
up
that?
here.
Are you saying that Mena's blue check may have had something to do with this tweet?
I'm just saying, blue check leads to green check, so maybe. Potentially.
My boy Mena running them numbers up.
It is an interesting conversation. Like, this is something that has been, to Mena's credit, I was just teasing, because this is something that people have been thinking about, right? Like, with the big events that we've had, it's definitely been a topic of conversation. And for most people, we're looking at Angry Bird and Kakadu number 1 and number 2, I would say. I think that's a general consensus.
In what order, Brian?
What's bigger, winning EVO or winning Gamers 8? I think winning EVO is bigger. I know you are more focused on the money. That's always been.
Don't put that on me.
You have consistently favored tournaments with bigger prize pools as being more impactful, like Capcom Cup versus EVO and things of that nature. You've consistently held that position.
I'm gonna say this right now. Winning EVO this year, especially, is bigger than winning Gamers 8.
Okay.
Now, I agree with you. Of course, it goes without saying if we had to choose which one we're gonna win. I pray that even the people who run EVO, who I love, will rather win Gamers 8 than win EVO. Like, as far as common sense, just off of the life-changing money. That being said, which one matters more? Oh, it's not close. And that's all due respect to Gamers 8. EVO, for sure. Bro,
okay.
7,000 human beings, that was a transition point for fighting game history, bro. That crowd with all of the lights in the air, it looked like a Michael Jackson concert, bro. Like, it was absolutely unbelievable. Like, and then after Angry Bird wins, the way he breaks down and he cried and then he goes and prays and everything. What? Like, there are certain moments in your career that it changes things forever. Angry Bird could lose the rest of Street Fighter 6. He could lose forever. And he will be invited to the next tournament, in the next one, in the next one, in the next one, forever. Your tournament, if you have an invitational, you want to invite Angry Bird, what you doing? You ain't even got it at a tournament. That don't even make no sense. So that's how big that win was. Now, that being the case, as far as which one who's better out of them, though, as far as the player, bro, I'll say this. The highest peak I have seen is what Kakaru did in Gamers 8 Grand Finals.
You're trying to judge the quality of the gameplay itself rather than just the placement. So Yeah, so you're saying just looking at the level of play of Gamers Eight, you think that was a higher peak of gameplay than what we saw at
Grand
Evo?
Finals specifically, yes. So we went Angry Bird and Bennett had that was god. Like they had a great match. Bennett reset the bracket, everything. Like it was phenomenal. That was one of the most beautiful things I've seen. Angry Bird played phenomenally. What we seen with those perfect parries,
That was a shutdown.
yes, like
It was a shutout.
It reminds you like Terrence Crawford and the Earl Spence fight. Like when there was,
Of course.
you thinking it's about to be this amazing showdown. It's titans. We don't know who's gonna win. We won't want to bet money either way. And one of them just says no, like no. Just I'm way, and I don't think that really meant that he's way better. We're not dumb.
Just in that set on that day.
On that
Right,
day,
right.
there was nothing Angry Bird.
Yeah,
could
the
do.
Evo Grand Finals was an amazing set, and Mena's run was ridiculous, but it was definitely more of a back and forth. The entire top 8 was incredibly dynamic with all the players. You couldn't call any set, right? That entire top 8, there was miracle comebacks after miracle comebacks,
Yes.
and tons of exchanges and dynamic interchanges between the players, leading all the way up to the final set, to the final round, right? But the way Kakadu shut out Angry Bird after, keep in mind Angry Bird won 3-0 in Winners Finals,
That's crazy.
and then Angry Bird won the first game in Grand Finals, then lost 6 straight.
Another feather in the
Six
cap
straight.
of Angry Bird, by the way, though, the fact that he beat him in that same tournament, 3-0. You know, but with that being the case, I also think that what Kakaru did, that's not sustainable. I gotta be very clear on that. I don't think that is. We are not gonna see that again.
You don't
Like,
think you can just get 32 perfect parries every single Grand Final set you appear in?
He's a hot taker. He did that when it mattered the most. You know, shifting the conversation a little bit, Brian. I want to talk about Punk.
Consistency.
The consistency and the play style. Like, he is not playing like Kakadu, but in a different way by far.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not playing like anyone else. But it's not like a situation where he's not going to be able to keep playing like this. He's not playing Street Fighter 6.
He's
all the
playing
way.
Punk mode. This is what Punk has always done. He
Yeah.
made it work again in Street Fighter 6. Punk has just demonstrated that he understands the neutral game, picks characters that suit playing neutral, and rewards you for playing with punish heavy, reaction heavy, control heavy, and then capitalize on that to turn it to offense. He's done that time and time and time and time again in Street Fighter 5, and we're seeing it now in Street Fighter 6 to the same degree of effectiveness, right?
Yes.
Like, he hasn't yet closed out a huge win, but getting third in the 3 biggest events we've had in a row, I mean, first of all, CEO is like big. Evo blows it out of the
just
water.
it just kept
and it's big
progressively-
again. And the Gamers 8, bigger money than ever, and he's still there. Like, he's there no matter how you shape the event and how big the stakes are. He's been at that level this whole time. And yeah, I don't know. It's tough to gauge
Cammy's
that.
not
'cause-
even that popular at the highest level right now, bro. Like, it's not even like we see a lot of. And I think she's godlike. I think that he even said she's top tier. I'm sorry if I misquote you, Punk. But I thought I heard that somewhere before. But I mean, I think she's a very strong character. But yeah, the way he's playing it, like, he doesn't do any of the hooligan and none of that stuff. He just straight playing nooch and destroying people. And then after he's on the inside. Now, you know, when his opponent's in burnout, that's GG's. I think that's probably him and Angry Bird are probably the most exciting players for me to watch. But as far as that aesthetically pleasing neutral game, he's something else. Like, I don't see him stopping.
Yeah, he's back. He's cooking. I mean, I don't think he ever left. I don't want to say he's back. He's really cooking right now again and doing it his way. So that there's an argument for consistency. And the next player, he almost had the argument for the most consistent player in modern Street Fighter history, Mena himself. Coming off his Capcom Cup win.
He's cooking. He almost won, bro.
He almost won it all. He almost won
went
every
from
event.
winning the second Capcom Cup, and then he got second in the next Evo. Like,
But even before that, he wins CEO, right? First
you're right.
1,000+ man major, right? Obviously not at the level of Evo, but you know, he still showed consistency in an early meta in a major tournament that size. That is extremely impressive to do when the game is very unstable because we're still figuring out how to actually play and shut everything down. And then he goes on, he wins Gommel, another regional event, and then he goes to Evo and gets second place in the most electrifying fashion. And it took someone like the likes of Kakadu to kind of put a halt to that, and Angry Bird to finish the job. But man, he showed that he just has. He's just a gamer.
I think in Gamers 8 he got fourth.
He got fifth in Gamers 8. That's actually when Punk finally got a set over Mena.
There is no debate for Mena not being number 3 at least.
Right.
I don't think there's anybody else like in the conversation for being above Mena outside of Kakeru and Angry Bird.
And here's the one name, Tokido. That was the other guy.
Oh, Tokido was snapping at Evo.
This is the other guy.
He wasn't at Gamers 8.
He wasn't at Gamers 8 to make a case for himself. So he's the one guy who took out Kakadu and almost beat Mena. Like, he gave us set of a lifetime with that one. So Tokido would be the one person to argue
missing that you might even put
but
in there,
like we mentioned in the beginning, it's limited data right now. It's still early. So of these top 5, who do you got number 1 right now?
No, Angry Bird. Angry Bird won Evo and got second place at Gamers 8.
Just mathematically, it adds up.
You got
Kakadu got
and
first and fifth.
Sixth or something, or fifth, yeah.
Yeah. But man, the way he got fifth, Kakadu was by a pix. Like, I'm still flabbergasted
is that
by
when
how
his combo dropped?
Yeah, the Tokido moment where the combo. I'm still flabbergasted by how Kakadu lost. So like, I mean, but he still lost. We gotta just state the facts there.
But it matters though. I get what you're saying. That still matters though. I agree.
If like I said, if the breeze was a little different that day, I think Kakadu would be number 1. But that's the razor thin edge right now. I would also give it to Angry Bird right now just because of that. But man, the competition is so fierce, and then Mena is just chomping on everybody's heels. Like, Mena, we're gonna see so much more from. I think he's just so clutch, and then Punk, his consistency, and then Big Bird, when he's hot that day, he's terrifying. I mean, the way I watch him win, it scares me. his Marissa, just the power and the train, the momentum that he builds with that character is unreal. So I think we're gonna have a long season ahead of us to see who's number 1. We only have Angry Bird right now in Capcom Cup though, so we don't even know if all 5 of these people are gonna make it to Capcom Cup. I would think they would. They all have a great chance. But that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to see, compare this at the end of the season, who comes out on top at Capcom Cup.
But definitely, Mena, good job pushing the engagement. You're cooking in-game, and clearly you're cooking out-of-game as well. You know how to use that blue check to get that green check, as my man's Brian F. said. But speaking of the best players, we're about to find out who is the best right here in NA West. We're about to find out who's going to punch their ticket into Capcom Cup.
Objection! He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Fight with all your heart!
We are supporting Capcom Cup 10 with a total prize pool of over $2 million.
It's showtime, baby! Guano takes it over Idol!
All right, you ready?
You don't want to miss it! Let him cook! Look at the damage! Look at that damage!
Now's not the time for jokes.
Your two-time Capcom Cup champion.
It's Meta RD!
What's up, everybody, and welcome to our US and Canada West Capcom Fighters Top 8 here, Street Fighter Edition, Sage M, Vicious. We're going to bring you all the action today. We got a juicy little top 8 after our excellent top 16 yesterday. Hopefully you enjoyed all the action if you missed it. Of course, there was a recap before this, and also we'll be going over all the matches and everything that happened in the bracket. Matches have been fantastic. It's been really good so far, and I'm just excited to watch everything.
I just want to see it come down a little bit closer, right? We've seen a little following the script, if you will, in a lot of the brackets in top 16,
Right.
but they've been kind of like blowouts. Towards the end of it, there was a couple of 2-1s as well, but I feel like in this realm of top 8, where it's 3 out of 5, things could be significantly different. Hopefully it plays out that exact way. But again, in case you had missed it, please be sure to check out the VODs because this top 8 is a doozy.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, our top 16 yesterday was really stacked. There's a lot of the notables that you expect kind of, I think, from the West Coast region, both in the US and Canada, and it played out sort of maybe, like you said, a little one-sided in some of the matches, but a lot of them were really fun to watch as well. I think particularly, I really enjoyed watching that Snake Eyes Nephew set, which you saw up there. Both of them are in the top 8, by the way, as you can see the bracket there. Reynolds got the job done over YJK, who also made it in on the loser side. Chris CCH over Samurai, who's also in on the loser side there, Samurai on the bottom. So we have Reynolds versus Chris CCH. Winner plays the winner of JB and Snake Eyes on the other side. Yeah,
man.
I mean, you know, both of them were very, very fun to watch yesterday. Obviously, it's JP versus Ken up at the top there. But on the bottom, we have Rashid or Jamie up against Zangief. Kind of like unusual characters. And very cool to see top-level Rashid represented very early in this game's lifespan. And we can take a look at the loser side of the bracket here, get an idea about how things shaped up. So a lot of really strong players you can see on the left side of the screen coming into that top 16 loser side. It shook out in the way that Nephew versus Speed Kicks and Samurai versus YJK are our top 8 losers matches.
That is a NorCal classic right there between Samurai and YJK. In fact, they had just played each other over in the World Warrior event this past week to get into top 16, and that was it was kind of interesting to see the back and forth that's been going on with NorCal. But then Nephew versus Speed Kicks, you have a team kill, right? One of the juries has to go.
Yeah, and it's cool. I mean, Speed Kick's obviously known for playing other fighting games. He's got 3 dimensions to him, and now his waifu's 2D. He's playing some jury in this game. Obviously, you mentioned it's going to be a mirror, and those two should be really fun to watch, I think. So that sets up our entire top 8 bracket, which we're going to be looking at now. So Reynolds versus Chris CCH, JB versus Snake up on the winners, and YJK, Kimberly up against Samurai, and then Speed Kicks versus Nephew. So some unusual characters, right? Zangief, Rashid, and Kimberly, not kind of the characters you expect. I think Jury, Ken, and JP are characters you're traditionally used to seeing in events like this.
No doubt. Looking at these matchups overall, it's been very exciting to see the kind of characters that are potentially going to be coming up, right? Chris CCH, for all we know, like, of course, he has a great Ken, but, he could exercise the right to JP in the mirror to kind of be like, you know what, Reynolds, I might have the upper hand. And then JB with Snake Eyes, we could even see the Jamie come out versus Zangief. I personally think that matchup is great for Jamie, but we'll see how it plays out because Snake Eyes, a known veteran to excel above and beyond in places where we least expect it, I feel like, because we haven't seen him too much in the streets of online tournaments as much as JB has. But again, he's been a veteran for how long? He is a household name in the world of Street Fighter. But yeah, this is going to be what we're going through first in the top 8, but there's going to be so much that these guys are playing for each and every time you see a Capcom Pro Tour online qualifying event. The event prizing each and every time. $5K overall. We got first place taking the lion's share of $2,500. Second place with $1,200 in their pockets, with third and fourth getting $800 and $500 respectively. Still a good amount of change in their pockets, playing for free at home.
Yeah, and the nice thing, too, you see this and you're like, okay, prize money, top 4, looks pretty good, right? But obviously, the biggest prize of all, winning the event puts you in the Capcom Cup, where there's over $2 million in prizing, with the first place getting the lion's share at $1 million. So sure, winning this tournament's pretty nice. Get that $2,500. You got to feel pretty good about that. But obviously, qualifying for Capcom Cup is the big one. That's the one everybody's trying to do today. And whoever wins today will get that shot up against the million, which is, I think, everybody playing. They're like, I'm playing for the milli. I'm trying to win the milli.
Yeah.
When you sign up for the events and stuff, there's like a little thing like, what makes you participate in the CPT? There's like a little box you can check that says, I'm trying to win $1 million, which
That's
I
totally
think,
fine. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people are okay checking that box. That sounds pretty good to me.
If only I was able to. If only we were able to. Really, I
True.
think you are.
I'm banned.
What?
I'm not allowed to participate. Yeah,
I
that's
think-
true.
Is that actually true?
No, it's true. I got a review code for the game. And if you got a review code for the game, you are not allowed to participate in the first year of
That's
CPT,
fair.
World Warrior, or their offline premiere events.
So you're telling me there's a chance next year?
Yes, next year I can win the
Okay.
whoever knows how much money
Duly
it is.
noted.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Hey, and also, just in case you guys have forgotten, all the CPT registrations are up available. We're not going to have that
Yes.
graphic for it just now, but just kind of remind you guys or give you a head start to mark those calendars and also just register now while we get it ready for our first matchup of the day. So again,
Yeah.
we have Reynolds versus Chris CCH stepping up to the plate, taking a look at the head-to-head. Obviously, man, Reynolds, he's been around the block, right? I'm not
Yes.
talking about his age, but he knows his way around fighting games, and he's doing a great job representing that JP. And I like that he's going for the characters that give him the most enjoyment and entertainment.
Right. He is a KOF Evo champion, which is a big deal, obviously. A lot of people have backgrounds in that game that are really strong Street Fighter players. People like him, and obviously people think about Xiaohai, but many fighting game players got their start in different franchises, right? So we're talking about him, and obviously Speed Kicks in this top 8 are representatives of that. So Evo champion, no use to big stages like this and playing against really strong players in every different title, game, field across the planet. Chris CCH, the young upstart on the West Coast, I think a lot of people talk about him as like the future of the region, right? They're talking about Chris as like the guy at the end of Street Fighter 5, now obviously in Street Fighter 6, kind of bringing that to the table once again. I think he's a player that like when he loses, he kind of hits the books and then figures out like, what do I need to do here?
Yes.
What's going on? So he's a player that's ever evolving and really, really impressive, snappy young reactions, and obviously is just a really well-rounded, strong fighting game player.
Now, I think we have our player quote coming in from Chris CCH. If I'm not mistaken, taking a look, forget the matchup, trust your instincts. Don't think, just do.
All right, so he's picking Ken.
Yes.
That quote to me, there's no way
Yes.
you have this quote and then you don't play Ken. I feel like there's it's not a JP quote. But yeah, I mean, he is right. You got to just game at the end of the day. Part of the thing about training for anything is you want to train so that once it's time to compete, you don't have to think. You just do, and your body naturally knows what to do, right? So
You
there's
got
a lot
the
of
muscle
merit
memory. You got the recognition of like certain situations just kind of down pat, and you just kind of trust your instincts, like he said, right? You trust your training that you put in because you have that pattern recognition, etc. They got Chris's age wrong. He is 12 backwards, huh? All right.
12, yeah. I mean, he's a youngin' for sure. He's definitely a very young competitor, and I think he might be the youngest in this bracket. Right? I don't think anybody else is his age. I think everybody
That
else
is
is like
correct,
late
yeah.
20s or mid 30s or whatever. Obviously, Reynolds there, and I think like JB is there, and Snake is there too,
Yeah.
right? He's like late 20s or early 30s.
I think
Same thing with
Snake's
him.
definitely like in the 30s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
early 30s.
he's
now?
got to be. He's got to be. Yeah.
Yeah, JB's like late 20s, I think too. Everybody around that age. He's young, 21, young, up and comer.
Yeah. And making the right choices, right? Going in with Ken. Obviously, this is the lore matchup. Let's see if Chris CCH can get that money back for a good old Ken. But all I think about is every time Chris CCH runs into Amnesia is that scream. That
Yeah,
darn
the scream.
scream.
There's a perfectly cut scream. Oh, that's a punish. Oh, but he just did jab into the throw reset. He was 2+ actually because of the punish counter.
Oh.
Pressure here for Chris. This is a really good spot to be. Yeah, that fireball meaty was to try to beat the counter, obviously, right?
That was actually pretty meaty. I didn't think Chris CCH would be able to pursue a normal right after that, because normally it's, what, -2?
Yeah, not like Street Fighter 5. It's not. You see an EX fireball in this game, it's probably not plus, but a lot of people maybe not used to it.
Right.
Maybe it's meaty and it's different. I'm not sure, but generally that's not the case, yeah.
But the departure to kind of keep Chris at bay. It's attacking the drive gauge. That's what Reynolds is going for. He succeeds in doing so, and now he's allowed to chip. But instead, he takes liberty in moving forward a little bit. Chris CCH!
Wow.
Oh my God! The reaction against the Phantom. Throw will do it. Anything will do it.
Wow, he didn't spend any meter on that either. He had the opportunity, but I think was just comfortable with the spot he was in on screen. But one of the big win conditions for JP is obviously getting burnout, right? Like this character burns you out, and he's in such a good position. I like that light kick Tatsu to take the Oki, and he baits the throw.
And he's in a range where it's so ambiguous as to what the strike or throw is going to be. Damn, the Amnesia! No cut screams here. It's for Reynolds. Instead, he's going to put him in a very significant position, right? He's going to get himself into burnout. A strike will do it. Jeez. Any sort of hit for Chris CCH is looking for the chip, and that's so dangerous. That's the most Street Fighter thing you could ask for, the fireball trap back-to-back.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting that Chris didn't spend any drive gauge on the punish. He just did like heavy run DP, right into the level 3. And it didn't quite kill because of it, but still really solid, commanding first game for him in this matchup. Looking good.
Appears just a little bit too far out the first time, but Reynolds readjusting. Yes, sir. Catching the drive rush against Chris CCH. Already building himself a pretty decent lead. Has to force that block because of departure. Still catching the lows into the Jinrai. Fireball first. Chris CCH trying to make it a little bit safe and ambiguous. Forward throw.
Nice. Yeah, he's found these approaches, right? Even though he gets stuffed, he still commits to the drive rush because the reward is just so high if it hits.
Oh, yeah.
Now holding the space on screen. You saw him back up to this range a lot against JP, right? Oh, the throw
that was so
again.
far.
Man. Shimmied in, shimmied out, caught that throw whiff. And again, he's found a lot of mileage with that so far. So we'll see if Reynolds starts to like maybe jump out, hit some buttons, do some other stuff.
OD Amnesia, calling it right now.
Yeah.
Set up the departure right in front of Chris CCH, setting up the spike just in case Chris wanted to spend some meter to move on in, just like he's doing right. Drive rush, but it's been fireball a lot, and of course, responding to the Phantom almost every single time with Dragon Lash. Chris CCH has had a high percentage of landing it.
I like his choices a lot there. That was a very tricky little approach, which we'll get into in a second. Ooh, drive rush almost works out. Not quite on time, but really good spot. Again, look at the range Chris backs off to, right? Where his drive rush is really threatening still. It's kind of uncomfortable for JP to use his zoning here. You see he's doing drive rush fireball. He did drive rush fireball, and last time did drive rush into the Dragon Lash, and that baited Reynolds' projectile. So very smart. This should be the kill here. Double drive rush confirmed. Easy peasy. Level 3, 2-0 just like that for Chris CCH.
This kid could play. This kid could definitely play. So much damage on the table, but just overall the presence in that mid-screen, being able to kind of get past whatever Reynolds wants to do. No Phantoms here, no spikes that are going to be hitting as much, which is kind of interesting, right? Reynolds had the right ideas of kind of draining the drive gauge immediately from Chris CCH in game 1, but it's been entirely different. I don't think he's been able to catch Chris CCH stuck in the same spots where he would take some of that chip damage to his drive gauge anymore.
Yeah, and I like the looks that Chris is throwing here. Like, you know, drive rush fireball is great for catching people trying to check. Oh, he was a little early. Yeah. He's doing some cool stuff that I think is very smart in the matchup. He's clearly thought about this matchup a lot. He doesn't like this character. So, you know, training against the stuff you don't like is how you improve as a player. Hear that, everybody in ranked? Instead of one and dunning,
Go on.
you could just, you know, learn how to beat it.
You could.
That's how you end up in
You
top
could.
8. Oh my, too far.
Oh.
Beautiful whip punish there from Chris, too.
Oh, and the block towards the overhead. That was so clutch from Reynolds, but he still needs to get
Uh-oh.
the Goon Squad out.
Oh, he tried to run through.
CH actually got clipped. I don't know what it was actually that got him. I
The
couldn't tell
tail
if
end
it
of
was
the
a
ghost. Yeah,
Was it?
which is so weird, right? Because it looked like he had moved all the way forward and it wasn't going to hit him anymore on the level 2, but did end up reaching.
And that's a low, too. Oh, man. The Tetris block coming in to clear out. Shout out to Tasty Steve. I see you.
It calls the jump heavy kick from the Tetris block.
I don't know what version of Tetris he's playing.
No, I don't know either.
But God bless him.
I like that jab check, though, from Chris. And then the jump back from Reynolds. Perfect parry. Gets the throw.
Oh, we're starting to see Reynolds' clutch factor starting to kick in.
This is a bad spot if you're Chris. Yeah, I mean, you gotta guess on this approach a lot. You don't have drive gauge.
That
That's
was sick. What a punish.
Easy punish. Reynolds with so much drive gauge. Level 2. Yeah, dash up. That was clean. Reynolds did really well to not only find the burnout, but then find the win off of it, right? Like finding that moment where Chris was going to overextend.
I did happen to see a tweet earlier today about having to adapt to playing in a 2 out of 3 playstyle, which is great overall. But in this circumstance, I feel like someone like a seasoned vet like Reynolds might be able to make those adjustments and force you to kind of, you know, be a little bit too anxious for that W.
Right, exactly. And, you know, this is the nice thing about seeing this is we have 3 out of 5 in our top 8, so you know, you have those extra games to try to get things done. And that's just the CBT rules for forever now, right? So we see these longer sets, we see more adjustments from people. Things go the distance.
Oh,
not
that
quite the
could have
whip
been
punish.
a much more severe whiff punish had Reynolds been ready for it. Just slightly off the mark, but either way, man, he's dancing, he's toe tapping, low medium kicks over and over again. And speaking of low medium kicks, that's going to be the big opener for Chris. He's still setting up with fireball most of the time. He's aware of the departure, he's trying to gain some of that drive gauge back for his opening. Drive rush, no, not today. Reynolds is still trying to figure it out against Chris. Here's the forward throw. No opener! He just gets the jab interruption! Oh, that's going to be big for Reynolds.
Okay, he has level 2 here, and this is going to be a ton of drive gauge loss for Chris as well. Yeah, that's what he goes for with the drive impact. He doesn't have a second drive impact to get it, though, but Chip now, I mean, oh yeah, that
what
was
a trade!
So good. That was so good. But Chris, you know, you can tell that Reynolds is now bringing the fight to him way more, right? So he's not as comfortable approaching in mid-range. He's kind of got to change things up a bit and try to find a way to stuff the stuff that Reynolds is throwing out there instead, which is a little bit more challenging. It's kind of a different look that he's throwing.
More commonly used by JPs are the crouching medium punches to kind of stop some of the drive gauge or drive rush approaches. I wonder if we'll actually see that from Reynolds, but at this point in time, I don't think we need to. JP being able to command you in the corner could be so problematic for Chrissy CH. Again, the reaction against the Dragon Lash. Here come the Goon Squad.
There's a ton of damage on this too, and it's got to be so disheartening. This is going to be burnout right here. Chris has just got to guess. Portal out, overhead combo
That
off
was
of it.
sick.
Oh man, and that'll do it. Reynolds tying things up 2 apiece just like that.
We have to go to the character. Oh, we're not going to the character select.
Nope.
We're going right in.
Right back into it. Chris, yeah, having some real problems with this approach. What a pickup, by the way, from Reynolds there.
Ooh.
He's having some real problems with this approach. Like, this is just, yeah, it's been pretty miserable for him in the last couple of games
No
here.
doubt. And I like the attempt of going into a perfect parry attempt after a low medium kick. What is that, -3 on block?
Yeah, you're just, I mean, you expect your opponent to counter poke, right?
Exactly,
and
yeah.
He did that earlier, and so Chris now adjusting, going for the walk-up throw. No anti-air, by the way. I think Reynolds' movement has kind of thrown him off.
We talked about that aggression earlier from Reynolds. Chris CCH is slowly starting to pick up on that as well.
They're struggling. These neutral jumps from JP are so strong. They're very hard to deal with. He has huge normals off them. Uppercut finisher here, and one more hit could do it. Reynolds has to be very careful about how he pokes out, and he's not. He's just like, oh,
He's not at all. He's not careful about who now? He should be careful about me. These counter pokes can also lead to a gang of damage, but also look at this. So close to burnout on either side. That big interruption, it's low medium kick instead of the crouching medium punch. Still a great move because it's so far. Now puts Chris CCH into burnout. Full control for Reynolds. It could be a chip scenario. Chris CCH, he is stuck. I didn't mean it to say could be. It was guaranteed.
Unless he got out of that, I mean, I think he was just stuck there. It's a really bad spot for him. Wow, just drive rush right at the start. I like it. You got to get in there. You can't let Reynolds just control the space. And the range Chris is waiting at now is really susceptible to this neutral jump from Reynolds, so I kind of want him to walk in a little bit deeper. Maybe try to just, like, check with his buttons a little bit more, anti the neutral jumps. Like that. Look at that range. I mean, Reynolds just finds it.
Man, he was ready for that as well. I don't think we've seen a single fireball punish in that manner up until this point. Reynolds looking at match point and getting closer to that goal. Chris CCH now in critical territory. Oh, that's it.
That should do it. 3-2. Reynolds brings it back.
Damn.
Reverse 3-0 in our first match of this top 8 after looking like he was in some trouble there. Just cleans it up, and I think adjusted to Chris's spacing, right? Chris is holding the space on screen that was really uncomfortable for JP, and Reynolds just started to assert a lot more, right? Neutral jumping, dashing up, taking his own pressure. He did a great job of making adjustments.
Man. He's been through the ringer in a multitude of games, right? On big stages like EVO, other invitationals, just in general, right? This adaptation is a sign of some old man gaming.
Yeah, I mean, he's like one of the strongest fighting game players in the U.S., like overall, right? He's just really well-rounded. He's been good at like every game he's tried to play, and I don't think this is that surprising, right? I mean, no, Chris knows Reynolds good as well, right? He's seen him play this game and other games before, so you know this is a really solid player, and his adjustments, I think, were quite good. You know, he played super well. I think Chris's game plan in the beginning looked excellent, but just the adjustments from Reynolds were super clean, and that's the kind of benefit of having this longer set, right? If this was yesterday, a top 8 qualifier, 2 out of 3, I mean, Chris cleans it up 2-0, and we're like, damn, he kind of
smoked him.
Yeah, he beat up Reynolds, right?
We would never have had this kind of story in the context of 3 out of 5 because of the fact that, you know, Chris is just able to clean it up so well. But Reynolds, again, just showing the adaptation and showing the mental fortitude that he has going in round after round and making those adjustments, and also eventually being able to run his course towards the end of it was super important to really study. I think overall, if you guys check out this VOD, this is like the ultimate test of adaptation.
Yeah, he did a lot of good stuff. And honestly, I thought the stuff that Chris was doing was great too. I think he did drive rush fireball a bunch to try to make Reynolds hit pokes. And then Reynolds was like, oh, he's not drive rushing all the way in. I'll just throw my ghoul out, or I'll just, you know, do something else. And then Chris was like, I'm going to drive rush into Dragon Lash to try to get through that, which is a cool idea. Reynolds just started adapting by neutral jumping or then poking again. So he was representing a bunch of different ideas. There's a nice rotation between the two of them there. Very smart play from both of them.
Really excited to see that VOD back, actually, because that's easily like the best way we could ask for any sort of top 8, being able to get that reverse 3-0 or 3-2, excuse me. But we are going to be moving on to the next matchup, which is also, I think, our
Yeah, this is a
most
big
look
one.
forward to. I think we talked about that yesterday. This is an absolute huge one. JB going up against Snake Eyes.
Yeah, this is juicy. I mean, obviously, the Hamburglar there himself, JP, I forgot about that picture.
I love that photo, man.
Yeah, he made it with Rashid yesterday. Rashid looked really impressive. He played up against Kizzy, right? So that was a really fun match to watch. And Rashid is a new character. You know, obviously he's not the same as the last game. I don't think he's nearly as powerful as he was in the last game, right? Where everybody talked about this character just being a menace. In this game, you know, he's not quite as absurd. So I think a lot of people were like, he looks fun, but I don't know if I'm going to play him, especially with Evo right around the corner.
Right.
Now we're seeing the people who stuck it out with this character show all the cool stuff that he can do. And I think he's got so many cool, very strong tools. And on the other side, we have Zangief, who, I mean, you know, people talk about your character putting you in the backpack, right? You know, like they're like, this character carries you and blah, blah. This is the reverse. I think this is just like, he is carrying Zangief in this game, right? He's
really
like, I got
is.
you, buddy.
Yeah, if I'm telling you right now, if Snake Eyes happens to win, if he happens
Right.
to win, right, be prepared, Twitter. Be prepared for a lot of people to kind of like talk about how good Zangief is. I will completely say it was all Snake Eyes.
Yes,
I will
yeah.
actually back that 100% and say, you know, Snake Eyes is one of the few that could really pilot a character
Right.
from being the way that they are into stardom.
I mean, you know, like ending Walker, winning 7 events in a
True.
row with Ryu or whatever, and people are like, well, look at Ryu go. Listen, I mean, ending Walker's a gamer. He's one of the best in the world, and he's putting in a lot of work with that character. Now, is Ryu as good as Ken or any of these other characters? No, he's not like a miserably bad character either. But obviously, the pilot is a big factor, and so many people are so fast or happy to discount the player in the equation, right? So you got to give some credit where credit is due. Both of these players playing kind of, you know, not the most traditionally, like, you know, this is the character you got to play if you're trying to win the million character. And so it's really fun to see the both of them in top 8 winner side.
Going into it, let's take a look at the player quotes that we have between the two. I do believe it's coming from JB. Hide your burgers, son. He's got the outfit on. I feel like if he's streaming right now, chat, someone's got to tell me whether or not he's streaming with the outfit.
True. Does he have the Hamburglar get up on right now? He just put on the mask or something, right?
Just put on the
hat.
mask, put on the hat, you're
Yeah.
fine. Yes,
Dang, that
it
is
needs to
sick.
be that way.
Yeah, he did stream as the Hamburglar, by the way. I don't know if you all saw it on his stream. Very entertaining stream. If you're looking for anything about, you know, Jamie or Rashid, I definitely recommend checking it out. He did like a 5-hour Jamie guide, and I'm sure he'll do the same thing for Rashid.
Yeah.
And same thing with Zangief. If you want to hear anything about Zangief, go check out Snake Eyes' stream, and he'll give you the rundown on that character and all the bad things about him. Don't worry. That's what you can expect there. So this will be our match.
That's true. Yeah, I still have yet to hear anything like positive about like how Zangief is as a character, other than like, okay, well, his normals and like his toolkit in fighting. But
Yeah.
as a character, he's very motivational. I don't know if you played like the storyline.
Dude, Chop is sick though. I love Chop in this game.
Yeah. Okay.
very strong.
I still need to find somebody who has like a creative way of implementing the stomps. Like the wrestler stomps are so cool looking in general.
There is one, which is if you do the down forward throw in the corner, stomps
Yes.
a frame kill for the next throw.
Not
You know
like,
that?
not like that. Yes.
Oh, okay, well,
but
like,
I mean
that's
like
like-
hitting. I mean like actually hitting somebody.
I don't know.
I found that out on your stream.
Yeah, okay. There's probably a way. I don't know. But so far, look at this control and neutral from Snake Eyes. Just, pulling up.
I know like Mike Too Strong actually has something about it, but I actually forgot. I forgot what it was.
There's a couple of uses for Stomp, I think. Ooh, it's fully charged. Yeah, he's going to get a combo, like taking a heel spike. No, he takes the knockdown off his I like this. Frame advantage.
Man, he gets hit with a sweep. Just here. Oh, even worse. You get the SPD. Not going to drive rush forward. He's conserving the meter. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I like it. Sometimes if you want to save the meter too, wow, what a whip punish. You can do like walk forward, heavy kick to overhead. Also a pretty good idea if you want to save the drive gauge. Look at Snake Eyes' neutral so far. That's a side swap, double eagle spike, and a little bit of pressure here.
On the overhead. That's going to be able to link into another normal. We get the mixer. We get the pressure off of that as well.
Punish.
That's a huge punish at that. You should be dead.
Very clean. I think Snake Eyes, I'm not sure how many times he's played against JB's Rashid or just Rashid at a high level in general, testing it out, trying to see if the drive reversal was going to get him out, and it did not. And you see, Snake is trying to get close here. He doesn't want Rashid to go full screen and set up with a whirlwind shot, right? I think that's not a very fun position for Zangief to be. You have to be close enough to threaten so that you can jump over the whirlwind shot.
Oh my god! That caught towards the recovery of the parry?
Why did he hold parry for so long? I wonder what he was looking for there. Now his drive gauge is so beat up because of it. He's about to be in burnout.
Oh, the trade-off was everything. Snake Eyes now gets the bully him, especially after that headbutt.
I love that walk forward jump. That was so bold from JB, and it would have beat a drive impact, right? So very smart choice. Ooh, dash forward
that was
throw.
a punish counter.
Yeah, probably tried parrying. Kicks the whirlwind in, goes low. He gets the enhance confirmed. Reset after. He was trying to see if Snake was going to tech or something like that.
And that's fair, right? Because you are able to link a standing jab after that Cyclone is over.
Yeah, you can combo off of it. You see the movement from JB trying to run a little bit. Get stuffed on the anti-air. That's level 2. Not enough to kill here. So he'll probably take the Oki.
Stab.
Oh my god, is that enough? Oh, it did so much damage. I did not think that was going to kill. I was like 99% sure.
I had no idea. I just flipped the coin in my mind. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to let it rock. Actually.
Yeah, that did so much. All right, Snake. My bad. My fault. I wasn't familiar with your game.
I wasn't familiar with your game, OG.
Fully charged. Look at the plus frames on this, too. That beats up your drive gauge also, which is pretty rough.
So you might as well kind of do the drive reversal a little bit earlier, hence what Snake Eyes was looking for.
Get out of there. Double headbutt. And I like the drive reversal from JB just to negate some of that pressure. I like the backdash, the enhanced backdash, too, instead of going, wow, the flip!
You tricky man. That was so far as well. Was it a 3/4 of the screen? I love the parry from Snake Eyes. The attempt at the SPD, but no punish from JB. Chopping him by the neck. You're going to tuck him in? No, you're going to give him the level 2 first. Yeah. Oh, you are? You're going to get a side switch.
Hammer gets the drop on this, and that'll be burnout. JB got to find a way not to get drive impacted here. God. Wow, the air to air. He tried it, and it didn't work. He's out, though. He's got space now to set up the level 2.
You got the Isar, set up the whirlwind, try to catch. No, maybe Snake Eyes. He's trying to catch something on the way down. Yeah, look at the flex against the Hurricane.
Yeah, the parry that time. Ooh, almost got the jump over. Still in burnout.
Oh, no.
And now the burnout's gone for JB. Ooh, no whip punish. He tried it. And the check on the dash on accident. I think Snake maybe looking for that drive rush.
Oh, what a time to interrupt, too. Snake Eyes knowing full well that crouching short was perfectly timed against JB. First game to the Zangief main.
I like it. Yeah, he played that very well. This is a very touch-and-go match, right? These two, a lot of hit and run. So JB trying to like establish a neutral here, find some space.
I like the idea. He was a little bit too far out to link that second medium punch into the target combo, or the rest of the target combo, really. Oh, that Fierce just eating him up. Yeah, JB stuck in the corner.
Nice.
A low forward escape. Catching Snake Eyes at the right time. Back throw. No, I lied. He goes for the forward throw instead.
Yeah, you see the neutral jump. Snake's trying to beat Mixer, which means JB can just throw it back to back, right? That's the nice thing. If they're sitting at full screen trying to neutral jump or whatever, pretty good option.
I'm glad he went for the OD spinning Mixer instead of risking it on the heavy Mixer just in case.
Heavy Mixer does lose sometimes, so you gotta be a little bit careful. It's not anti-air property until frame 6, I think is what it is. So certain jump-ins can beat it up. The knees doesn't go for any SPD action there, just keeps it tight.
But it's so tough either way for JB to kind of force this opening against Snake Eyes, because if you miscall it once, he gets all the momentum in the world. You're in range for an SPD. You could die.
He's on burnout, and that's big now. Snake with the link, no anti-air attempt. JB.
Oh, that was the attempt right there, but JB, he missed his opportunity for the big punish. Snake Eyes nice and easy, gets the sweep.
Wrong combo choice there, too. I mean, there was certainly a way for JB to just kill, I think, with something like forward medium punch at a level 1, maybe, but unfortunate, a little drop there from JB.
The Hamburglar, giving up his own burgers.
The burglar.
Is that what JB really stood for? It's just burgers?
The burglar? I didn't even think about it. It's just burglar. Oh, not a combo. Maybe he wanted a health stab there? I'm not sure, but... Man, JB has been walked down here, unfortunately, in this round for him. Oh, he's out.
Ah!
Or is he
how
out,
often? How often have you seen that as an anti-air?
Yeah, basically never. Ooh, regular SPD. Not enough to kill here. Snake with tons of resources.
Oh my god, if he level 1, I would have left.
Yeah,
I would have left the stage.
That would have been it. Building would have been empty. Oh, baited. This is big. And he saw the tornado, kicks it in. Oh, baits, but unfortunately the jump didn't catch there. I wonder if he forward jumped instead of neutral jump, maybe? It's hard to tell. Oh.
Yeah, I felt like the neutral jump, doesn't it kind of like move you over a little bit?
Yeah, it did pilot him forward. It's same as the last game, yeah. So that's 2-0 Snake Eyes. Looking very good here in this matchup.
I love that win pose.
Smoke.
It just reminds me of like how like feral he gets in like the Alpha series, in Alpha 3 specifically.
Yeah, he's got like the flex pose that he does in that, yeah.
He like flexes so hard, like blood pops out of his vein in his head or something. Oh boy, tuck him in. Ugh.
Yeah, rough start. JB's anti-air lost, and then now he's in this position in the corner. Beats
Man.
the anti-air again.
That's so tricky. You have to time it so carefully because of the fact that it comes out like so quickly, I think. It reduces the jump arc of Zangief also significantly.
Oh, check on the drive rush. Looks good there, too.
Whoa.
Yeah. JB down a lot of life here. Oh, big jump,
The
though.
big swipe with the roundhouse? But he's got so much to work for. Man, OD, SPD after the perfect parry. You know, we talk about that too. When it comes to the scaling of like perfect parries, when it comes to, like, to command grab characters, sometimes it just doesn't really it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they're pretty happy either way. They're like, okay. Especially in that, he had like a pixel of life. Target combo in the corner here. Takes the roll kick for the safe jump after.
Man, immediately firing after the crouching jab, Snake Eyes knowing full well when to take his turn. And it's going to be so intimidating. JB slowly towards the corner. Man, or so I thought. He woke up with buttons, the big challenge.
Oh, yeah, jab, no confirm. Oh, no. Oh, no punish.
Counter hit, too.
Yeah, he could have drive rush confirmed and gotten the kill there for sure. Whip punish from Snake Eyes is big.
Oh, no. He could drive rush forward.
What SPD will do it. I think he risks it. It's not enough to kill, though. And he spends the level 2 on this round. Very scary if he gets SPD'd, though. He's in danger of dying. Oh, my tornado. Jumps again and low.
You are so tricky. There's so much to look for in that sequence. JB doing a fantastic job of keeping the mix alive. He needs one more round to stay alive. Speaking of which, unless Snake Eyes can close it out.
Yeah, he is way more mobile in this round, trying to catch Snake Eyes off guard. I think he decided that playing that slow and steady ground game was not working, right? He's not a big fan of it, so I think this is pretty smart to try to throw things off, because this look right here is not good.
Yeah, this feels like a WNF classic, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. We're still talking about Rashid and Zangief through the hands of JB and Snake Eyes.
Oh,
that neutral jump is everything for JB. No. So Kasar, you already know.
Oh, is this going to hit, actually? I think he got him. Yeah. But the tornado at the end, unfortunately.
He's living. He's got the vitality of a bear.
It didn't reach. Oh, my God. It was a smidge off. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
It was so close. It was a smidgen away from the wall. A little tiny bit away. That was rough. Almost could have went the other way for Snake.
I always forget that Zangief has the most vitality in this game. And like it just requires a couple of more touches just to KO him.
Yeah,
so that Isar, I understand like him trying to go for that super against the Isar. It's like, you know, I have a lot of life to spare. I'll be just fine.
I think doing the animation would have been better maybe there, huh? Like instead of doing the full spin, just doing the one where he like the jackhammer.
He grabs him. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense
That
too.
actually probably would have worked.
You would get the side switch. You would move further towards the corner, etc.
He probably could have blocked after, But I don't know how many times he's run into that scenario. You know what I mean? So
that's fair.
Probably a little unusual. Oh, crouching medium punch trade there. Lucky. It could have been bad for JB.
But maybe it was like it hit too late into the animation to get the jackhammer.
Yeah, jackhammer. I love the way he yells that. Punish.
That's beautiful. Oh!
I think that was level 1 super maybe, actually. Oh, no.
Here we go. Buckle up. Oh, boy. Yeah, he's backing away to safety to make sure he gets this tornado out. Punish counter. That's a lot of damage.
2,000 life on punish counter throw, which, you know, most characters have 10,000. Zangief has 11, so it's still a lot of damage, to say the least. Oh, yeah. He's going into that a lot. I like that choice. He's trying to do more the Arabian pressure there, because you can just get the roll kick after, and then you're plus. So pretty smart little idea. Oh.
Super Rashid kick? No, sir. Able to block in time.
That's a lot of damage.
Power bomb. 2 times over. Breaking through the ring. The Macho Arena got some dents to it. And it's JB's forehead right into the pavement.
Yeah. Good little punish there, too. It's very smart from Snake. That forward heavy kick punish counter is a huge starter.
Oh, and I like the idea, but there's too many hits behind it. Snake Eyes is going to readjust to that sequence.
Yeah, Arabian Cyclone, really good for that. You can just get pressure off of it, and then, you know, it's a pretty bad spot. Kind of similar to how he did the whirlwind shot pressure in the last game, perfect parry, and a punish.
He gets the punish counter off of that?
Surprised, actually, at that height that it was that. Holds up forward again and makes it out. I think he's okay with that. He's, you know, sure, he gets the crouching medium punch, but he's out of the corner where that pressure is really stifling.
It does lead to a mix-up, though, right? JB can easily go for like a strike or a throw, put you back in the corner if he succeeds on the throw. So it's a very big gamble, I feel like, for Snake Eyes to get afterwards. That was sick.
Yeah, the run under, very scary now. JB's getting awfully close to that level 2, but Snake has level 3 on deck, which is more than enough. Got a guess on it here.
3 crouching shorts. The back dash is there! Oh my god, if that was level 3.
Oh, he baits the lariat. That's huge. And he's going to back off for level 2 here, maybe? Oh my!
Oh, he's got it!
The loyal fans! Level 3 just like that. Sometimes the oldest trick in the book is the best one. Snake Eyes, 3-1 there over JB. With the empty jump, level 3. Why not?
Someone's got to go to his stream right now. Tell me if he was smiling after that, because I feel like even after something like that, he's still stone cold as ever. This guy does not ever show emotion until the job is done. This guy's like the Mamba, man.
He really, yeah, he like wins and he just has that like subtle smile on his face or whatever. And he's just like, damn, I really did that. You know,
in his head he's like, yeah, I'm nice. He'll probably say it. He's like, yeah, I'm nice.
I can't believe this killed, by the way. I'm shocked at the damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea how to call that one. I was gonna leave it as it is. I was like, if it's KOing, then that's pretty huge. But man, overall, it's so difficult to call what Snake Eyes wants to do against you. Like, finding a counterplay to it is most of the time null and void, right?
Yeah, and we have Zangief in top 3 of our CPT qualifier here, by the way. From a character, everybody's like, ugh, he's kind of stinky. So impressive work from Snake.
Yeah, a lot of folks are going to be talking about this for a while too. They're going to be using this as the example. But to be fair, man, Snake Eyes has been doing this for a very, very long time with this exact character. No matter how he is, in what version, buffs, nerfs, what have you, he'll still play it the same way that he wants to. I think that's the important part.
And the other thing too is, like, we see Rashid here as well. A lot of it is, of course, on the player, right? People talk about the characters a lot, but it's also about the player. The pilot is such a big factor. I mean, without the pilot, what's the purpose of playing all these games, right? You might as well set up the CPUs and have them beat each other up.
It's true.
And in a CPU battle, JP is terrible.
Is he? Actually,
yeah,
I've played him level 8 one time just to see like what to do.
CPU
as
versus
JP.
CPU, he's like so bad because they all just like react to everything he does.
Oh, that's different because they can't read your inputs.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're just
but
like
playing against them. They're like the godliest opponents you could ask for.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I totally get that. Reynold versus Snake Eyes is what sets up our winners finals. But of course, down below, we still have to go through our losers round 1. Of course, it's going to be YJK versus Samurai, then Speed Kicks versus Nephew, which we'll get into in just a little bit. We do want to remind you guys that to register for this Capcom Pro Tour, you can do so right now. For South America West, right, the registration is closing, but all the registration for every region is available now. So do yourselves a favor. If you're in those regions or you have one that is available to you, you could register online at CapcomProTour.com. But there is a deadline. Again, registration closing this Monday for South America West.
Yeah, I mean, important thing to note, all of them are open, right? So if your region hasn't started already, make sure you sign up. Then obviously there's a $1 million prize pool for the winner this year, so everybody wants to get in there and get that. But like, you're gonna forget, right? If you don't sign up right now, you might forget. It slips your mind. You watch this great Street Fighter action, you're like, wow, Snake Eyes was so cool. That was such a cool match, and you don't remember to register. Registration closes, and you're like, wait, I missed my one chance to make it in, and like, I don't have another opportunity unless I'm playing a World Warrior or going to like these 2 offline events. So you really have to make sure you sign up and just do it now. You might as well get out of the way.
Please check the details of the time as well.
Yes.
Right. Make sure that you fully understand what time you're going to be playing for that premiere event. And speaking of online or offline premieres, we do have one going down in October, towards the end of October, with the offline premiere in Singapore. That's going to be huge, just as big as the one in France happening November 3rd through the 5th. The registration for that is also open. If you plan to travel out there, man, I got to say, be sure to keep in touch with all of the FGC members in both respective areas, because I'm sure they would love to get in as many games as possible with international players.
Yeah, and I mean, you might as well. These are the 2 offline events. If you're going to be, if you're in these regions or you're interested in traveling out to them, these are the last 2 times that you can play this game offline to try to qualify for this, besides EVO, right? EVO and these 2 are the big ones, obviously, to get in there. And that's what you want. These are the dates coming up, obviously. It's basically every weekend, by the way, that we have like a CPT event. So, follow Capcom Fighters if you haven't already. It will always be here with CPT action. And the nice thing is, if you're not watching it on here, lots of people are restreaming or co-streaming, and they are watching all the CPT action too. So if you're paying attention to the category, you're seeing CPT action basically every single weekend that's happening. So, tune in and check this out. I mean, the dates for, you saw the Singapore and France event, they're basically back-to-back too, right? I mean, they're like right there. So important that you keep all these events in mind, pay attention to everything going on, and watch all the CPT action. There's a ton going on. You can sign up now. Make sure you do that if you haven't already. And we appreciate you supporting the CPT. Speaking of supporting the CPT, Chipotle is supporting this first year of Street Fighter 6, which is very sweet of them. And if you want to get involved and help them out, you can, of course, download the app and join the reward program. It's the fastest way to get free Chipotle, which is literally the best sentence I've ever said in my life. If you haven't done so already, download the app, join the reward program, order some goods, get some food, eat it while you watch the event. Have an excellent little time. Hopefully, you've been enjoying all of our CPT action so far. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back with more Top 8 in just a little bit.
At Chipotle, real food always starts with real ingredients in real kitchens. When you order Chipotle, real food starts with you. Whether it's in restaurant, pickup, or delivery. However you Chipotle is the easiest way to Chipotle.
Which one of these was the herbal medicine again? Oh yeah, this one. Probably. Now, here comes the airplane. Say ah. No! Some poisons can kill people in the thousands with that amount. Like botulinum toxin, it inhibits acetylcholine release, causing loss of muscle tone, lethargy, dizziness, visual impairment. Heavy eyelids, intense thirst, loss of speech, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach distension, breathing difficulty, then respiratory failure.
Mikey, top 24 at Evo. So you just come straight into Street Fighter 6 still cooking? Explain yourself. What happened at Evo, man? What was that like for you?
And I just went in there, played, and had some fun. And I didn't expect to do that well, honestly. So pretty happy with the results.
For some reason, I think we've been seeing a lot of familiar faces doing a lot of work, such as yourself. You were one of the first qualifiers for the 2022 season from CPT. So, we're talking to you today because we're leading into CPT West Coast and also the first World Warrior event for CPT. Can you give us a little bit of background about how the competition has been on the West Coast in your region?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players that are still competing from Street Fighter 5, so you're gonna have that talent. You're gonna have the Chris CHs, you're gonna have the nephews, but there's new blood, and we don't know who it is. It could be somebody who wasn't as strong in Street Fighter 5 and are super strong now in Street Fighter 6. Who knows? But we're gonna see.
And I don't think there's a clear best in the West Coast at all right now. I mean, if anybody, I probably would say Chris T on paper, but I guess you placed the highest at Evo, so it's hard to call.
I think so. Evo is kind of hard because everybody had different paths, and it could literally at a day's notice if the bracket changed. Who knows who would have placed where?
Yeah, that's true.
But in terms of the talent on West Coast, I mean, the top dogs are still there with the addition of Chris T. He didn't really compete too much in Street Fighter 5, but he was still a top talent, honestly. So. Like you said, it's up in the air, but new game, new blood, new talent. Let's see how it goes.
So how do you feel about playing in the game for such high stakes early in the meta versus maybe something that would be how would that be different versus playing late in the season for the first iteration of a brand new Street Fighter game? I'm
just happy to be able to compete and play because we're given an opportunity to play for a pretty good amount of money, and it's all
pretty good.
It's all free, but most of all, I'm having a lot of fun with the game. It's an exciting new game. It's gonna be very deep down the line. So right now it's still very fresh. So I'm gonna take advantage of that, of course. But once it gets deeper, it's gonna be a very good game. I think it's gonna be very interesting.
You say you're playing for a decent little amount of money. Of course, there's $2 million online, $1 million for first place. So I definitely got to ask you with your personality. I know you said that you would buy a wig, but outside of a wig, what would you buy with a? What happened?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I know you said you buy a wig, but what else would you buy? If you won $1 million, what would you get with it?
First of all, I'd buy you a shape up. If you need one right now. I would buy you one right now.
Hey, Capcom! Why is he on the show? We talked about this beforehand. I told you he was gonna bring up my lineup. I couldn't get a haircut. Y'all didn't want to put that in the budget. And now this is what he doing on our show. Mikey, this is your last interview, but you can do whatever. They just, it's not up to me. They just said this is your last show, so go ahead. What would you say? What would you buy with the money? Outside of me and shape up.
My sort of idea or plan right now is just to focus on having fun, playing the game, and just playing for the love of the game, going back to the roots. It's a fun game. And it's marketed pretty well right now, so pretty happy with it.
Yeah. Man's like Samurai, bro. Always a pleasure talking to you, even though you're disrespectful. You are one of the best players that I have ever played against. One of my favorite training partners of all time. And of course, the homie, one of America's finest, the Shoto Master, Samurai.
You love to see the warfare between the follically challenged and those that are just too lazy to get that shape up. You know what I'm saying? Vicious here with Sajam. We don't have that problem ever because we keep it clean. Going into the rest of our top 8, let's take a look at the bracket and what had transpired a little bit earlier in case you had missed it from the winner's side. Reynolds taking the big chomp out of Chris CCH, falling 0-2 initially, with that deficit, running it all the way back to 3-2, securing a spot into winner's final for at least guaranteed third. That's kind of crazy. Or at least, somewhere along that lines. Maybe my math is a little bit off. But anyways, JB and Snake Eyes as well. That is actually kind of sick to see. I wasn't sure as to which character JB was actually going to go with because it was still kind of a coin toss. He's been practicing a lot of Rashid. But overall, his Jamie is also very, very strong, in particular in that matchup. It didn't look too great for Zangief. I feel like Zangief has a lot of those currently. But Snake Eyes, man, he proved it time and time again that it's always about the pilot.
Yeah, he played fantastic for sure. I think they both played pretty well. There's some some errors for both of them. Obviously, it's a tournament setting; these kinds of stuff happen. But I think they both played that pretty well. It's a fun set to watch. And we have our loser side, YJK versus Samurai. I will never say anything bad about Samurai after watching that interview. He's the best.
He's so good.
Please don't roast me. Yeah, please be nice. Man, what an answer. You know,
it's
he is a beast.
difficult to really get him.
Look at that face
on and off the game. Like
Yeah.
he's always with the mental warfare, and he's always comes correct. But this is I feel like it's kind of different. Now he's facing off against fellow NorCal brethren YJK, and obviously Samurai. He's SenCal through and through. He's always
Right.
been part of the Fresno team for so long, but he spends a lot of time with the NorCal Cats, and that is a fact.
I mean, that picture on the left is from LPN's wedding, as you mentioned, right? So he is quite familiar. YJK has played against Samurai many times, I'm sure. And, you know, we saw YJK make it in over Filipino Man yesterday with the Kimberly. His Kim's been really fun to watch. And then we have Luke on the other side. Always a Shoto master for Samurai, right? He played this character in the last version, the last game where he was. So, you know, he's kind of like always going to be that solid Shoto main. He plays a lot of Akuma. Obviously, he's not in the game yet. But, like, when Akuma comes out, I'm sure he'll be playing that character, too. Yeah, and when Akuma got weaker, he picked Luke, and Luke was really strong in the last version. So he's kind of like your solid, like, really just well-rounded Shoto player. He's really good, I think, in basically all aspects of the game. He's, like, really complete as a player. And on the other side, you have a character who kind of needs to expose those cracks, right? Like, make you make mistakes and make things happen that will cause you to fumble, and then you get run over. So it's an interesting matchup to watch for sure.
No doubt. You talk about getting run over. Kimberly definitely has that potential, right?
Yes.
If he just has the right day, YJK could be piloting himself into a winner's final spot, or sorry, not winner's final, but a loser's final spot going into it, right? He's had Samurai, I think, plenty of times over in terms of different weeklies, but as of the most recent one, we talked about this earlier, he faced off against Samurai to get into top 16 at World Warrior and fell short. So we'll see. I feel like it's been a coin flip between the two.
Speaking of which, we can take a look at YJK's quote, by the way. His words, Mikey again? Yeah, I know. When you're under the same person, you're like, dude, I just literally played this person in this other tournament. He got me. But that's the thing. It's like, maybe he got you last time, but does that happen today, right? You know, when you lose, you try to think about all the things you did wrong, all the things you did right. So maybe we'll see that adjustment. Maybe he's got some new strategies or ideas to bring to the table up against Samurai. We'll have to see in this one. Again, I think a lot of it is like you as Kimberly are the initiator in this matchup. You kind of need to force and make Samurai flub and make mistakes, because if it stays slow and steady, probably not very good for her, right? She kind of needs to make things sort of start to snowball and tumble in a way that she can kind of run you over, get to the corner, run that really strong offense.
And she could definitely do it, right? Being able to utilize her walk speed against a character that, like Luke, that has a lot of forward advancing normals, you could position yourself in a whiff punish scenario that'll start that offense for Kimberly. But at the same time, like, she also has ways against the fireballs in case the Luke player doesn't want to throw those normals. She kind of want to space himself out first. You have like the slide, which is not necessarily the best from like up close, right? But you also can change your trajectory if you take the airborne approach as well. So there's a lot of tricky ways that Kimberly can set up for offense. It's really up to the Luke player to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, you have jump elbow to try to be uppercut and stuff like that. You have the OD teleport, which goes over fireballs. You can use that, or even the regular one if you call it out.
If you missed, or if you time it correctly,
Yeah, so she has some stuff. She can be tricky and try to get in there. And obviously, when she puts you in the corner, like very few characters, if any, have better offense. Her offense is really powerful when she has a can out, or otherwise she has an overhead she can combo out of without drive rush or anything, right? Which is extremely powerful. It makes her drive impact in the corner better too, because when you're worried about overhead low stuff in the corner, it's not always as easy to react as a raw drive impact out of nowhere either. So, you know, it's a lot of little things like that. And she gets the corner very early off hits like this.
And you think to yourself, well, Seijan, he could possibly just parry all those mixes. Well, guess what, man? That throw will put you in a can setup.
Yeah, she can combo off of her throw, which is very powerful as well. So you got to be very careful about that. Anything you do against this character is susceptible to her exploding you if you get him put in a bad spot. So whip tackle setup, that gives you plus frames there.
That's so tricky too. Oh, just at the tail end of the slide to get the link into the jab. That was very slick.
Yeah. And now that you're in burnout too, the run stop pressure is a little bit better, especially with the OD version. So something you can do. That is plus also, just naturally plus, and then get the combo off of it.
That's tricky.
Into the corner, level 2 for the kill. No, link after, with the level 1.
Beautifully done, YJK. We talked about that offense, man, being able to start up. This is great momentum for YJK, but historically, Samurai has always been the one to kind of download the information given to him round after round. So we'll see the changes for our very eyes. Right now, that sweep was everything for YJK to stuff out that initial burst of offense from Samurai.
Yeah, as someone, I played this very matchup against YJK very many times. Sweep in this matchup is excellent. Sweep in general, her sweep is really strong, honestly. It's a really, really good sweep.
It's fast, it's kind of hard to punish.
Yeah, and Luke, he kind of is a little weird at punishing sweeps, actually. He doesn't always have the best stuff. Yeah, his counter sweep, it's a little weird sometimes, so that can be a factor. Baits the throw, you just mentioned it right there. This is going to be a link. Medium elbow, level 3? No, right into it. Doesn't even risk the elbow. Just says, I'm going to do the level 3. Keep it easy peasy.
He dropped 2 elbows the last time he was trying to get that W against Reynolds. and that could have led him to W, and he's fixed it up this time. He doesn't want it to be the downfall, especially in the loser's run. That's not the way you want to go out. So.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, I mean, that's a tournament combo, right? Like, you do the easy stuff. You already hit the Tiger Knee into the Azuna. Don't do anything fancy.
That's
just,
it. Yeah.
You already did one hard part of the combo. That's a very droppable moment, so just do the easy peasy level 3 afterwards. Very, very smart. Ooh, counter hit on that. I like the Tatsu pickup.
That's so tricky, too. Like, back-to-back low medium kicks. It's like, you know, you block the first one after drive rush. You know you shouldn't press another button.
Yeah, it's going to be a knockdown setup here. Is there a can? No, it's arc step into the elbow. Oh boy, this is a bad spot for Samurai. Yeah, just
nice
keeping the pressure tight.
Oh, man, caused him to crack. Samurai, very rare that we get to see him crack with an OD uppercut. At least in this game. In 5, he was all about it.
Yeah.
But this is the first time I've really started to see him kind of go to that route.
This is what we mentioned, though, right? Like, it's on Kimberly to make it like this, to make Luke uncomfortable in the corner. Otherwise, he just plays this kind of game where he's slow and steady. So, you know, YJK doing a really good job of running this offense so far, although this game has been all Samurai in this round. He's had a lot of pressure. Uppercut looks great. Cleaned it up. He just needs one more hit. A little tap will do it. I love the drive reversal there. Slow her down. And perfectly done from Samurai in that round.
I like showing off all the cards that he just did against YJK. Very commanding for perfect round for him.
No stuff on the drive rush. Samurai just gets away with it. And I like the elbow drop. We're seeing it represented a little bit more from YJK so far. Should be a level 3 here.
Oh, we're going to work for sure. He wants to build up some of that drive gauge, but more importantly, look at the damage that you're about to dish out from Brazil to Memphis.
And you get pressure off this too, which is pretty nice. You can walk up, crouching medium punch. You do crouching medium, kick and hit from him into target combo. It's got a lot of good stuff there. So big lead for Samurai in this game.
I always forget he has like the headbutt follow-up target combo, low medium kick to heavy punch.
Yeah. Ooh, he found it. That's huge, actually. Doesn't spend the level 3. Uh-oh. This is a bad spot. Samurai. Things can go bad really quickly. The back dash.
What a read, Samurai. Fierce drive rush forward. YJK's in a tough spot, trying to counter poke away. The anti-air is there. The big trade-off, but now YJK clears himself out of the corner with the forward throw. Oh, the uppercut after the drive rush. You don't give it to him for free. Really, really smart.
Yes, you can just OS that right there. Anytime your opponent does a drive rush, if you have a reversal, you can just input it. If their string is tight, nothing comes out. If there's a gap, there was a gap there, it comes out. You get the uppercut. Easy peasy.
Very smart to initiate that Samurai. Ooh, getting the sweep. Pretty tricky.
Raw sweep. Lets a rip. Trying to find a whip, but YJK, I like the change of pace on the approach here a little bit. Trying to look for more elbow drops, trying to make things a little awkward. Block from Samurai there, and burnout now because of it. Oh, unfortunate. The run there got clipped.
Double perfect. Oki scenario again, looking for the throw. YJK still sharp with the anti-air. Back-to-back sweeps. Punish counter for Samurai. Forward throw now. YJK has to get it in place.
I just sweep again. YJK loves that sweep. And
you're dead!
That is a bad one. Yeah, unfortunate spacing on the slide. Samurai ready with the punish.
Would have been a whole different story if Samurai was the one in burnout, but that wasn't the case. So YJK, damn, the big punish counter. What is that? Crouching medium punch with punish?
Yeah, look at him go. Samurai really turning things on here.
Look at him. Just look at him.
You get pressure here too. Yep. Immediate meaty throw.
Walk up again. I totally respect that. YJK getting the big tech. I do say it's big. There was a moment where he was able to walk out of the corner, but no, sir. Samurai continuously bulldogging him into this high-pressure scenario. One wrong guess, and it's the guess right there. As soon as he lands, you thought it was going to be YJK's mix-up. No, sir. Who is more of the threat? The person who is implementing the meaty or the person with the meter left?
It's true. Sometimes if you're going to let it go like that, you're just going to do it, then, I mean, it's a very scary spot. And Samurai really has turned on the offense. You notice that instead of turtling up and waiting for YJK to approach, he's like, all right, I'm just going to go forward, right? I'm not going to let you do your thing anymore. Trying to bait a throw there. Samurai doesn't bite. And I love the pace switch up, right? Him just choosing to attack a lot more and not just spend so much time on the back foot trying to play reactively.
Oh. Man, you're still able to convert off of that crouching medium punch. That was so far.
Oh, that is huge.
That got him out of so much. Oh boy.
Okay, he tried a level 2 there and he didn't quite build the meter, so I think teleport instead. But it worked out okay. Yeah, YJK cleans it up with a little tick throw.
I've seen that a few times from some of the master rank Kimberlys out there. You know, sometimes you get that error. We didn't have the meter, of course, but
yeah, ooh, I like
it makes
that.
all the more sense now.
Oh, combo, yeah. On counter hit on that crouching heavy into the OD run, you get it. Wow, he just stuck out crouching medium punch. Level 3 available here, by the way. This should be enough.
Oh! No, not again. The big drop for the level 3 opportunity.
No.
Samurai now having this burnout scenario as YJK could be everything for Samurai.
Ah, there it is. Okay. Found a little low. Caught him standing up on that run cancel, and YJK cleans up what could have been a disastrous round, to be honest. Yeah.
Especially with the situation, Samurai just needed one bust out moment for critical art.
Right.
Oh, it would have been so scary. YJK keeping it close. This is exactly what we wanted, right? Going in from our top 16 yesterday, it was a couple of convincing games, but this time when it's first to 3, we got to keep it tight. More games, please.
Wow, that sweep again. Just blocks, jab, and sweep. It's really good. Her sweep's really solid. Run slide. First time we've seen that represented too. YJK trying some new stuff. Damn, the dunk.
Oh.
Yep. Every time you put a delay in there like that, Samurai's going to just do the ODDP as long as he's got the meter.
Oh, man, I thought that was within range as well, but still Samurai solid as a rock. Getting this solid whiff punish, hard to medium punch. But now the big drive impact against some of the normals that aren't cancelable, right? But not quite dead. Doesn't matter, right?
Chip. Yeah, I mean, Samurai could just do jab into whatever special move right there to get the chip. Bad spot for YJK. He had no meter for the drive impact counter either. That's why Samurai just let it rip. So set point here now. Samurai, pace change. Again, all kinds of offense. Yeah, look at this. Do not let Kimberly play the video game.
The slight drop back. Man, again, Samurai keeping that OS intact against the drive rush forward.
Yeah, it does cost you a lot of gauge, though. I mean, if you're YJK, you could just do it again and, let him do it. And then, yeah, he's burnt out, right? So.
Do you think it's too little, too late, though?
Who knows? It's hard to say. Okay, doesn't confirm in a level 2 or anything. The Samurai just let it rip at this point. I mean, position looks good for YJK. Overhead
sure
lands.
Does. Oh, it's gonna be a big confirming to level 3 soon.
Oh, and he was ready.
No way! You were gonna try that against Samurai? He was ready for that way beforehand.
Yeah, and the thing is that's the super is Corsical back, right? So it's pretty easy to buffer it while you're blocking, right?
That's
so
fair.
it's one of those things that you can just kind of crouch down, back, and then you're just ready for it. So I like the attempt, YJK trying to make some kind of offense happen there, but the adjustment from Samurai was good. A lot more offense, and then he was willing to just challenge every single drive rush with his own DP, right? He's like, okay, if you're going to leave a gap, I'm going to do it. So close set there, well played, and it's fun to see some Kimberly, obviously, a character that a lot of people are unsure of her overall power level. She's a really solid, fun character, I think, and she has a lot of really powerful merits, to
She
be
really
honest with you.
does. Yeah. We've talked about the potential offense, the infinite mixes she could put you in. Having the speed and power buff also could be everything for a Kimberly player. I mean, we've even seen it in the previews before our CPT today even started with Oniki as well as against Fujimura.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen the potential that she does have offensively.
Yeah, she's a really powerful character when she gets going, and she has a lot of really interesting, unique tools that other characters just don't, She's got some cool stuff that's Kimberly-only things, so it was cool to see her in this top 8. I'm sure you'll see this character. There's a lot of specialists on her, and she's always fun to watch, I think. And her mix-ups are just disgusting.
It's kind of nasty. I never would want to be on the receiving end of it, so thank God I'm not a player personally. So YJK, again, big ups to you, my man. You've been putting this character to work and also really showing off what's really good with Kimberly, and we appreciate that a lot. Samurai also getting a couple of steps closer to getting that wig that Rob TV was talking about earlier. So again, big ups to both of these NorCal representatives with a little asterisk on Samurai's name.
Yes, and NorCal. NorCenCal?
NorCenCal.
NorCenCal, yeah. That works out. So JB versus Samurai matchup, I feel like I've seen a million times. Going to be set up in losers now. We have Speed Kicks up against Nephew, our jury mirror for the next match, and winner plays Chris CCH, one of the favorites I think in this tournament, right? So that's going to be an interesting match that we'll see there. And Speed Kicks versus Nephew into Chris CCH is a brutal little grind right there between those three. That is a tough path to make it into that loser semis, into the losers finals for another shot at the winner of Reynolds and Snake Eyes in grand finals.
You know what the wild thing is? You never know what version of Speed Kick shows up to the door, right? I feel like he's been exponentially improving, and I do mean that, right? Every single stream that I've seen him play in, every single tournament, he's found different looks in certain matchups that I didn't think was possible, and I feel like he's one of those cats that you have to keep an eye out. Even if you've had historically a better record, which I think Nephew has against Speed Kicks, you never know what version of him shows up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, the first Street Fighter game he's taking seriously, and he is, in this top 8 playing against some of the best players and beating some of the best players in the country, right? He's one of those players that is exceptionally solid and really good, and he comes up with new stuff. When he loses, he's he'll tweet about it, okay, I am dying to this. This option is just beating me. How do I stop this? I need to come up with a new way to deal with this, 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 and this. And this is the kind of stuff I'm working on or workshopping or whatever. And he finds solutions consistently, right? I mean, he was like, I don't know what to do against zoning. This is really bad. And then the next week he plays against Knuckle Dude and beats him or whatever, right? Like he's, making those improvements and adjustments. And we do have a quote from Speedkicks, actually. We have his pre-match quote, "Nephew cooks me all day in rank, so I just want to win today because it'd be really fun."
And I'm glad it's not too serious, right? I do love this approach from both players. Actually, kind of have this type of mentality, right? It's just another day, right? Another tournament for both of these players. But again, there's so much on the line for our U.S. Canadian representatives here for the West Coast. But I do love this approach. They're very similar in a way in terms of like their game sense and intellect as to how they approach certain matchups and their practice routines and what they need to do.
They're very like smart players. They're very smart, crafty players who have like a lot of like, let me just find these correct little solutions to these things. They're both going to sit there and just grind out the best possible thing. So yeah, they're going to be fun to watch. I mean, it's a jury mirror. Obviously, this character is very popular, very strong. And it's funny that he says Nephew cooks him in rank because I feel like, Nephew in ranked is a demon. He's out there trying to get the MR for the YouTube, you know? So, like, that's why he's grinding like that.
He'll do some of the wonkiest stuff, but also it's how do you even stop it?
Yeah, I mean, at EVO, he went and played Wi-Fi, so that online, at EVO, so that he could get his #1 rank back while he was at an offline tournament in Las Vegas.
You do everything for the content,
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. That is a real content brain for sure. He could have been out in the clubs at Vegas or hanging out with people in the hall. Yeah.
No shot.
Definitely not.
Shot.
No, yeah. Takes his TI-83 with him everywhere. He's just fine. Doesn't have time.
It's on his cell phone now.
Yeah, true.
All right, so talking about that, fireball into drive rush, man, that is everything for jury players, I feel like. And it's been majority of the approach from both sides. You see that, like, at least 4 times over in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it is really common. Level 1? Oh, couldn't kill because he didn't spend a meter. Oh, but the block and punish. Nicely done, yeah. I mean, so much of this character is forcing with that really strong option. I mean, it's like, it sort of sounds linear, right? Oh, God. It's linear in that sense that we're like, she just do fireball into drive rush. Like, this is what she do. Like, this is the character. But, like, it's really strong, right?
It's very effective. Yeah, why wouldn't you do it?
Exactly. It's really hard to stop, so why she does it over and over.
Yeah, I don't see anything against it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A big counter conversion off of the crouching medium punch that leads to so much, right? That initial burst, getting rid of... I love him just holding the charge to get that extension because it also takes away drive gauge.
Exactly. Takes the setup here again. Oh, DP's should be a safe jump normally, but there speed kicks nice and clean with the anti-air.
I wonder what had happened to make it not a safe jump.
I don't know. Or maybe he's trying to fuzzy or something he's holding up.
Right.
Wow. That crossbow is very impressive. Nephew ready for it.
He's so good with those too, man.
Challenge from speed kicks though. Doesn't want to deal with the throw loop or the meteor or whatever pressure Nephew is trying to stick on.
Man, instantly stand jab after the drive rush into a back dash?
Back dash, yeah. I wonder what he's trying to bait. Yeah, interesting that he just committed like that.
Oh, and I love that solo approach. After the 2 crouching lights, I'm going to try to sneak in and walk forward against Nephew. Try to catch something going backwards, but no. Level 3.
Very nice.
Huge on the drive meter, right? Getting him into burnout, it's going to be everything.
Get the burnout, and obviously Jury very scary in this position too.
Oh, just right into it? That's how you feel?
Raw. Just says, why not? I'm just going to do it. I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? Like, speed kicks does level 1 there, and you live and get up and then drive impact him again. So, like, yeah, I mean, pretty fine risk, I think, for Nephew to take there.
If he had 2 meters stocked up, he would have had a legit fireball to drive rush on in and close the gap again and potentially do another drive impact.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of times taking those kinds of risks are perfectly fine, right?
Oh, yeah.
And there's some, like, I don't think you'll do it right away to it, too. You're like, no way you'll just do this in the first try.
Nephew, he will.
Yeah.
he'll definitely do it. Forward thrown out, dash up scenario. I like the attempt for the perfect parry from speed kicks, but overall the defense has been a lot sharper. Yes, sir. The bust out. I was waiting for that fireball to come out, and so is speed kicks.
Yeah, and that's one of those things you kind of have to do against Jury sometimes. Otherwise, she just spaces out fireball, loops you. Your level 1s don't work because, it's a projectile. So.
I'm loving this. Showing the parry looks a lot more often in this matchup against Nephew.
Ooh, try to check.
So scary.
Neither of them finding a clean hit there. Oh, wow, I'm surprised that fireball traded. Didn't just get stuffed by drive rush jab there, but speed kicks trying to make something happen here. Walk under anti-air gets the corner now.
That was the latest uppercut he could have asked for. Back conversion is there. Yes, just enough damage as well. I was kind of scared for a little bit because I didn't see a charge up, but then I saw the life left on speed kicks. I was like, all right, It's going to be a little close.
That was impressive. Yeah, I mean, normally you see like fireball into uppercut, but that was a really clean level 1 there from Nephew. He totally knew how much damage he needed and what was the right call.
Oh,
Counter hit conversion. Good block, too. Wow. That was a big bet. And speed kicks, like, you know, that was one of those things that I'm surprised Nephew was ready for. He was just walking back, I guess, so. Yeah, takes the route that does more drive gauge damage right there because speed kicks is so down on gauge and now going to be burnt out very soon.
I love this enemy. Attack on drive gauge?
Yeah.
It's so powerful. Oh, that's back throw. It's going to be a huge one. Man, I love that. Nephew immediately taking that risk with the OD uppercut. Speed kicks. He tried to parry. He tried to parry the approach with the fireball, but still a little bit off timing.
Yeah, I like that idea too. Nephew just dashing in behind it and taking the throw to kind of negate the option of parry. Very smart. I wonder if the dashing like pushed him away from the fireball too.
I think it did.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think it genuinely did.
I'll have to look at it again, but very impressive so far.
Ooh.
Speed Kicks' prediction looking pretty good.
Nephew is starting to cook up. Not necessarily in ranked, but you might as well treat it that way.
Yeah, he'd rather it be ranked. He wants the point.
Oh. I wonder what the MR difference is between these two, actually.
Good question. I don't know. Nephew has a ton, though. I know that for sure. And
Yeah.
so does Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes over 2K.
Damn, congrats.
Ooh, a little buffer right after. I like that. Speed Kick's trying to challenge a bit.
Oh, slightly expensive, at least for the Fuhajin storage.
Nephew backing off a bit. Yeah.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Great buffer. Just like backdash buffering super during it. Ready for it. Wow, wake up crushing medium punch.
Buttons?
Puts himself in burnout, though. Chip is a big factor. He just lets it rip because of the burnout. Says, what, are you going to level 1 me? Smart. Nephew's so crafty. I love that to try to negate the fireball and beat the approach from Speed Kick.
He's 2 steps ahead of him. Anything that Speed Kick gives him, he returns it tenfold.
Yeah, it really just feels like Nephew's ideas are like 1 interaction ahead each time, right?
Yeah. We get the feng shui. This is where we get a little bit of that setup we saw earlier. Speed Kicks, the safe jump.
Oh.
Again, that's a punish counter, so it's not a true safe jump.
Yeah, something's wrong there. Something's happening that's not so good. Fireball still approaching. Dissipates right on time. Oh, yeah, combo, so it wasn't going to slide even if it made it to the wall. Now you're stuck. This is checkmate. If he blocks a button, into the drive impact. Yeah. Not much you can do. We'll see level 2 probably for Nephew here is my guess.
No, not quite. He's saving. He's holding on to the meter. He has so much life ahead of him.
I like that attempted bait. Uh-oh, this time it caught the back dash.
That was wrong.
Yeah, and he didn't want to block it because he didn't want to get burned. This is actually going to be the kill here for Speed Kicks.
No bar spent on that.
Exactly.
Well, Speed Kicks, the full conversion, using the rest of that drive gauge, maximum utility for maximum efficiency. I love it.
Yeah, and Nephew, I think, didn't want to spend any meter there because of the big lead, but just got clipped a bunch of times. He was trying to run so he didn't get burnt out, and then Speed Kicks just clipped him a bunch of times in a row. Oh, right away.
That's a huge confirm for Nephew. It's
Yeah.
going to be enough for a burnout, though?
I think it's not quite, but even if it isn't, I mean, it's a pretty bad spot either way.
You said with the fireball, you could, right? Oh, not. Yeah, he went for it. I was going to say, possibly go for the fireball to almost guarantee the burnout because of the level 1 that Speed Kicks had. But he went for the meaty instead, and Speed Kicks responded in time. Back throw is huge.
And you try to walk back and bait that, actually, so a little lucky. And, man, that double dash throw working out again. Nephew, a throw won't kill, but, I'm surprised that didn't reach, actually. Big risk. Both of them so low here, and burnout a factor for both. All right, Nephew burns himself out, tries that dash throw again. This time Speed Kick's ready. Is it going to be like dash back dash next time is the question. And Nephew trying to wait for that drive gauge to come back. What a reaction! God. Nephew 3-0 over Speed Kicks, and a very impressive reaction to close things out. That's what he was buffering from full screen that whole time with no meter.
And that should have been like a big sign from Speed Kicks to kind of pump the brakes a little bit, or at least like walk him down instead of going for the green light go. Yeah, Nephew, man. He's so impressive. One of the biggest concerns I've had in this matchup in particular was that right there. Like, what is happening in his feng shui setup that is not allowing him to get the safe jump properly?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That's very weird.
I think there's been significant, significant changes in the matchup between those two, right? As soon as Nephew kind of stuffs out that level 2 attempt, it's been kind of detrimental to the rest of Speed Kick's game. Like, he doesn't get to solidify the life lead. He doesn't get to continue the corner pressure. And overall, he just wastes his meter.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there, actually. I'm very curious. Maybe I'll keep an eye out on the Twitters to see what everybody's saying. But I'm very curious about that. I don't know what's going on with that interaction. I mean, clearly, like, Nephew did it a bunch of times, which makes me think he knows something about that, right? There's something going on there. But, yeah, very interesting. So, well played there, Nephew. Cleans up. Speedkick says Nephew cooks me in ranked. It'd be funny if I win. You know, Nephew cleans up. He cooks most people if it makes you feel any better. But very impressive. Speedkick's getting top 8 in this bracket. You know, it's a tough little tournament. Cool to see him here playing. Since Nephew versus Chris CCH, a matchup I've seen like a million times, and JB versus Samurai, which is also a matchup I've seen a million times. So, you know, cool to see those two here, or those two matches here. Kind of matches you expect in this region and, you know, with these players in the bracket.
Right. And as we lose 2 more Warriors, it's not going to be the last we see of them, at least in the Capcom Pro Tour. There's still plenty of chances for them, as well as other players through the World Warrior that's been going on. Again, the Capcom Pro Tour, it's not the only way with these qualifiers to qualify into Capcom Cup 10 with the World Warrior regional events now currently available to sign up for. There are 26 different regions to look out for, which means 26 champions that could be into Capcom Cup, all competing for that grand prize of $1 million. That is huge. Head on over to CapcomProTour.com for all the information and all the eligible regions. And again, it is currently available to sign up, so you need to do it now instead of waiting for it later. And also, please read the fine print on the Start GG page as to when the times are happening, as well as time zones. I know time zones can be very, very tricky.
True.
I am susceptible to that all the time. I'm sure he is as well. But again, be a responsible player and make sure to check out the time zones and also the appropriate time as to when you should be playing.
Yeah, and everybody in this bracket, whether they, you know, whoever wins or whatever, they can still play in World Warrior as well. So you're going to see these players, they're going to be participating. 26 different champions means 26 of the qualifiers for Capcom Cup are coming for World Warrior. So that's a lot of people that are going to be in the Cup this year. So check them out. Watch your region's events. If you're like, I don't know where it's happening, there's like a lot of weeks left. So you have like a billion weeks to, you know, find out where the World Warrior is happening in your region and what's going on. So check out the website, of course. Our next match, yeah, it's down here, capcom.us/warrior23. Our next match we're going to have coming up, more losers bracket action. Obviously, we have that Chris versus Samurai match, which is looking extra juicy. Can't wait to see that one. Hopefully, you're all ready for it, too. We're going to take a short break and be back with losers bracket action here in our CPT Top 8 right after this.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh, yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know that we always have fresh food.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
Street Fighter 6.
Fighting is an art. And this is our canvas. Here, we flex our style, our passion, our creativity, our skills. We come here to break rules, to bend minds, to change the game. This is where we make an impression. This is where we make our masterpiece.
Fighter 6.
Available now.
Objection!
I am here with the one and only Alex Myers, one of the West Coast finest, one of North America's finest. What's going on with you, bro?
Thank you, brother. I'm trying to copy your hand placement. You know,
are
you're
you?
such a professional now. It's
Bro,
like,
it's nice when you got like hand cards and stuff like that. Outside of that, it's like, what do you do with your hands? Yeah, it's a little...
you got some good improv. That's good.
Yeah,
That's
thanks,
good.
brother.
Thank
I appreciate you. I'm liking that shirt, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
My man looking real little, you know what I'm
You
saying?
got that black and yellow?
I don't even think they can see the...
I know.
I don't even think they can see the hog, man. You know what I'm saying?
So
A little
clean.
something. Not too crazy.
Yeah.
But, you know...
You make $1 or $2?
Hey, now that reference crazy. All right, but yeah, bro. So, Street Fighter 6. Right now, stuff is going absolutely insane. $2 million prize pools and all that. But with 6, bro, like obviously back from 4 to now, the whole esports ecosystem completely changed. Like esports barely even existed back then versus now, especially for us in the fighting game community. So what's it like now seeing how this stuff is like blowing up, man?
I think that's cool. Like with the new game, there's a lot more interest and like the game's performing well, like almost 2 million sales. So companies see a good time to invest. So it's nice seeing like Dude got picked up, Punk just got picked up. I'm sure we'll see more people getting picked up. Hopefully me and you, once we take it more seriously again.
Your focus has shifted to other things. You're still nice in Street Fighter.
Yeah.
But you've actually which is one of the dopest things I've seen in the FGC so far. You've transitioned also into or expanded, I would say, into being like a manager.
I'm a manager.
Yes. Tell me about that.
It's cool. Like I've worked with Justin Wong. I've worked with some other big FGC people. I worked with some people I won't talk about quite yet. Like I use a lot of my knowledge from being an influencer or a player to apply it to like events and like sponsorships and stuff. So it's cool. It gives me time also to focus on this a little bit. Whereas like a regular 9 to 5, it's like it's hard to put the time in, So I went through that a bit. I worked my way up, and like luckily I have a bit more free time right now.
Okay, but when it comes to Street Fighter, playing in big events like the CPT West Online, for example, where is your head at? Is it like, yo, I'm going into this 100% to win? Or are you confident that you can win?
I'm confident I can win, but I'm not gonna like overly stress myself out. Like if I perform well, I perform well. I feel like when I put a lot of pressure on myself, it gives me too much anxiety. And then like I don't perform well. Like I've seen other people in the past, like say like a Sako, in the past when he's won majors, he does better when he's trying to have fun with the game. So I've been applying that mentality. Like whenever I'm like relaxed, like right now, I feel like I do well. Going into US West, I feel like I could win. I'm probably one of the favorites.
Alex Myers, men's must have been relaxed throughout most of his career because 99% of his opponents have gotten absolutely cooked, and that is why we know his name. Man always lives up to it. Always good talking to you, brother. And we have more CPT action coming at you right now. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. More top 8 action. Of course, we've had 4 of our matches so far, and plenty more to go. Sage M, joined by Vicious here. We have the U.S. and Canada West CPT action, and things have been really good so far. We have Snake Eyes Zangief versus Reynolds in our winners finals, and 4 people left in our loser side, which is what we're going to be jumping into next.
In case you guys have missed it, let's take a look at the bracket and how it all went down. Man, I will say this. If you did miss it, boy, you got to check out the VOD. Reynolds versus Chris CCH. That could have been all Chris.
Yeah.
But Reynolds pulled it out of nowhere, 3 straight against the 2 deficit. JB versus Snake Eyes, that could have gone either way initially, but Snake Eyes with full control, getting a 3-1 down below on the loser side. YJK versus Samurai, a classic showdown above SoCal. 3-2 in favor of Samurai. Speed Kicks and Nephew, however, that one was more, I feel like Speed Kicks knew what was coming. He had mentioned it earlier in his quote. Nephew cooks him all the time in ranked, but if he wins, it would be funny. It's all business right now for Nephew.
Yeah, that's how the bracket goes sometimes, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which player you are. So JB versus Samurai is our next match we're going to be having here, I believe. Should be a good one. And then Chris versus Nephew, actually, on our loser side. So interesting one. The Hamburglar versus the Rob TV Slayer. This guy, Samurai, had some gnarly words.
The Rob TV Slayer.
That was brutal, yeah. And you guys, I keep seeing people in the chat making fun of Rob's height or whatever with Alex Myers. People don't know Alex Myers is a giant. He's like 5'8". So when you see Rob in that, video, it's just Myers is really tall, right? Like that's all there is to it. What?
I could hear
hear him in the
laughing.
back.
I could hear him laughing.
No, Myers like 6'2". Okay, he's like 6'2". Yeah, I mean, he's a giant.
No,
human.
he's 5'8".
He's 5'8".
He's 6'2" on a good day.
On a good day.
That's the hair.
Depending
right?
on which.
I know specifically as a hair expert, he is definitely 6'2" with his hair.
Sure, 6'2" with his hair, like 5'10" without it or something.
Yeah,
That's
something
one of those.
like
He's got the
that,
big
yeah.
hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on which convenience store he walks into. In Metro City, they kind of size you up a bit. That's just
That's
how
fair.
it goes.
That is
All
fair.
those like people in the battle hubs walking around, like floating around with their oddly shaped limbs and stuff.
That's Myers.
Yeah, that's
And
just
Rob,
how
I
that's how he
guess,
floats through life.
depending on how you view it.
Yeah.
But hey, either way, taking a look at the matchup that we have ahead of us, JB versus Samurai, an absolute classic in the previous installation of the game. In this current atmosphere, I don't believe I've seen them interact as much, at least in regards
Right.
to Rashid versus Luke.
That's the big one, right? So, like, sure, obviously we saw JB in a lot of tournaments playing Jamie before Rashid came out, but in this version of the game, it's kind of like reset, right? It's a brand new character that he's trying out here. So even if he was favorable against someone before, or even if he lost to them before, it's a whole new character, and it's like the matchup's completely different between them two. So it's very interesting to see how this is going to shape up. I mean, his match with Snake Eyes, as we mentioned, was pretty close. It was 3-1, and obviously came down to like Snake Eyes did jump into level 3, and like
The classic.
if JB
and
jumps
he didn't do that until the very end of it, right?
Right.
So there was a lot of conditioning that had happened prior, so it's very
Yeah.
tricky. However, in this stage of the game, at least with Luke, I feel like a lot of people have had a very, very solid handle
Right.
on the character like Luke. Now, I will chalk it up to perhaps maybe not being used to a lot of like Zangief's tactics, and especially under the hands of Snake Eyes, it could be a whole different story as to
For
what
sure.
to expect. But I feel like Luke can be a little bit more linear in terms of what to expect offensively.
Yeah, and I'm curious about how this is played in neutral from both of them,
Right.
for sure. Because obviously Luke's Fireball does not go full screen, and then if you're full screen with Rashid, you can establish a bit. So Samurai is going to have to keep up a little bit of chasing to prevent that from being a factor. But I think, wow,
Damn.
interesting start. Yeah, for matchups where like he can establish a neutral with whirlwind shot from full screen, it's pretty good for Rashid generally. Wow, no punish on that. That is
There
huge.
might have been an attempt from Samurai to do parry into like, drive rush. but, you know,
Yeah. I like that JB just did it again. He's like, do you know how to punish this? Like, he had to do a little check, just to see. Oh, perfect parry after the minus frames there.
You love to see that too. I wonder if he could have gotten an extension off of that to at least set up for like maybe like a cyclone or something.
Yeah. Combo off the medium Arabian Cyclone there.
That's
Ooh.
so tricky.
Got him overhead. He literally yells, mix up, and he still hits you. Heavy mixer on the backdash. And he
Oh, the uppercut he had to do it. Samurai now at the tail end, at least towards the corner, has a burnout going on for him as well. JB gets to close the gap immediately. I wondered if he was maybe thinking of doing the mix-up with Samurai 2 steps ahead. Ugh.
That was so smart right there. JB trying to reset into the whirlwind shot on hit, and then Samurai just ready with the level 1. But this is going to be a little weird here. We see the full screen fireball, and then notice he doesn't go for the mixer. He tries to jump and meet Samurai in the air. Level 2.
You can't get rid of the durability that way.
Yeah.
Not in this game. That was tricky. I don't know if it actually switches sides like that. I think maybe Samurai might have just walked into it.
Yeah, I don't know if Rashid can steal the corner with jump like that. I mean, most characters can't, right? That's how it works in this game, so I'm not sure if there's something different about the jump from the level 2.
I actually haven't been able to test that out when he gets the enhanced jump over. Is he able to jump out of the corner again, right? Did he get to do that? Like, how he gets to
I'm not
jump off the
sure.
wall?
I'm not sure if it lets him steal the corner. That's a good question. But he can like roll through you or do other stuff,
Yeah.
right? If you want to take the cross up. Interesting though that we see JB doing a lot of like kind of unorthodox approaches, like lots of drive rush and like weird stuff trying to throw off Samurai and neutral. I don't think he wants this to be played kind of slow and steady here.
Whoa.
Try to bait a DP there, doesn't find it. +1 off that, so takes the jab into the tick throw.
Nailed that. Just still pursuing offense immediately after the throw. Just dashing up, trying to close the gap, and now it's going to be Samurai readjusting for mid position. It's going to be pretty important too, because JB now he's throwing out a couple of normals that are pretty far out there. Man, that gets stuffed out. No matter if it was like roundhouse or even jump fierce, those normals are going to be clipping a lot of other normals trying to anti-air.
Yeah, that is a unique problem for Rashid in this matchup. He is really not good against this character or Ken's jump-ins, right? Like his traditional anti-airs are not super strong against against them. He cannot heavy mixer them very consistently. It's kind of hard for him to do. So, his normal anti-airs get stuffed a lot. Even his OD mixer can get stuffed depending on the timing. Yeah.
I've seen Big Bird post a tweet about that. He's like, "Come on, man! I had the right call. I did the right thing."
Yeety, that was cool. I like that little setup. And one hit could do it now. There's level 3 available for Rashid. So.
Ooh.
No spin on the meter from Samurai. Kind of surprised about that, actually.
Yeah, you would think you'd want to get closer to checkmate. You would have gotten a lot of damage off of that. Pretty close to burnout as well. And speaking of close to burnout, Samurai now
Puts himself in burnout action. I wonder if we'll see the level 2 or not from JB. Very interesting.
Oh,
big
that could have
jump.
been an uppercut. No, JB. That could have been a little bit more too.
Oh, got to be a level 2 now because chip is such a big problem. I imagine you could just kick it at
Kick
Samurai. Yeah, and get the chip. That'll do it. Very smart there from JB. I like the caution about how he did that too.
Yeah, if there was any sort of gap, you know for sure Samurai was churning that butter. He was getting ready for that level 3 bust out.
Oh yeah, wow, he tried full screen drive rush overhead. I like that.
Spike!
Spike. Right into the corner, +1. His crouching and standing medium punch are plus Rashid's, so it doesn't matter which one he does.
Oh, I didn't know his crouching was also. I thought it was just like if you hit it meaty enough when they're blocking. Oh, okay. Or like towards the tail end of it, I should say, yeah.
Yeah. From my memory, they're both +1. Cool.
Interesting.
Oh, the second hits, yeah. That is the problem with those multi-hitting moves sometimes. And I like that he does the medium cyclone after. There's a lot of hits where he can do...
Oh, that was sneaky.
Yeah, there's a lot of knockdowns where he gets like medium or light Arabian Cyclone meaties that are +1 block, which is really nice for him too.
Oh, and the overhead. That was so tricky because it was kind of delayed, right? He could have gone for a low just as easily.
Yeah. Oh, that was
right there.
meaty.
You love to see that. That frame kill was expert level.
Yeah, very cool combo. And then just this time goes for the throw, right? Seeing if Samurai's awake. I like that tech. Side swap.
Switch. The mana.
You whiff that light kick for the timing after so you can get the throw.
That was so far and still able to link it. That was crazy. After the low short in the drive rush, getting the low forward confirm. JB getting another round on the board. That level 3 is more than enough. That's one of the cooler level 3s if you ask me.
Yeah, he gets his standing heavy into the medium Arabian Cyclone into the level 3, which is what he saw there. He's been doing that a lot though. The drive rush, crouching light kick, link into the crouching medium kick. It's been like his main approach tool. He was doing that a lot earlier against Snake, although a little less because, you know, Zengi's scary, but...
Zengi's scary.
He's scary. He's right, man. Oh, very close. Yeah, that's a punish. Little too close for Samurai. Oh, he tried double Cyclone.
I love that for Samurai too. Realizing the error of not being able to defend against it. That was a great counter poke. That crouching medium punch just leads to so much as well. Oki situation. JB just backs off. Very smart. The low forward does clip against Samurai. Now stuck in this corner. What do you do? Very important tech for Samurai. But how does he bust out? He doesn't. Instead, he gets clipped. Punish counter against the Fierce against Luke.
Oh, and there's a little gap there. So Samurai finds it, and that should be the kill. Gets the perfect knuckle too. And yeah, the hit that he did before that too, I like that he counter hit confirmed the crouching medium punch drive rush. So Samurai trying to squeeze out all that extra damage. Oh, try an accident there. Yeah.
Hey, didn't pay too much out of it, honestly. JB could set up for a start here. No, he goes for the drive rush. He's still trying to get a better situation to let that tornado rip. He's looking for at least one more knockdown, I'd imagine, before he lets it happen.
I like the drive reversal. Good trade and resources. Make out low.
Tricky man. That was the air throw to whiff on him.
Backing up. Yeah, sets up here. Dashing in for the throw. Let's see what he's got this time. Oh, he went for the overhead and he gets thrown out of it. Tornado. He still has the enhanced jump. Yeah. Try to get out of the corner with it, but Samurai, good to just jump back and let him kind of hold that space.
You're looking for it, right? Yeah, Samurai does get the cross cut, but that's a minor fee to pay for JB to get himself out of hard pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he got out of the corner and only ate a DP. Not so bad.
Not bad at all, yeah. Having that life lead is everything for JB. Still trying to regain some of his meter back, but it's Samurai. He understands the situation, so he's the one that's trying to pursue and trying to get this burnout ASAP.
Yeah, JB has been doing a whole lot of nothing. I mean, he's honestly just waiting for the drive gauge to come back, which he's about to be burnt out, right? Oh, that's why he jumps. He finds the hit. He has level 1. That'll do it. Wow, very well played. I mean, you know, Samurai, he's chasing. He's trying to get rid of the drive gauge. I totally get it. And just that clean jump over to set up. Set point now for JB.
Yeah, the psychology behind it, both players understood what the reasoning was behind each other's actions. So again, JB just steps ahead. A little bit, actually. Just like a one step ahead against that fireball lead from Samurai. Forward throw. JB, again, at the deficit, not only in life, but also in the drive gauge. So we're going to see a little bit of passiveness from JB and looking to react to whatever it is Samurai's going to throw at him.
He's been playing so loosey-goosey, too. Like, a lot of just drive rush, you know, jump and stuff. Yeah, look at the dashing, the movement. He's just trying to play a little untraditional and unorthodox and throw off Samurai, which works out for the hit. Overhead, yeah, he saw it last time. Blocks it correctly. It rolls in for plus frames.
And this is the moment for JB to initiate that offense. We might have seen an attempt. There's the drive rush first. Initially, he was kind of looking for it, but it was just the parry. Now Samurai gets the forward throw. That's an excellent block on the overhead, but he still gets to take his turn. He wasn't ready for it. Hey, that's the That's the same way that Samurai got himself into the position in from top 16 until now.
Yeah, let it rip. Get the kill on that. Very nice. Samurai, you know, despite JB trying to make it look a little awkward, unorthodox and neutral, just lets a little drive impact rip. And that was it. I mean, it was scary too because if he was wrong about that and there was counter DI, you know, Rashid can side swap very easily. He just does the cartwheel, rolls out, he gets tar combo or like medium punch into whatever he wants to do, heavy kick after. Pretty bad for you, so you got to be very careful about that.
Looking at the drive gauge deficit of JB, again, it's one of those situations where he's trying to make a read on Samurai, still consistent with the uppercut anti-air, and Samurai is looking to walk forward towards JB, and very tricky stuff. After that enhanced whirlwind that was just sitting there, was able to use that movement to whiff punish against Samurai. That roundhouse is that's pretty good, man. It covers a lot of ground and also counter hit. Gets a link off in the crouching jab.
Ooh, and that's a big punish. That's the kill, actually. It's, oh, but he drops.
Oh, no.
Huge chance now for JB. Overhead lands, and it was counter hit actually too. So Samurai tried something. Maybe throw button. Uh-oh, bad spot real early here. Level 2 available, and no check. The DI lets it rip. Kill for JB. Set point again.
Oh, that was kind of scary.
Yeah,
Samurai had it. He actually had it. He just dropped the game-winning combo.
Yeah, that is a rough one for sure. This time keeps it tight. Triple jab. Doesn't go for any kind of throw bait like last time.
Fierce still within range after that back throw, the roundhouse and rebuttal. JB just trying to create that space in order for him to jump out again. Eats the crosscut DP. That's not bad at all for JB.
Nope.
Does have a slight deficit, but all things considered, Samurai no longer gets to have that pressure in the corner, which is everything. Set up the Isar, push Samurai into the corner little by little. I like this approach from JB now.
Oh, I love that choice to drive impact with the tornado there, and then get the enhanced mixer afterward. Very cool. Oh, he let it rip again this time. Samurai ready for it. He can burn him out here if he spends any kind of super gauge. Doesn't choose to, though. Tries to bait the throw. Oh, my. Oh, in the front?
Still on the same side.
That was tricky. Little bait there from JB, too, off the drive rush jab.
I think a single hit from... Ooh, I was going to say a single hit could close it out for Samurai. Still lands the throw. JB, he's stuck in this corner. Sets up the whirlwind. No way! That actually hit. Hey, that's not too bad.
Wow, I'm surprised that stayed in the front, too. That was cool. It didn't get the side swap because it hit so far. That's a cool little setup from JB, though. Spent some super gauge. And if you see that as Samurai, you're like, uh-oh. That might make you...
I can't jump back anymore?
Yeah, it might make you second-guess your choice there.
At least we know it's not the full animation of the Super Rashid kick.
Yes.
That's pretty important.
He just gets the kick. It's not very super.
It's just kick, yeah.
Or Rashid. Oh, interesting. You try to roll cartwheel and then maybe hop to get out of there, get the side swap from super far. Oh. Could have been a punish on that throw whip. No anti-air. Again, I think a little afraid of challenging Luke's jumping heavy punch.
That's fair. That's totally fair, right?
Yeah.
Samurai, he was moving in such a way that he was anticipating the jump out. So Samurai, JB really picking the spots and moments to just eat the uppercut instead.
Oh, drive reversal again. Good trade in resources for Rashid here. It's 2 versus 3, right? So
oh, help! He called it out. Hey, again, that's actually perfect for JB. He just gets the regular kick. No side swap on that. Triple crouch, medium punch. Meaty enough. Look at the damage. More so the pressure.
Oh,
get out of there. That could have been big.
Oh, and he puts himself in burnout now. This has got to be so good for JB. He has level 1 available, too, if there's any kind of charge knuckles shenanigans again. Now he has drive gauge. Ooh, he could have drive impacted that, except the level 3 is there, so that's the bait from Samurai. Don't! Oh my god, that was so scary. Yeah, you cannot drive impact that back. Otherwise, he'll just cancel in a level 3.
That's right.
Chip's a problem, although he's out of burnout now.
Oh, a single touch for JB.
18 seconds on the clock, too. So
I've seen this movie before, Steve.
He can grind it out. They both have full drive gauge. He initiates. JB just going to block it out. Yeah, he's just waiting. He's got the time. The overhead hits. That's the kill just like that for Samurai.
What'd I tell you, Jam? What'd I tell you? As soon as I said I've seen this movie before, what'd I do? I looked you right in the eyes, didn't I?
Yeah, it was time. He was ready. 2 apiece here.
How does he know?
I don't know.
How is he so clutch?
And you can feel it like...
This Samurai don't miss.
No.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
That's true. Samurai, very, very clutch in that to clean up. And the impressive thing, too, is JB, right? You know, he wanted to just, like, tighten up the defense. Do nothing, right? And that was to his detriment there. A lot of times, that's the right choice.
Didn't even show him a look against the drive gauge, right?
No.
I don't know if you're actually able to OD spinning mixer in between that.
Yeah, if there's a gap, you will be able to. So.
Right.
he just didn't risk it. He just blocked. He's like, I don't want to do anything that is going to get me in any kind of trouble here. Play it nice and safe.
Oh. Yeah, because I don't know if it would be like iffy, like trying to utilize that OS because of how the OD spinning mixer works.
Neutral jump, no anti-air, and he gets the counter hit, but miss combo.
How often have we seen double with cheese, man? That's all we're seeing right now. We're seeing a lot of drop combos from both ends.
Yeah. Does he jump back again? This time he just does the clean jump in, plus on this, and the drive impact. He gets good damage off this too.
I always forget that's a thing. The little hop.
Yeah, jumping heavy punch. The little hop off of it. Jumping down heavy. Plus frames again. Ooh, caught the backdash.
Something that you saw. Can't get rid of it like you could in 5.
The reaction on the jump back, he was buffering. Oh, what? I think JB thought he was dead too. He wasn't moving at first there. Uh-oh. Trying to back up the jump in. It's going to trade. Yeah, it would have traded if he wasn't dead there. Oh, brutal.
That's crazy. This is the coolest thing ever. we rarely get to see Rashid's played out in this level.
Yeah, this
and
is
some of these interactions are new.
It's been so fun to watch so far too. So, drive rush works out. Meaty jab baits the throw. Didn't get the punish that time though. Oh, and the anti-air got stuck.
You see it. You saw him buffering too. You saw the movement coming in from JB, but just a little bit too late. But to be fair, man, that jumping heavy punch just reaches so far down.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Air to air works out this time. Drive reversal from Samurai to reset the position.
So solid, so sturdy. Samurai just keeping the dream alive. You know,
oh,
JB
no.
again getting stuffed out, jumping heavy punch. That was the case right there. Murder was the case.
Spend meter on an invincible move to lose to an anti-air reaction. That is brutal.
That feels bad.
Does not feel great. Yeah, level 2 available. Oh, lands the hit too. This is big.
You set up
nothing.
What is happening?
Oh, I don't know. Level 2 out though. JB just waiting here. Kicks it in, goes low, but the parry negates it anyway. Jump in. Not enough on the dunk.
The duff afterwards, the Sean uppercut. Oh, he's trying to drive impact. To see a reaction from JB, he can't afford to drive impact back.
Right, he just doesn't have the life. Spends all his drive gauge, pushes him into the corner here.
Don't get yourself in burnout though.
We let it rip, it just hits! Samurai with no reaction. It should be enough to kill. It's enough.
Jesus, these guys are clutch. JB, the long distance call against the drive impact.
Yeah, and I mean, he had no life either, so if Samurai hit a jab into that, that would have done it, but, you know, you're just so far away.
True. Yeah. That's actually very, very true. Doesn't matter if it trades off. It would have been great for Samurai.
Ooh, scary there, too. Most people in the middle of the screen, you know, not normally looking for drive impact, so no counter from JB. Jab check. Plus. Oh, and he just a late DP. He had already gotten hit by the jab.
He's backing away. He's letting his drive gauge replenish, but also, yeah, he's looking for a moment to catch JB off guard. Gets the throw. Does it again. He could go for a third, but this is where the tricky part is. Yeah, the backdash from JB. He had the correct read.
Face out heavy kick on that, too. That was one of the first, like, pressure sequences we've seen from Samurai, honestly. Like, a lot of it's just been him reactive play to JB so far. Is there a jump back again? Overhead off it. Base the throw, goes low. He's going to combo off this. Yeah, neutral jump setup. Good block from Samurai, and you see JB just respecting it, backing off a little bit before he drive rushed in.
Oh, this back throw could be so huge. It could be a big upswing for Samurai. Does have a level 3, so a single hit confirmed can kill.
Jump back. This should be the kill with double drive rush. That's enough. JB staying alive in a scrappy little set that felt like, honestly, it could have gone either way the whole time.
Banking on JB, sitting still in that moment, Samurai went for the overhead again. That's what clutched it out for him initially when he was about to face defeat. And again, you know, going to that well the second time, I don't blame him for it. I don't blame him for it.
Yeah, and I mean, just neutral jumping in the corner like that, you know, it's not something you see all the time from a lot of characters, but with Rashid, you can always threaten wall jump, which is pretty important. And it got a lot of mileage for JB. I think jumping back in the corner is really powerful for that reason, right? Because your character has additional movement options to just get you out. So, man, that was close. That was, like, really, really close of a set. And, I mean, it could have been 3-1 JB, obviously, right? But we just saw this, like, clutch moment from Samurai to clean it up. Honestly, it was clutch. Could have been 3-0. And then he clutched up this game, he clutched up the next game, and then couldn't clutch that final one. So, impressive stuff, though, from Samurai, despite being in a pretty bad spot for most of the set.
Impressive from both ends, man. That was a matchup that I rarely get to see in ranked, in tournaments, and there's been tournaments every single day, but I feel like we rarely get to see Rashid versus Luke. And some of these interactions, man, it was beautiful. So beautiful to watch.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that that roll and then the level 1 to catch the jump back. Pretty good usage there. That overhead clutch that we saw. Very nicely done.
Oh, man, but also this interaction was so sick. I thought it would go into like animation or something, but it was just barely off of the third hit.
Exactly. And man, it's impressive work from JB to recognize it too and then go in afterwards, gets the kill in that last game or that last round to force it to a final round here. The neutral jump, double drive rush confirm, easy peasy. That was a close one though. It was a really fun one to watch. So JB, all that work and effort now in top 4 of the bracket, up against the winner of Chris CCH and Nephew.
Oh, this one's going to be kind of stinky, right? These guys face off against each other more often than not even just in 5, but also in the realm of Street Fighter 6. So Chris CCH, I think he's going to be sticking with Ken. Like, there's no doubt, right? He has to be doing Ken versus Jury in this.
Cannot imagine we see JP versus Jury, right? Probably not a matchup you want to play there, so we'll see it. There's these two. They've been like 2 of the most consistent players on the West Coast the last game, obviously in this game too. Been playing very well, playing early here in this losers bracket. So I'm excited to watch this one. 2 very common, very popular, very strong characters on 2 of the best players in the region. So it's going to be, you know, scrappy, I'm guessing, like a lot of the matches we've seen today. Nephew, I think a big fan of that force playstyle, right? He wants to get that fireball out on the screen, drive rush, go in, make it happen. And Chris, on the other hand, going to be trying to answer with his own stuff to deal with it.
Yeah, he won't be able to get around. I won't be able to say he can't use the fireball as freely as he did before, unless there's like a significant gap between the two, because I have seen plenty of Kens kind of use the Dragon Lash against the Jury fireball setup. And if you drive rush into that, well, you're paying 1 bar to get kicked in the face. That does not feel good.
Yeah, and if you get counter hit Dragon Lash, you just, you know,
that feels
that's the whole
awful.
screen. Yeah, you can just get corner carry all the way across, and you're just like, what's up? I'm here now.
So I kind of want to see what the strategy is going to be like for Nephew. If he's going to be the one that's going to be bulldogging first, if he's going to use meter for it early without the fireball or not, or if it's going to be Chris CCH, right? Obviously, Ken, I think, has like the a fireball that's just as good, if not better.
His fireball is really solid. I mean, throwing OD fireball into drive rush was like, why not, right?
That feels good.
Pretty solid, yeah. It costs the same as doing a drive rush off a normal, except you just get to like travel 80% of the screen and just be like, what's up? I have a shield in front of me.
What are you going to do about it?
I beat your fireball against a lot of the other characters, right? It's a pretty solid little way to approach. So we'll have to see. He didn't do that too much against JP, obviously. I don't think it's like, you know, a match where you do that as much as some of the others, maybe. Yeah, but we'll have to see. I mean, it's going to be a good one, I think, either way. Scrappy, good, strong characters, really, really solid players. Looks like they're already into it.
Last I checked, didn't they play each other over at ICFC this past week?
You might be right.
I could have sworn I've seen it.
I've seen maybe 18 tournaments in the last 6 days.
It's hard to call, so that question could go over like everybody's heads, really. It's like, yeah, you could just say yes and guess and still be right.
Yeah, I don't remember is the actual answer. It could probably.
It was a very tiring day for all of us. Justin Wong was carrying that broadcast, I will admit that. Let's go, Justin! Let's go, Justin.
Good trade there for Nephew, and that'll be close, not quite the splat. It was a little
great reaction, back throw for Chris CCH against the DI, man. Also covering his tracks with the sweep. He's like, just in case, I'm going to throw out the standing light kick buffer.
Nice bait. He just got drive gauge back, too, so he can go for this. Jinrai misses the loop.
Not like this.
That is tough. It's a tight little link.
The crosscut DP, Chris CCH. Not too shy with his meter as soon as he got it back. Once he saw that opening, he's like, you know what, I might as well use it. Keep on bullying Nephew. And speaking of bullying Nephew, he's doing so right now. That barely missed the mark. I did see the counter hook from crouching medium punch, but Nephew just in time to get the punish against it.
Yeah, a little early on that. Ooh, a little late that time. Yeah, just the unfortunate reality of trying to check those drive rushes.
Dash up again. You saw the counter hit? Yes, sir. Chris CCH getting a gang of damage. That's the round for Nephew. And look at this. Full bar on both ends. Level 3s. Ken and Jory can be very explosive off of a single hit. I'd imagine. There it is. Does get the successful check against the drive rush. Opting for the corner positioning instead of the damage. Immediately making the read against the throw. And there's the level 3 as expected. But it was off. It was completely off from Nephew with a big drop.
Yeah, that is a lot of resources down the table. I mean, you're just, yeah, it fixes your drive gauge every time. So that's going to be a huge swing if we see Chris get an opportunity to spend that gauge.
He's got to do it. He's got to do it sooner rather than later. That burnout is coming up closer than we think. Oh, that could have been so sneaky. I don't know if that's confirmable still. That crouch, the overhead into level 3.
I don't know. Yeah, I've said I just do it. So, speaking of confirms, low medium kick fireball. finds the mark. Chris CCH is going to clean up this first game. That's an unfortunate drop from Nephew, though. I got to say that. That is rough.
Yeah, we talk about those sequences a lot, right? I think spending it early in the current meta is totally worth it, right?
Sure.
You have the drive gauge advantage. You have a significant life lead. It doesn't really matter about positioning. You still have such a daunting lead.
Right. Oh, I just noticed those overlays. I was going to say we can get that fixed. Yeah, 1-0 for Chris there. Oh, I like that little buffer with the light kick.
Covering your tracks after the roundhouse.
Yeah, just in case they're trying to poke after something a little too slow. And slow and steady here. That does mean Nephew's drive gauge is coming back, but Chris is just waiting for the drive rush, so.
That's totally fine for Chris. As soon as he actually walked up, Nephew initiated that drive rush and firing right back. Chris CCH, starting with the Gen Y. Nephew, man, that drive gauge is looking real bad. And I like that. Put himself into burnout, but succeeds with the OD uppercut. That's super important. Now Chris CCH on the back end, or so we thought. Now he's just going all in. He found that one knockdown off of the sweep. It's his turn to play.
Yeah, I like that he didn't go for the drive impact right away. Big hit confirmed there. Nephew, not quite enough to kill, but very close. Oh, now he's going to force. Yeah. Oh, he had the hit, but he didn't believe, and then he lets it go. Oh, nicely done from Nephew.
So risky, too, with the OD uppercut, man.
Oh, yeah.
Big risk, big reward for sure. The drive rush on in there. Chris CCH not opting to go for any sort of counter pokes, which is kind of scary, man. I got to say, like, he's been 50-50 thus far and trying to catch it. But, man, that throw gets blown up by the level 1.
Does it again. I'm, willing to take those risks on defense. We've seen Nephew do a lot of reversals so far. Walk up, jab check, trying to find some kind of mark, but Nephew just blocked it out this time, didn't go for it. No level 3 spin on that.
Oh, the overhead, being able to link off of the card, or standing medium punch, excuse me.
Right.
And now Nephew, he's looking to attack that gauge.
Well, he tried the Dragon
that was
Lash
an
over.
attempt.
Didn't quite get it in time, though. Bad spot for Chris.
Or so we thought. A low forward, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in regards to really obnoxious normals. That is for certain. Look at the damage incoming. Sit down and shut up.
Yeah, you're like 80% of the screen away and you get hit by a crouching medium kick. You're like, okay, my bad. Ready. He was so ready for that, actually. Oh, man. Nephew just sitting there, biding his time until you do the Dragon Lash, because the move is so good. It's a $1 million move, to be honest with you. So I'm not surprised. Chris tried it, and Nephew wasn't either.
Oh. Hey. Classic. All right. So, again, Nephew. Oh, I was going to say, taking the time to throw that fireball, he was going to stalk up first and then initiate. But Chris CCH, he was looking for that approach the entire time.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because Nephew could have just not gotten hit. But, yeah, he was already doing parry drive rush, and he's committed.
He could have snuck in another stock if he wanted to.
Right.
Oh, the backdash read, but not in time to get a back throw herself. Interesting.
Nice. Crouch combo here for Chris. Double jab into the link. Oh, missed the Jinrai, yeah. And he could have killed off that jab. Just a couple of missed confirms, but easy to drop in tournament.
Still securing that round, pretty important to standing roundhouse. You see Nephew how he's like backing off out of that. The counter poke against the drive rush is successful. That's the crouching medium punch too, a little bit faster than the crouching medium kick attempt. So I do like that look, Nephew with a bust out.
Ooh, no cross cut, but spends the bar. So in burnout early, but you have all the screen space to work with. Oh, I wonder if that was an attempt to bait it actually, just doing shallow Dragon Lash. I like that. Yeah, I like that. And that'll do it. Sometimes you just get lost in the sauce of those Jinrais, right? Like you get hit by 1 or 2, and then you try to hit a button or move or dash or whatever, and you get hit by another one, and suddenly it's 2-1 Chris.
I looked over at you to agree with the sentiment of the Dragon Lash being a bait. Next thing I know, he's getting level 3'd in the face.
Yeah, pretty tough times. I mean, like crouching medium kick Dragon Lash is one of those things that like you think to yourselves like, oh, it's probably only good at like lower levels or like it's good all the way up in the best the best spots in the game. It's like really strong actually. It's a really good option because what are you gonna do after? If you have a reversal, you can try to reversal, but then that costs you meter every time, and the damage is not that high. You can try to parry the follow up, but then if he does nothing, sometimes you get hit. Yeah. Then you like try to parry for the low, and then you let go of parry, and he does the overhead, and it catches you, and it's like punish counter recovery, and then that kind of stuff happens. It's a pretty solid little move.
Yeah, if you were to like kind of lab it out, there is a kind of way for certain Jinrai kicks, right? If you were to press the button at the time or a little bit later as the light kick ender comes out and you're crouching, watching, you could technically stuff out the medium kick attempts.
Sure,
That'll
yeah.
get you that punish counter. But most of the time, if you have that uppercut, I think it's much wiser to do it that way. Unless it's the roundhouse version, which can be kind of tricky, right? There's a little bit of a startup, a little bit of a wind up on the roundhouse version, but it becomes a true block string if he goes for the low ender.
Right. Yeah. So there's like ways to deal with it. I'm sure a lot of people have looked into it and like tried to deal with it. There's a lot of like different variables, as you mentioned. Like almost every time I've checked it, I've been like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do. You come up with all these different solutions, but in a match,
In a tournament, it's like, what do I do again? Yeah,
and you have to make a guess. You have to make a guess about what it is, right? You know, it's not guaranteed what the Ken player is going to do, so you got to like look at the scenario and figure out what's going on there. So obviously, well done there. I wonder if we're seeing a change from Nephew or something, right? He does play a lot of other characters, but I guess we'll have to see. I doubt it.
Sure if he would do it at this stage. I think it was just
Yeah.
a reassessment of the situation. Chris CCH.
Checking if he had an Ethernet cable or not.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
fair.
Making sure, confirming.
I'm waiting for the YouTube video as we speak. I don't even know how long that video was. Anyways, Chris CCH does manage to get the full conversion. Man, OD uppercut. And I thought that was going to be closer to the corner than than what's currently on the screen. I thought CCH was able to kind of get that carry already, but Nephew still has a lot of estate behind him.
And just waiting now, too, for that drive gauge to come back. Just chilling. Then he commits to the drive rush, but good little challenge right there from Chris. Doing a good job, I think, slowing the pace that Nephew wants to play down, which is very important against... Oh, he tried it. He does that a lot. He's a really big fan of parry right into immediate DP.
I'm surprised Nephew didn't go for like a dash under kind of like side switch scenario.
Yeah, interesting. Both burn out.
Oh, that's just unfortunate timing. Chris CCH, I don't know what that was, but that's a startup of perhaps a Jinrai or like maybe like a Dragon Lash?
Dragon Lash, maybe? Yeah. There's something. A special move startup got stuff there. Walking up, snapping out that heavy kick, trying to find some kind of flinch maybe from Nephew. Oh, second hit, nice. Great confirm on that.
And it's very tricky too. Most of the time you kind of see Ken players stop after the initial or standing medium punch is blocked, right?
Right.
Going for that full target combo though, man, you have to have a keen eye to get that confirmed. Chris CCH definitely suitable for that job, and Nephew gets the light confirmed. Man, the level 1 busts out from Chris CCH. I appreciate it.
Gives you a side swap too, which is really good.
Oh.
Not a bad trade for Nephew, actually. Made it out of the corner.
And we're seeing a lot more offensive looks coming from Chris CCH, but it does put him in burnout. Nephew has 1 bar left. You could expect a drive gauge, right, coming through, but not if these fireballs are in the way. So this is the first time we've really seen Chris CCH try to put a dampen on Nephew's offense with these fireballs thus far.
Yeah, he was swinging in neutral there for a second. Gets the knockdown. This is going to buy him time until his drive gauge is back. Yeah, of course. He tries to initiate right after. And now we're going to see it too, like fireball or drive rush. He's trying to bait something there from Nephew. Couldn't get the reaction. You see drive rush throw trying to catch something, but Nephew doesn't bite.
Not at all. This guy's a robot.
Very smart. I think he just recognized that Chris was not going to commit all the way and was like, okay, I'm not going to take the bait.
Damn, this is what I'm talking about, man. Let the matches go down to the wire. 2-2 again on the loser side. That's what I'm talking about.
Walk back check. So far, Chris just going to block it out in mid-range, and no check on that drive rush. Just waits it out.
Oh, man. That walk back was everything to set himself up for the whiff punish as well. Chris CCH finds himself in the corner, but still throwing out these fireballs. And that close of a range, I wouldn't be surprised if Nephew checks it with a DI.
And that, again, same kind of trade we saw earlier. Very good for Jure here. Gets to keep the corner. Delayed throw that time from Nephew in case there was DP. Does have level 1, doesn't choose to spend it. Delayed throw again, so something that Nephew does a lot. You see dashes up, and it looks like he's just doing a throw loop, but sometimes he'll delay the throw slightly just in case there's a DP.
Oh, that jump timing. He reacted to the fireball appropriately. Nephew looking to keep Chris CCH in the corner, but he was waiting for some sort of bust out. I mean, Chris CCH has been doing this last couple of times over from previous rounds, busting out with OD uppercut. Maybe like a level 1 with Nephew. Look at this, man. A lot more of a patient approach. Up until that point, man, that meaty into the level 3, and that's everything for Nephew. Eliminating Chris CCH 2 rounds straight, but it's 3-2. Still very, very close.
Yeah, definitely. Another nail biter of a set, but well played there from Nephew. Cleans it up. after being down quite a bit in the set and taking a second to think about it there, you know, just making sure everything was locked and loaded. Played very clean, and Chris trying to stuff those drive rushes. I mean, it's exhausting, right? Like all day to just be the one sitting there like, okay, I'm going to stuff. She's going to throw the fireball. She's going to drive rush in. She's going to drive rush. I'm going to check it with this. I'm going to check it with that. And he was pretty clean about it for a lot of the set, but then, you know, things slip away. So these things happen. Hey, what the? Whoa. He looks different.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a different variation to Ken.
Yeah, different version of Ken. You know, it's like Hotashi made a video calling like 6 characters in the game Luke. He said like Rashid is Luke with wind.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
the
like,
different installs of characters.
Yeah,
right?
Ken is Luke with
Fire
with no money. Yeah.
I thought it would be fire, but you got me.
That's
you got
true,
me pretty good.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those. As we see the bracket set up here. So, in case you're wondering, we are going to be moving up to the winner side for our next matches once we get there. And then we have that loser side match with JB versus Nephew. So, some good matchups. I mean, these are banger matches, to be honest.
No
that
doubt.
Reynolds Snake Eyes match, I mean, come on, that's going to be good.
How often do you get to see that? Not even just like Zangief as a character, but Snake Eyes in a tournament setting?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And Reynolds being in winners finals, who would have thunk it? But you've seen some usual suspects, but in the losers side, that's actually kind of interesting to see too. JB versus Nephew, that's a matchup I'm sure that you all have seen in the plenty of weeklies that happened, but this is where it all really counts again to get into the Capcom Cup towards the end of it. But that's not the only way, right? We still have other players entering through the World Warrior, but also a very special way to get into Capcom Cup is through Street Fighter League, which has been going down. Street Fighter League Japan has been happening each and every week 2 times over. We have Section 8 happening on Tuesday morning, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the actual date. What is it, the 29th?
Yeah,
I just know it's Tuesday morning.
August 29th at 7 p.m. JST or 3 a.m. Pacific time, in case you're all curious about that.
3 a.m., man.
Yeah, 3 a.m. Early here if you're on the West Coast, or late, depending on how you think about it, I suppose. And then, obviously, Episode 9 is going to be September 1st at 7 p.m. and 3 a.m. again, start time. With you and St. Cole on there, should be a good time. If you're like, I don't know any of these time zones or anything, what's happening, what's going on, just follow the channel. Follow Capcom Fighters. This is where all the action will be happening. You can, of course, just always watch this channel. And if you miss it, you can always just click past broadcasts, check out the VODs, see everything that's going on there. So this is going to be SFL Japan. Really, really stacked, as you can see here. These are all teams. And, I mean, there's just legends upon legends of fighting games on there. Incredibly dense competition. It should be a really good time. I mean, honestly, I'm sure a lot of you are watching SFL already. It's been really, really fun to catch the archives. I can never watch it live in my time zone because, 3 a.m. pretty late. Hard to stay up for that. So instead in the morning, you just check it out, see all the matches, skip through, see all the goods. Really, really fun to watch.
Yeah. If you're a fan of Street Fighter or a fan of fighting games in general, these are definitely the people to watch because there are so many gods here in just this roster alone. And what's really, really sad, though, I feel like, we have 9 teams in total. Only 6 are allowed to move on into the second phase of it all. Again, a really new look here for Street Fighter League Japan specifically, with more details coming out for Street Fighter League US and EU at a later time. But as it is right now, again, be sure to check it out. Street Fighter League Japan coming up this August 29th, Tuesday morning, 3 a.m. Pacific domestic time. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves down to our top 4 in our top 8 thus far, but you do not want to miss it. Again, if you do happen to miss it, please check out the VOD, get that bookmark, and also be sure to hydrate yourselves, get some snacks, because as it stands right now, it's still unpredictable as to who's going to take it. But we'll find out little by little, starting with this break. See you soon.
At Chipotle, real food always starts with real ingredients in real kitchens. When you order Chipotle, real food starts with you. Whether it's in restaurant, pickup, or delivery. However you Chipotle is the easiest way to Chipotle.
I present the Hunter from Komura.
Which one of these was the herbal medicine again? Oh yeah, this one. Probably. Now, here comes the airplane. Say ah. No! Some poisons can kill people in the thousands with that amount. Like botulinum toxin, it inhibits acetylcholine release, causing loss of muscle tone, lethargy, dizziness, visual impairment. Heavy eyelids, intense thirst, loss of speech, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach distension, breathing difficulty, then respiratory failure.
Founder of eFight Pass, competitive player, and all-around fighting game community legend. I don't know if you've accepted that title yet, but it's absolutely true. Sherry Jennings. What's going on, Sherry?
What's up? What's up? I'll take that title.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you earned it. I mean, you've been around for a minute, and you haven't just been around.
Everyone got the title.
You actually have been a part of like a whole lot of huge moments. You've changed a whole lot of stuff within the scene, even as far as like the behind-the-scenes stuff and all of that. So now, obviously, Street Fighter 6. The FGC in general has gotten huge. This new Capcom Pro Tour, $2 million on the line. Like, what do you think seeing going from where you first started to now somebody about to become a millionaire off of this?
I mean, it's insane, right? Because I was just thinking this when I was sitting in the scooter back there. I was like, I can't, from 2009, that was my very first Evo. You know, I was sitting on the floor watching the grand finals. I didn't know who Justin was.
Oh, now was your first. You didn't even know Justin or nobody.
I didn't know anybody. Like, I didn't know it was Justin and Daigo in the grand finals, you know. So I was like, these players must be godlike because in the grand finals. And just being from that spot to seeing how much the fighting game community has grown, like, it's unbelievable. It's damn nearly a con at this point because there's so many publishers out here that have their booths. They're displaying all the new games. They have all these new things coming out. And it's amazing to see because, again, we didn't have that back in the day. It was very just like tournament oriented and the sheer amount of players.
All right, so it's 6. All right, from a competitive standpoint, we know that you're going with you running with Luke. You know, how do you think Street Fighter 6 plays versus 5?
I love 6. I think from my Street Fighter 4 routes, because that's where I started, right? I started with Sea Viper. A lot of it was offense, a lot of it was reaction heavy. I love reacting with Ultra. That was my thing in Street Fighter 4. And EXI's was when they whiff a button. I'm getting that satisfaction from, maybe it's because I'm playing Luke also, it helps where if you whiff punish, you are hitting these people for 40 to 80% depending on how much meter you have. And it's such a good feeling. And Luke, with the perfect knuckles, like the animation, the sound, they did a great job, especially this is the release of the game. They did an amazing job.
The last thing, what are your goals in general when it comes to Street Fighter 6 or even for the scene? Like it could be for the scene, for yourself personally, what do you want to do throughout Street Fighter 6, competitively or otherwise?
I feel like this might be the game that kind of puts me to the next level because I feel like I've always been fighting for that. But as far as the scene, it's grown so much. And again, part of my eFight Pass program was to help players, like international players, come to the US and compete. We don't have to do as much anymore because CPT is only 3 offline events and it's international places outside of EVO. I just want to see the scene grow. So whatever they need, like I'm here to help.
Sherry, always a pleasure talking to you, my dog, and we are getting right back to you with some CPT action.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the action and our lovely interviews so far. We're in top 4 of our bracket for our North America and Canada West. All the matches have been great so far. If you missed it, they've been super juicy. But I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for this. This is our winners finals coming up next, which should be a juicy one. We have Snake Eyes Zangief up against Reynolds JP.
Ooh, this is going to be super sick, right? Now, taking a look at it on paper, JP being the very popular candidate, not only in the realm of ranked, but also in the realm of competitive play. We've seen this character over and over and over again. However, on the other hand, how often have you seen a Zangief player make it into the tournament setting of a top 16, let alone top 8? I guess strike that reverse. Top 8, let alone top 16.
Sure. Or top 6, depending on what tournament you're at, I suppose. I like that the JP theme just ominously started in the background right when we started talking about that. But yeah, we have our match between these two. I mean, two, I guess, EVO champions now that I think about it. Both very impressive, strong players. And of course, this is a matchup that if you've played or seen any Street Fighter before, classic, right? Zoner versus Grappler. The Grappler, Zangief, has to make it all the way in across the screen and try to get in there against JP. And JP uniquely having a very strong tool in this matchup in Amnesia, the counter, which beats both strikes and throws. So normally when you make it in against Grappler, or as Zoner as a Grappler, they have kind of weak defense. You know, are they going to reversal or not? And this time his reversal beats both options, which means Zangief has to be extra cautious about what he does.
That hurts. Just hearing you say that sentence really just kind of hurts me. I'm not even a Zangief player, dude. So I'm just like thinking to myself, man, you really got to wait. You really got to guess and lose your turn, right? If that kind of information is already in Reynolds' head, you got to be thinking as Reynolds, like, oh, I get to press buttons on my way up whenever.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that Snake Eyes knows that's too, right? So that's such an interesting little interaction between these two. I'm not sure that I've ever seen them play. Like, I'm sure they probably run into each other in ranked or something like that because I've seen them both play a lot of ranked. I mean, look at those points. 20, 41 MR, and 1900 MR. They've been playing a lot for sure. So this is our winners finals of our CPT here.
And to be fair, that's not the usual CFN that we see from Reynolds.
Mr. What?
It's Mr. What?
Mr. What? Ooh, walk back jab. Reynolds trying to hold up, get out of there early. He just booted him.
Just throw out the forward heavy kick? Okay. That's how you feel today. Attack on drive gauge is what you're expecting here from Reynolds most of the time. Oh, that was kind of interesting. Just drive rush from low. I don't even know what the attempt was because he was way too far out to get that.
Yeah, a lot of good checks so far from Snake Eyes. Drive gauge looking miserable here for Reynolds, by the way. Got to be very careful about what he chooses to throw out. Wow, catches the jump back. No completion, though.
Very interesting. Again, on paper, this is going to be the big struggle for Zangief because of all the tools and projectiles JP has to keep Zangief away from him.
Yeah, he had that perfect parry and then try to walk up and find the sweep. Couldn't quite get it. Man, look at the drive gauge for Reynolds, by the way. Oh, probably an accident, I would guess there.
I don't know, man.
You think so?
With someone like Reynolds, he's pretty wonky when it comes to like his decision-making, which is great, which makes him a fantastic player. Very hard to predict. But that right there is a crusher, man. That is a dream crusher if you are a Zangief fan. Why doesn't Lariat hit behind him, man?
It does not, which is really brutal when the portals are behind you, too. There's angles where he can teleport off the portal, and Lariat just loses. Pretty rough.
You can't even delay it in time, too, because if you delay it too long, JP gets across it. Man, he's just tippy-tapping, low medium kick. Normally, it's hard to contest against it, but man, even Zangief, too, it makes it even worse.
One of the main pokes that Zangief wants to use is standing heavy punch, and it just loses the loads, right? So it's a very smart choice from Reynolds to just hammer that out over and over and be like, hey, what are you going to do about this, right?
Stop hitting me.
Stop it.
Stop hitting my legs, man.
Oh, check that time, but yeah, just a little too far with the jab. Look, he's just harassing with this crouching medium kick. And it forces Snake Eyes to hit his crouching medium kick or his sweep, which are not bad buttons, but, you know, they're not incredible.
Ah, the empty jump low. Hey, that's not too bad. Snake Eyes went for a jump reset and called it right against Reynolds. That could have been far worse for Zangief.
Yeah, he is just walking up so far. Yeah. Oh, finds the hit. Has to spend all of his drive gauge there to get the confirm off that. Gotta be the Oki here. Yeah, just dashes up. Takes the pressure, gets the counter hit. Didn't confirm into the health stab, so he's back to full screen now, with chip being a big factor.
Player-specific stuff, resetting against Reynolds, it's completely unpredictable too.
Right.
You would think he would go for the traditional kind of like jump out of there, get out of the corner, but no, man, that led all up to this moment, getting the level 3 and the first game against Snake Eyes, all because he was willing to press a button even after the reset.
Right. And a tough spot, too. I mean, this matchup, it's a grind, right? Zangief's got to make his... Wow, what a whip punish, too. He's got to make his way in. And, you know, even when he does, he's got to make some tough choices, some tough guesses.
Oh, that's huge for Snake Eyes. Great reactions against the command grab. Reynolds still sticking it through. He threw out a Psycho Phantom. It was a feint. On the other side, the body splash gets the cross up as well. Look at the damage. He tried to get an SBD. Hey, that wasn't even a punish. Snake Eyes just got caught down below.
Yeah,
trying to jump away.
Exactly. Oh, that was a true block string, so it didn't even matter. Yeah, I like that. Good awareness there from Snake Eyes. Drive Impact didn't do anything because of it. Sometimes you have those weird interactions with the portals and Drive Impact with JP.
Oh, just right in front of him?
Yeah, I know. That was a scary spot to do that. Wow, the portal actually beat the Lariat there.
Oh, if he had just hung in there just a little bit. Sure, you would have been in range of a throw.
Yeah.
I totally get him trying to move out of the way, but still Snake Eyes, ugh, that's tenacity.
Oh, pressure on this. Yeah. Oh, looking for the health stab. Doesn't combo on regular hit forward heavy punch, though.
Not setting up the departure yet. That was a feint, too.
Look, he's got Snake Eyes hitting crouching medium kick way more because of that. Has to harass him low. Oh, big jump in.
Oh, man. I'm actually pretty glad it stayed on the same side after the knee drop from Snake Eyes. Oh,
There's
the
the
stop,
stomp.
the frame kill.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Oh, health stab. Oh, no hit confirmed from Snake Eyes. Uh-oh, that could be bad news, actually, in this round.
I think a single hit now from Reynolds into level 3. He'll be able to build it, too.
Oh, he's gonna spend it.
Man. Is this going to be enough, though? It's after what, a couple of lights. Linked it through from a special move, but it's
This
hard to
CA
tell.
damage is huge. And it's Zangief, so just enough. But now suddenly a very bad spot for Snake Eyes. Oh,
He
and
was
he's
looking
dead.
for the drainage of the drive gauge. Yeah, Snake Eyes just trying to jump out to safety, but that spike, man, that was going to cover him no matter what, I think. He got double departure and the
Right.
spike.
Yeah, and all because Snake Eyes hit health stab, which is hit confirmable, and he just didn't see the hit confirm, right? Or drive rush for a completion or anything like that. So pretty rough. He had a game-winning hit there, and then this is just where we are now. So pretty spooky. Spending the level 2. And gonna take the side swap.
Chuck Hammer.
Still has a level 1 available as well, which we don't see that often, but it's okay in combos sometimes. Oh, wow, the jump splash beat it, but Reynolds ready for the reset.
I forget, man. That jumping medium punch right there is such a big deterrent against Zangief trying to move forward. But he also has a pretty big stature as well, so he's going to be getting clipped by that pretty often.
Pretty tough there, too. Zangief does not have level 2, so no way out. He doesn't have an invincible super. And yeah, this is going to be tough, even though he's also in burnout now. Pretty close to killing here. Not quite enough. Oh, but the overhead ghoul 2-0 Reynolds after a game-winning drop from Snake Eyes.
Damn.
Yeah, that is tough.
Oh, that was sneaky, man. This is Reynolds really trying to take advantage of just 2-0 lead.
Yeah, trying some stuff. And then look, just dash up on Wake Up.
Trying some stuff. That is the Reynolds.
Yeah.
He will try all the stuff.
Oh, yeah. He's down. He do be doing a little trolling in life. That's how he is. He is a troll.
He's gotten pretty far with it, I will say it.
Yeah.
And I love it for him.
Oh, too far for the punish. Reynolds didn't get a huge punish there, so not the end of the world. Good block from Snake, too.
We start to see a lot of these double departures kind of sandwich opponents. We see that more often. I think Kakudu was like the first one to really kind of like showcase that. But in this corner, though, having it just right on top of you, you're pretty much out of luck. But this throw is so lucky for Snake Eyes now. So fortunate.
Ooh, little delay, hit confirm. All right. Guess for the round here. And he got him.
You know, I said command grab out loud. I think Reynolds thinking the same thing. He's like, you know, I got to jump out of here.
Yeah, I got to get out. Ooh, combo off this. Yeah, spends level 1. I like the idea, too. It lets him set up here. Departure's out. You know, get a little space for himself there.
That's exactly it, right? Sitting out the further out departure allows you to kind of like walk up without being in fear of what your opponent's going to do.
Ooh.
I think the closer one is more of a deterrent.
Yeah. up there too. Snake Eyes doing a good job. And then you see that perfect parry attempt every time from Reynolds after that crouching medium kicks block.
Oh,
wow.
Still within range. That was sick.
That was a cool anti-air. Yeah, you don't really see standing heavy kick anti-air that much.
You really don't, no. And Snake Eyes looking. He's stalking him down just a little bit. It was only a matter of time for Reynolds to try to bust out some of the projectiles again. That spike, that was barely missed.
Yeah, very close. And a big chance for Snake Eyes now. He has all these resources. Not quite level 3 for Reynolds, so he couldn't get the kill there.
This is so hard, man.
Oh, big jump. Oh, my. Has the hit. Snake trying to walk him down, but 2 portals out. Reynolds all the way in there. I love the little low. Yeah. Sneaks it in. Although scary if he was turning, but.
He just walked all the way up there. He just let it rock up into the low. This is going to be a pretty important starter for Snake Eyes. Getting the 2 bars.
Not a lot of damage, but he gets some pressure. He gets some Oki. Doing a good job of like chopping him down, but obviously this positioning now much better for Reynolds. Has a whole space to walk behind him.
So shot with the Phantoms, forward heavy kick anti-air. Set up departure after this, perhaps. No, he's just going in.
Ooh, that's bad. He's in burnout. Yeah, this is a pretty scary spot. Big jump for Snake Eyes here. And obviously Drive Impact is big now too. Respects it on Wake Up in case there was a level 3. Jump in again. Oh, wow.
What? Crouching medium punch?
How did that anti-air? Oh, tried it, but the jump back's huge.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's going to be no more burnout for Reynolds, and now a huge advantage. He got all this life to work with, all this meter to work with. Snake in burnout. Does have level 2 to try to react to the projectile with, but...
Not from this far,
Yeah,
right?
not from this far. Oh, man, he's just going to get chipped out.
Oh, man, you could get a full chip out sequence, but it's a spike. Reynolds deliberately waited and caught Snake Eyes. That is 3-0.
Yeah, a tough matchup, and very well played from Reynolds as well, right? So not only is the matchup tough, but he did a good job making these executive decisions and moments that counted to clean up there. And Snake Eyes, you know, despite his very impressive play in this set and many others, goes down into losers bracket 3-0. I think kind of expectedly in that Zangief versus JP matchup. It's a tough one, man.
Yeah, no doubt. We were talking about it in the back, too, before we even came back from break. It's like it's still a really big toss-up between the two on a player-to-player basis. But on paper, man, majority of the time, JP has had such an advantage thus far as the meta developed.
Right, yeah, he's a really like powerful character. And in particular in this matchup, you know, having the kind of reversal he has is really difficult for when a character like Zangief gets in, right? I mean, that is a huge deterrent for him to just walk up and SPD you, which is something that he just wants to do as a character, right? That's what
That's big Zangief,
he's fishing for.
To be fair, like how many times have we seen like the OD amnesia? I think Snake Eyes has done a great job navigating around that option more often than not, right? He's forced Reynolds into some very awkward situations of like guessing what Zangief is going to do more often than not. We didn't get to see a lot of OD amnesias, right?
Right, and I think that's the biggest thing about a move like that is the threat of it. It's so important that you don't even have to do it sometimes. You know your opponent is thinking about it, so really strong option for sure. Reynolds moving on to the grand finals with some really impressive play, and Snake Eyes waiting now in the losers final for the winner of JB versus Nephew, which will be our next match.
And there's so much to think about while you're down here, right? Yo, JB versus Nephew, only one's going to be moving on against Snake Eyes, and he's got to be angry, right? Not angry, like he doesn't take it that bad. He doesn't take it like with super salt. He's very much so like meticulous in regards to like what had just happened. He'll take about, you know, just a couple of rounds over to think about that matchup, but also he will beat down the next person as he's thinking about it. So it's going to be pretty cautious waters down here for both JB and Nephew. But we'll see, man. Again, JB doing a fantastic job with this Rashid. Nephew keeping it very sturdy with the jury.
And both of these players lost to Snake on their winner's side. So, you know, the winner gets a second chance against Snake Eyes after losing to him earlier. So, you know, they probably thought about their matches and what happened too. And Snake is sitting there thinking, like, what did I just do wrong? What am I supposed to do against this? So, interesting to see for sure. So, winner of this gets a second chance against Snake Eyes. And then whoever it is gets a chance to see if they can take down Reynolds in that grand finals, who's looking very strong in this tournament.
I just realized neither of the characters on our shirts are in the top 4.
No.
That's wild.
Yeah, well,
I mean, we had a couple of Chun-Li representatives. I'm just saying.
Right.
But my character on my shirt, like that's crazy, man.
He is Knopf.
Not today.
Yeah, not today. He's $1 million character, though. He'll be fine.
Yeah, no doubt.
He'll be okay, I think, no matter what. I mean, so is Chun. Chun's very strong in this version, too.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot lately, actually, on social media. You know, we've talked about, like, the potential that Chun-Li has, and I feel like, you know, as we get further along into Capcom Cup, I think she will start to see, or a lot of the players will start to see the light of day with this character.
Yeah, she's very good. Definitely, for sure. And, I mean, that's the other thing, too, is, like, there's 40 some odd people in Capcom Cup or whatever. Like, it's an absurd amount of people. So you'll see, I'm sure, a lot of characters. Even though our JPs and Kens and Juries and etc. are all very popular, you know. Yeah, Lucas.
Good old Lucas.
Yeah, so blessed. That character is very strong too, obviously.
He's so fun, man. As Sherry Jennings was talking about in her interview, man, the flash knuckle is so satisfying to hit. But
perfect.
That's a conversation for another day or another time. Nephew versus JB. Here we go. Game 1, Jury versus Rashid.
Yeah, and you know, interesting too, because we don't see Rashid a lot so far, but a lot of things that JB has shown have been really cool. Wow, we don't see that normal very much either. Back heavy kick or the forward heavy kick, one of the two. Command normal and heavy kick that he has.
I love that breakout.
Nice, he gets a confirm off that because of hit, and if it's blocked, he gets plus frames anyway. Oh, I like it.
I like that. Bust out, not scare attack, spend that meter, despite having the life lead, right? I think it's more important to kind of get JB off lead. That was a interesting sequence, actually. I didn't see that exchange in time. I was like, wait a minute, was he still able to throw out that life like that?
Yeah, a little buffer from Nephew. I think that's a cool idea, you know, just say, listen, I'm just going to do this real quick. If you hit something too slow, I'll catch you with it. And yeah, same kind of idea again. He tried to buffer it after the store on block again.
Going to that well a couple of times over. JB also got... Oh, no! Nephew was 100% ready for that interaction, too. You saw it.
Yeah, very smart to get that drive rush out of the air and then get the uppercut after.
That was so sick.
Oh, caught it. He could have done it again, but didn't go for it.
Oh, spinning mixer from the side of JB. Gets set up for the Isar afterwards now. Nephew, he's backing away. Doesn't care about your tornado. He's going to be holding that parry. Forward throw is the least of his worries. He's totally fine with that.
Yeah, a level 2 doing a throw's worth of damage, not even a punish kind of throw, is pretty good, all things considered. Oh, and he says, look, I see you whipping buttons. I know about this frame kill. I'm not going to buy it. Oh, again. It's a lot of drive gauge there for Nephew. Oh.
Deficit, man. He was ready for the reactions on that. You're looking for the chip damage. No, the air-to-air. Instead, Nephew might have had a chance up until that point.
Yeah. When you block that jump in there, I mean, you're going to churn. It's on Nephew to try to figure out ways to not get chipped there, try to bait it, but it's pretty tough.
If he did, like, jump over immediate level 1.
Or, yeah, level 1.
I would have lost it.
That would have been cool. Hard combo confirmed, so JB in the corner early. Little crouching medium kick whiff for the setup. Trying to bait the throw. And good stuff.
Interruption against that Radiant Cyclone. This level 3 is going to be a big equalizer damage, at least here in the life, but the drive gauge, pretty important to take it down from JB.
Yeah.
Oh, still at a deficit, at a slight deficit. Had to get that throw to get the lead. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, huge bait. Surprised. I thought we were going to see maybe a combo to drive impact to try to strip the drive gauge. Whoa, I like that to go over the fireball. Level 2 is available for JB as well.
Big interruption. Nephew 100% ready for that drive rush. In contrast of the other match he had with Chris CCH, right?
I mean, you know, the threat level 2 is there, this other stuff's there, and he just sits there and just plants it. Feet on the ground, wait for it, crouching medium punch drive rush. Good to go. So, well played. And, oh, he tried it. That link does work, but JB a little too far away for drive rush, crouching light kick, into crouching medium kick. Pressure in the corner here. Pretty rough spot. JB down on drive gauge. Having a bad time.
Now stuck in this corner. The pressure off of the standing medium punch is pretty good for Nephew, but afterwards, he gets to really get a confirm off of it. The fireball is super important to keep JB locked down, but there's a big normal coming out of JB more often than not, and that is the roundhouse. He wants to try to catch Nephew preemptively, but instead, it's the pressure. That's too much for JB. Got caught in the lights again.
Yeah, he kind of just got tangled up. I mean, it happens in the corner against this character. Pretty easy to do. Wow, no anti-air early either. Whoa. Early jumps are pretty strong against Rashid with a lot of characters. As you see, Nephew just, I mean, going back to the well, why not just abuse it? If it's, your opponent has not a great response, level 3 available, does not spend it.
Yeah. And even if he does try to anti-air it, you're making him spend that resource, right? He was talking about it on Twitter. JB literally tweeted it. He's like, you know, this spinning mixer may not be the most reliable, but I got to do my best against Nephew. But right now, hey, this is a big tide turning out for JB. Oh, I like that. I like that. I love that reset. I love that reset for him. American or not, that was cool.
Yeah. Drive rush throw for the kill. Very nicely done after a pretty tragic start to the round, to be honest. It was looking like it was going to be 2-0 Nephew.
Again, he's been very consistent with that crouch medium punch, man. It's a big counter poke tool against the drive rush strategy that JB's been implementing thus far. He's been hit twice over. Big medium punch starter. Gets to continue the combo. Level 3 is going to be close to death. Obviously not going to kill, but you're going to be a stone's throw away from taking it down.
Yeah, it's been quite a gnarly round. I mean, Good idea, but yeah, not gonna be plus in that range. It is plus if you drive rush into it, which is nice, but pretty tough spot. I like the idea from JB. Nephew just smothering though. He's giving him no opportunities here. It's been pretty brutal. So as we go back in, I wonder if we're gonna see the Jamie.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right? Taking the time out into the lobby. I mean, we've seen the kind of time it's taken Nephew to kind of reassess when he was at the deficit, so it could be just a breather for JB. But I'd imagine he might be a little bit more comfortable with Jury's approach. I think Jamie has a pretty decent toolkit to combat whatever it is that Jury wants to do, especially with Fireball, right? I think Jamie does a pretty decent job, but the problem is, the big nuance is the fact that he has to have that drink. It does not matter. It's going to be Rashid again for JB.
Okay. Right back into it here. So this is the character for him. He's not going to try the Jamie at all.
Dang.
Yeah.
I was excited to see it.
Ooh, anti-air stuffed again there. Tried the crouching medium punch. Not the most reliable, honestly. That is one of the things about Rashid. He has a lot of good stuff, but his anti-airs are pretty suspect.
It is a good way to put it, actually.
A little suspect. And that's set point now for Nephew. I mean, there's not very many characters in this game where it feels like their anti-airs are like that, right? It's kind of an interesting weakness that I can't really think of very many other characters where they have that problem.
It's anti-air with an asterisk behind it, right?
Yeah.
It's meant to be an anti-air, but it has to be within certain ranges and certain timing. Right?
Yeah.
It's been very difficult to get consistently just as like an autopilot button. If you see somebody in the air, it's like, oh, this is reliable.
Yeah, you gotta be early. Pressure so far has looked really good in this round, though, for JB. Combo, so he gets the mixer. Not enough, but very good spot. I like that, too. Yeah, just walk up, do the jump, say, like, listen, if you go for an uppercut, it's gonna miss. Throw, it's gonna miss. Covers a couple of really strong options there.
That's the closest thing Rashid will ever get to a walk up and then instant jump eagle spike.
Right.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
No hamburger.
Forgot about that. That was a classic. Oh, drive rush, just whiff. He's about to be in burnout, actually. Yeah, pretty rough for JB here. Side swap on this, too. So he's out of the corner.
I'm good. Man, this character's so cool.
He is really cool in this game. I love, like, how they've changed him.
I think he's, like, embraced the streamer life even more.
Yeah. What's up, guys? It's your boy.
Yeah, he sets up with Rashid. He'll just say his own name. Great block up on the mix. Nephew, man, he has the answer on defense, then fires all cannons as soon as he gets offense.
Yeah, and that's brutal too. Drive gauge beat up, level 2 negated now. JB about to be in burnout. Oh, he challenges though.
I love that drive reversal from Nephew. Not shy of utilizing that gauge, but it's JB again. Immediately after that was stuffed out, he was taking a back seat. He was waiting down for Nephew. That's great. Mid-air too.
Yeah, and he gets the confirm off of it. Hop. Boom. Level 1. Nice. Very clean.
Ready. That was so beautifully done by JB.
Yeah, he was like totally ready for that confirm out of the air, which is unusual with most characters, right? Like not a lot of characters have mid-air drive impact confirms that are easy on the mind, and he just had the right combo.
And I love that. Maximum efficiency. Super optimal. Shout out to Yipes. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, that air reset was a big bust out for JB. Caught Nephew at the tail end of that full hook and charge.
Ooh, jab check. And he gets away with the charge fireball. Not charge all the way, but halfway.
That's also pretty tricky, right? You can just let it go at a moment's notice. Some people will try to check you if you're holding it for too long.
Right. Nephew spinning that level 1. Not quite in the corner, but yeah, now JB trying to make something happen to get out here. Although this burnout's really useful.
Oh. There's the sky high. Yes, sir. The heavy mixer.
That was mad plus. This is also plus now, too. +1 on the light punch mixer.
So much damage. Oh, man. And it's still within the time limit to get that stun.
Yeah. Very nice. He just like walks him over. Anti-air a couple of times. Drive rush, medium punch. So you don't get a lock, right? Obviously. So smart. Good choices there from JB.
We've been seeing that a lot in actually a couple of tournaments this week. Seeing the lock happen more often than not with some of these burnout situations with JB, again, very calculated. That's fine.
He gets to do it again, yep. Boots him right back onto it. Enhanced mixer again. And yeah, I mean, even if you blocked right there, he's going to be in burnout. Anyway, I like that choice. It's going to be good damage here for JB on this.
The kick follow-up.
Cyclone. Oh,
that
I like
was
that.
Tricky. So meaty on the drive impact. I have not seen that setup ever.
Cute little setup, too. I mean, definitely, Nephew has not probably been hit by that one before. Level 2 available for Nephew. Has not spent any resources yet. Close to putting JB in burnout, and that's why he tries to jump back.
Oh.
Chase down.
There's a low forward confirmed. That's going to be more than enough damage to spending the level 1, just ending it. Bam! Nephew looking at set point against JB.
I like it too. JB, you know, he busted out a pretty cool little setup and, you know, didn't get the round with it, but it was a cool idea. Definitely going to keep Nephew on guard. And now he's got level 2 available. Both of them, actually, which is big. Both of their level 2s are very strong.
Oh. Push forward, gets the forward throw. The backdash read there from JB, but it doesn't equate to anything big. It just resets the situation more so for Nephew, right? Nephew was in command, but JB, yeah, I was going to say, Nephew's not going to overextend here because of his drive gauge.
Strings him up, keeps it nice and simple there, trying to see if he was going to walk back, get hit low.
He's checking for buttons too, Nephew. He's throwing out certain sequences to see if JB's going to counterpoke, but it's going to be the Isar to move Nephew into the corner. That's going to be the main objective, right? Throw the Cyclone towards him, get some of that drive gauge as well, and yeah, force the burnout because of that drive reversal. That situation was going to leave JB plus, so Nephew making sure that he stays out of the corner at the risk or at the cost of it. But man, this level 3 is going to be it.
Yeah, very nicely done.
JB.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? It's like Nephew was retreating, running away, and they just ran right back into JB, and JB was on the hunt, right? He's going over there to chase, try to get the kill because burnout's a threat and everything like that. So I love the decision by Nephew to go forward instead of running away against the burglar. So 3-1 win. Very well played there from Nephew, and he moves on for his second chance against Snake Eyes here. Obviously, those two had a slot in the top 16 winners where they had to play, where Snake Eyes got the dub in a very close set between those two, and a very close, like, scrambly set. And, you know, we mentioned those two play all the time, online, ranked matches, all that kind of stuff. They're both grinding, right? So they're very familiar with each other. That's a match we've seen a lot. If you watch either of their streams like I have, I'm sure you've seen it a bunch of times too. So that'll be losers finals here. Winner gets a chance against Reynolds in that grand finals.
Man. Say that sentence one more time towards the end.
Winner gets a chance against Reynolds in our grand finals.
Let's go. That's kind of crazy, man.
Yeah,
Reynolds, that's kind of wild. But at the same time, just as wild as here is Snake Eyes and losers finals, man.
Yeah, Snake and losers finals is very cool. It's cool to see him in a bracket.
It really is, yeah. It could have been either way, right? It could have been Snake Eyes in grand finals winner's side. Reynolds also a very, very big contender, especially with the way he's been handling JB. But again, taking a look at the replay between Nephew and JB, this also could have gone either way, right? This is the moment afterwards where we got to see that really, really cool setup into the meaty drive impact, right? Boom, slam him down. This was so tricky, man.
That is a cool setup, yeah. I can't think of anybody on the planet who'd be ready for that. That is a tricky little setup. You whiff, do the jump down heavy punch, and then get that easy peasy little drive impact on the landing. Level 3 confirmed from Nephew was great, and he played really solid. I love that he just ran away and then said, I'm going to go right back at you, chase you down. Very smartly done. So, sets up our losers finals and our bracket here. If you missed any of the action so far, here's what's happened, right? Here's how everything is looking. Snake Eyes versus Nephew. Winner gets a chance against Reynolds in our grand finals. Last two sets of the day that we have coming up for you on our Capcom Pro Tour.
I'm excited to see it. You guys should be as well. But in the meantime, be sure to refresh yourselves with some snacks as well as some drinks.
You know what they should do? Get some delicious Chipotle. In case you guys didn't
know,
know,
Steve. I was going to give you the
alley-oop, first year of the Capcom Pro Tour is presented by Chipotle. Thanks to Chipotle. It's very sweet of them for doing so. And if you're not familiar, you can download the app right now, join their rewards program. It's the fastest, best way to get free Chipotle, which is like the greatest sentence to say of all time. Go get some free Chipotle. It's pretty great. Join the reward programs. You buy a bunch of stuff. You get some free stuff. It's very nice to do. And it's very cool that they're supporting the CPT. So thanks to them. And thanks to you for watching all of the action so far. We're going to take a short break and be back with our last two sets of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh, yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know that we always have fresh food.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Exactly.
Street Fighter 6.
Fighting is an art. And this is our canvas. Here, we flex our style, our passion, our creativity, our skills. We come here to break rules. To bend minds. To change the game. This is where we make an impression. Not just one. This is where we make our masterpiece.
Fighter 6.
Available now.
Objection!
We had our first round of World Warrior events, and they did live up to the hype. We had Mena RD winning US East. Chris Wong took Asia East. Flash Metroid. Brian, what happened right there, brother? Flash Metroid over
Flash
Brian
is too
Nash.
strong. Flash too strong. Second place, it's not a bad start to the season, but we'll try to pick it up from there. But we also had other big names taking wins for their regions. Justin Wong in Canada West. The interesting takeaway from this first round is who won the first World Warrior event in Japan? 629 competitors. It was none other than Oniki playing Kimberly. Kimberly
Could never
of
have
all
predicted that. What
characters.
the heck is going on, bro?
Japan is, it's the most competitively stacked region, most competitively dense region on the planet. We've known this for quite some time. And this is not a win due to lack of entrance, due to lack of interest. 629 competitors showed up for this one, by far the most entered World Warrior event, and all the top tier players that you can think of were in this bracket. If you don't see them in the top 8, that's because they drowned before top 8, because it's just that stacked. And on top is Oniki, a young player he plays Street Fighter 5, but he's playing Kimberly in Street Fighter 6, and he comes out on top of the likes of Fujimura, Fenrich, Kazunoko, and the #1 first place result here is a Kimberly player, which is a character we haven't seen that much at this highest level of Street Fighter 6 so far. She was like really hot during the beta, you know, when she was a little bit,
that DP and
she had an OD reversal during that time, and people were still figuring out how to play the game defensively as well because her rushdown is so strong. And then since then, we haven't really seen that level of results, but I think it just goes to show how we haven't figured this game out as much as we like to think we have so far.
You know, at the end of the day, if you're nice, you're nice. And that is exactly the motivation, the inspiration that you should get from that. World Warrior has been dope up to this point. Shout out to Oniki for having the biggest upset thus far in the World Warrior event. Is he going to end up punching a ticket in the Capcom Cup? It's too early to say, but that win alone was super sick. If you want to get involved in the World Warrior program, then make sure you check out CapcomProTour.com and see what the region is nearest you so that you can get involved in all of the action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Capcom Pro Tour for the U.S. and Canada West. Vicious here with Sajam. We are down to our final 3 to determine who will make it into Capcom Cup 10 for a shot at the big $1 million for first place, but overall the $2 million on the line.
Yeah, that is a lot of money, obviously, that everybody's battling it out for. Top 3 action now. Everybody gets paid out in the top 4, for those of you wondering at home, which is pretty nice, but obviously you're trying to fight for that Capcom Cup qualifier spot, which is the most important thing, I think, on most people's minds. Making it in there so that you can get that chance against the Millie for first, and then obviously there's $2 million. So even if you make it there, you get paid some. That's pretty nice. So.
Pretty good amount of change considering we're playing some fighting games, man. Never did I think we would come up to this part of the game ever. But man, just to take a look at that number again on paper, look at all the zeros, baby. Over $2 million in the total pricing, with the lion's share, the half, going into first place. Couldn't be more excited than that.
Yeah, and if you missed any of the action so far, you're wondering who's battling it out for this. Of course, we have top 3. Here's the bracket. It's going to be Reynolds waiting in that grand finals for the winner of Snake Eyes versus Nephew, a set that we saw yesterday in the top 16 winners bracket, where we saw Snake Eyes clean up and beat Nephew to make it into this top 8. So that was his path here. Obviously, he also beat JB, who just lost to Nephew, got 4th place in this bracket. And they get to play again. Their match was very close, you know, and these two play a lot against each other online pretty consistently, so they're quite familiar with each other. It's a very back-and-forth affair between those two, and so we'll have to see if Nephew can get the job done in the run back, or if Snake Eyes gets another chance against that monstrous obstacle course of JP versus Zangief.
And we've seen the kind of difference it is, or that could really take place from a 2 out of 3 to a 3 out of 5, right? We've literally just seen it at the top of the show between Reynolds and Chris CCH. And the fact that it went down 2-1 between Snake Eyes and Nephew could spell all the difference now with how much time has passed and how much that Nephew's been playing on the way through from the loser side, right? You're playing significantly more matches. You are warmed up. Snake Eyes had to kind of sit and take a little bit of a backseat towards what had happened between him and Reynolds. And of course, these guys are going at it with the emotes. It's the classic. But we'll see whether or not Nephew has made those adjustments to get this W against Snake Eyes, or will Snake Eyes prevail again?
You got to know, chat, I have to ask, are you a spammer where you just spin the stick or mash a bunch of different emotes, or are you like, I pick and choose? Which one are you? You gotta let me know, because I am a pick and choose.
I'm a pick and chooser, yeah.
Yeah, these two they were mashed.
To be fair, it's a hybrid of both, right? I'll pick one direction and I'll just tap it in a certain rhythm.
Yeah, I like that.
It's like they're laughing or they're kind of, animated and whatnot.
That was a combo. That one was not. Nowhere to go if you're a Nephew there, right? You don't have any drive gauge, so you get beat up there in that first game. A little scrambly one. Put himself in burnout early, which is pretty tough. And with no meter, no way out of that drive impact a lot of times. Pretty tough.
I still hear your voice in my head when I hear, or when I think about Zangief is scary. Like it's not even Nephew's anymore, it's yours.
Zangief is scary.
Yeah. I saw Defeatly put the exact same thing earlier this morning, and boom. For a very good reason, right? Zangief do be scary. Zangief being able to tuck you in. Oh, no. Power bomb. Ugh. It's bad enough that it's just like one to slam him down mid-air because you get all of that force, but to pick him up off the ground and do it again, that's dirt, baby. That's rough.
Yeah, you're dead. Like, that would kill you. Yeah, that's...
Jesus,
that's the end.
dude.
Yeah, that's enough. I like that we took a break. Nephew's like, I'm going to need a minute on that. Let me just hold it. Everybody stop.
That was mad quick.
Stop.
Oh,
I got to think about that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that was
breaking
tough.
the dirt, man. Breaking new ground here.
Man, That was a bit of a beatdown, gotta say. Pretty tough first game there for Nephew. So he's, taking a step back, thinking about it here. It's like, all right, well, apparently I can't jump like that. Good to know. Otherwise, I'll just get snatched out of the air and die.
I mean, he's going to do it again.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that comes out again in this 3 out of 5. But as it stands right now, Zangief putting him in the dirt.
It's like rare footage of that move hitting too. Like how often do you see people post clips of like their level 1 whiffing? So like, it just doesn't hit. Spamming the emotes again. Game 1, not so good there for Nephew. Just really couldn't establish and get things going. And I think a little too scrambly and fast for his taste. Like, Zangief doing that to you feels pretty bad.
I love the check against the walk back. Nephew against Snake Eyes now in game 2 after we saw the really pretty fast beatdown. You get a different look now from Nephew.
Double stock. So 2 stores here, and pretty brutal spot now for Snake Eyes. Tick throw, not enough to kill, but that'll do it. You have to parry that right there, so that's like your only way out of that, parrying or throwing or evading. You can't drive impact back, you just don't have the life.
And that's something you're going to see more often than not nowadays. I think people are starting to kind of get used to seeing where their life bar is at and just throwing out that DI to test the opponent.
Yeah. See if your own reactions will doom you, right? Which is a really smart idea.
And I love that back and forth with the system. I think that was really, really smart. Very clever on the side of Capcom to implement that type of game. Oh.
And this is it. This is just what Nephew wants to do, right? Like establish like this. I love the air throw.
I like that. More often than not, he would just go for like the uppercut, but seeing that back throw, the air throw instead, that is just automatically a back throw, essentially.
Very smart, for sure. Definitely something that's very practiced, right? He's definitely done that many times. Oh, too far for the jab to hit. And standing jab has more range than crouching for Teeth, so he tried his best.
That could have been dangerous too, just drive rush. Oh, and I love that whiff punish off the crouching jab.
Puts him in burnout too. Bad spot for Nephew. Jump in lands. No counter here. Doesn't go for the double drive rush for the kill, actually. All right. And he finds his way in with that little jumping medium kick, so nicely done from Snake.
You think you would have had enough? Because he would drive rush forward, be in burnout. I don't think he'd be able to continue the combo in the air, right?
He could do crouching medium down, hell stab, afterwards.
Okay.
But, hard to say in turn a mid. Oh, God.
Oh, I love that quote, man.
Damn. Big damage, a lot of drive gauge loss.
And the pavement stays like that, by the way, for a very long time. That's super sick. And I like that as well. We talked about the OS against the drive rush, right? You can't do an OD uppercut, but a level 3, just as effective, if not more.
Yeah. Oh, bait on the throw again. Second time we've seen that in this game here. Nephew puts Snake in a really brutal spot. Yeah, this spot is so gnarly. You got to guess for the game. And again, if you jump that, he's just going to air throw you back into the corner. And then, after that, DI is a bad spot. Overhead low is a bad spot. Throw will kill you. Tough guesses that Snake Eyes has to make on defense.
And that's not the only set of layers that Nephew has, right? He could do like an instant jump medium punch into like OD dive kick. There's so many different looks that he could have. And I love that trade-off for Snake Eyes 9 times out of 10, right?
Yeah.
The only time that I actually wouldn't is when he would be low on life.
Yeah, he's dead. And, you get a lot of time to walk across the screen on that forward heavy kick on punish counter, so pretty good. Man, he just does it again, now puts himself in burnout. This is the exact same thing we saw in the first game where Nephew got DI'd into the corner and he didn't have meter to save himself.
Oh, the Jolly Green Giant just moving on in there against Nephew. This is kind of difficult. Yeah, you thought you could get the reset? Nephew was churning that butter against the Giant.
Yeah, ready for it this time. See Snake buffering now. No meter available for Nephew, though, which makes drive impact very scary, although now out of that burnout. Snake one guess away. Ooh, nice stuff on that crouching light kick. 4-framer.
Man's got legs for days. Good old Alex Myers versus Rob TV matchup. Looking at it right now. Look at this. Again, Snake Eyes stalking his prey little by little. Almighty!
Punish counter, too, so it's huge damage. Gets rid of a lot of your drive gauge.
Ooh.
Whip punish. Oh, whip punish right back at you. And every time you get whip punished, you get punish countered, so your drive gauge goes down, which is super tough.
Oh, hit him with it. Yeah, just throw out some of these fierces. We haven't seen that look yet, actually, have we?
Yeah, not really that much in this matchup, which is cool. Obviously, Dre has a great crouching medium kick. That throw bait again has been such a big factor. Snake Eyes has a lot of resources here, though. That level 3 on churn is scary. Yeah, that's why he jumps forward on wake up. And he
wasn't ready.
Not enough, though.
That's so scary. You could just throw out the drive. Actually, I think Jury might survive a little bit.
Friends level 2.
Man.
I like this choice, too, for Nephew. Baits the level 3.
Oh, that was sick! Not quite dead, though!
Ah, and the delayed button there. Snake knowing that Nephew was still afraid of some kind of reversal there.
What other reversal could it have been? I didn't get to see Snake Eyes' meter.
Yeah, I mean, he had all of his resources.
He had all of it? Okay, so that could have been like maybe a level 2.
Level 2 or level 3, right? Which is very scary.
Oh, true. Yeah, I don't blame you for your Nephew, but level 3, you're still within range, baby. Like, that walk back was not going to be helpful for you.
Chopping it up. Snake Eyes has looked great in neutral so far, too. He's had really good, like, whip punishes. He's initiated well.
Snake Eyes in neutral, that's always been, like, the equation for success, I feel like, for Snake Eyes.
Yeah. I like the adjustment on the combo there, too, to do crouching medium punch instead of hell stab.
That's fair, yeah.
Look at him go. Stuffing over and over. The big dude all the way to the wall.
Oh, man. The fist to face a bunch of times over. This back throw is going to be everything for Nephew in terms of momentum and also gaining back that drive gauge, unless, of course, the Jolly Green Giant steps at your door. Anti-air, you know it. There he is. I told you he was coming one way or another. Eat your greens, baby.
And an easy peasy double drive rush confirmed. Cleans it up. Snake Eyes now set point. You can just feel he's walking you down. No check that time on the drive rush. So a lot of drive gauge spent from Nephew, but gets a lot of corner carry and screen space on this.
Still lands on the fireball. It allows Nephew to walk up. Option select this time with the uppercut.
Yeah, no air throw. Maybe word it was a little late or something. Ooh, this is a little spooky, though, this spot. All right.
Just in time, yo. We caught Snake Eyes at the startup of that headbutt.
They jump back to Snake playing very respectfully. That's big, though. Spends level 2. Gonna take the Oki after, I'm sure. He gets lariat here, or, yeah, heavy kick. Oh, that's charge. So cool. I like that. That was a really cool setup from Snake, although just the up forward from Nephew to get out of there. Spends the level 3, so he's gonna get the kill, but he's out of all of his resources here.
Snake has some really cool stuff, but he still has to try so hard.
I like that setup, too, the jumping heavy kick setup. He can also make the jumping heavy kick whiff and then land an immediate SPD, too.
I was just about to ask you, if you let it go at a slightly later time,
and
then you try to attempt for the full charge, he lands earlier than it comes out, right?
Yeah, he can definitely do that as like a whiff setup. Backdash from Nephew, now trying to see the other side of that mix-up. Back throws big, has the corner now. And waiting.
Yeah, that breakdown was sick. I've never heard that part of the song. Oh. Option select again, this time forward medium punch.
Yeah. And the walk down begins again. Snake having to chase across the whole stage here. Waiting for the drive rush so we can stuff it. Counter hit confirm on the chop so you can get all 3. Try to jump maybe or backdash or something. Got clipped low.
And I like that, yeah. Just charging from full screen actually because of the fact that he doesn't have a lot of drive games left in it.
Oh, big. Yeah, nice confirm from Snake Eyes again. Jackhammer.
Side switch. The damage right in front of him, too. Yeah.
Counter sweep. Burnout now. Snake, no meter. Double burnout.
Oh, that's so scary. Oh, the big stop against the dash. One more touch away. Really scary.
Oh, he got hit by the fireball. It's hard to find the chip here, too. Oh, man.
No way.
That should just do it. I don't know. Oh, he built it back. You hate to see it. He built back the drive gauge right at the last second. Nephew looking for the chip. And Snake Eyes surviving. I love the idea. Just the timing was so unfortunate.
That's crazy. We were looking at it like Snake Eyes was going to be cooked for that game. We were thinking we were going to see a 2-on-2 setup between Snake Eyes and Nephew, but no, just in the nick of time, getting the drive gauge back. That is heartbreaking for Nephew.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's so tough to measure too. Actually, whether that's going to happen or not. I wonder. I mean, he blocked the first part too, and then he got the drive gauge back. So I think there must have been a gap, no? Because I think if it was a true block string, he would have just got chipped out. Oh man, that is such an unusual spot for sure. I cannot blame Nephew for trying that because burnout was still a factor for Zangief and everything. So it was very smart of him to try that. Just situationally, such a weird spot, and then he ends up just recovering that burnout gauge. Brutal.
You never thought the supercomputer would get a miscalculation like that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Gotta update the firmware.
Beating a supercomputer at chess? Never gonna happen.
No, not ever.
Yeah, but
change the batteries on the TI-83.
Yeah, very fun set between these two. Definitely very fun to watch. Both of them stream, as I'm sure all of you are aware. Check out their streams and check out all the content that they produce. Very fun players and very strong players. Being in top 3 of this tournament. you know that they played quite well to get here, and it was a really fun set to watch. I think their set in winners and losers here were both two of my favorite sets of the weekend so far. They were really scrappy, cool, fun sets, and I enjoyed watching them a lot.
You can't expect it to go any other way. Really. Look at that. Yeah, I think you were right. I think that block, that man, the initial block, I think, is what gave Snake Eyes that meter back. That was just really unfortunate. But, man, big ups to Nephew with the trek that he had going into this top 8, right? He took down Sweet Kicks 3-0, took down Chris CCH 3-2, also another close game. And also, through way of his matchup against JB, that still could have gone either way as well.
Right, yeah. A very close one. I mean, 3-1, he gets the job done on that loser semis. And Snake Eyes now second chance against this obstacle course up against Reynolds JP. This matchup, as I'm sure a lot of you saw on the winner side, did not go well for him, and it's tough. I mean, like, you know, the zoner matchups are normally not so good for Zangief. I think in this game, you know, he can fight him some guile, but the other zoners, like usual, are pretty tough for him, right, compared to a lot of the other matchups. So this one is rough, and Reynolds played it, to his credit, extremely well on the winner side as well.
Yeah. We're going to see whether or not he could repeat those exact same results with a similar type of strategy. I don't think Reynolds is one to kind of mix it up unless he really needs to. But at the same time, he's been such a wild player since I've known him. Right? Yeah. He has a wheel of options, and he literally just plays roulette in his head.
He's good at being a little loosey-goosey. Like, he does stuff that's like, what is he thinking? And then the match is over before you can even adjust. You know, he definitely is not afraid to do some unusual stuff. I mean, we saw him, like, he did drive rush command grab at the beginning of, like, a bunch of the rounds just to see. Yeah, I mean, he's a troll. Like, Reynolds is a troll. He can play solid if he has to, but he also likes to play a little silly sometimes. So he does a bit of both, and he does that and wins tournaments, right? Like, he's in winner side of this tournament as well, about to be in Capcom Cup, which is pretty wild if he gets the win here and makes it. So.
Yeah, and we had 628 entrants, mind you. He had to go through all of that. So that's still pretty impressive, man. Being as multi-talented in games that he is, still being able to maintain this level of play, really. That's just hard. It's kind of like a miracle to do that with a bunch of games out right now.
Right, exactly. So here we have it here, grand finals of our CPT North America West for Canada and the U.S. Reynolds versus Snake Eyes, and honestly, it looked really, really tough for Snake in the first set. We'll have to see if he can find some adjustments here as he gets a really early strong start. That's a classic Zangief option, just the chop right into SPD after. Yeah, spaced out on that. Should be the kill.
Okay, well, we already have the adaptation from Snake Eyes. To be fair, Reynolds gave a couple of looks, unsafe looks with some of the Phantoms.
Yeah. And I like Snake just representing a lot of really common, strong Zangief options there.
We see Reynolds already keen to what Snake Eyes wants to do, jumping back in unison with him, trying to catch him with that jump medium punch earlier, but now Reynolds setting up the double departure as well, and the lows are there.
Snake Eyes just walked up to try to check it, which I think is a cool idea too. Says, I'm not just going to give up all this space, I'm going to try something else. Doesn't go for the teleport, just sandwiches them and then gets a little low afterwards. Oh man, this is that obstacle course. Snake maybe up in life, but he's got to walk him all the way down. This positioning is pretty tough to deal with.
And I like that from Reynolds, just using that departure to teleport right on top of him. Get himself out of the corner, but mostly fight this here battle up close against Snake Eyes. Setting up departure again. But notice, he's not going to give up any of that estate, right? He's going to be chilling right in this spot, letting the damage be done to the drive gauge instead. But Snake Eyes, he's taking a couple of risks and taking actual damage to his health from the spikes.
I think that other spike might have hit him if he didn't teleport, actually. Uh-oh. Hard to say, but really good spot still for Reynolds.
Just one spike away, I think. No, he's
off the screen. He walks it
pretty
off.
Hefty. Could be like a spike and a half. Oh, I don't know. There was an attempted stomp. Oh, sandwich him again. Oh, the second one wasn't going to be.
Yeah, went off the screen again.
Yeah, I wasn't going to hit because it was off.
Not a lot of time on the clock, though. Big jump. He has level 3. He waited for the lariat. Juggle afterwards. He got it, though. Forced for the kill. Snake Eyes finding the little tiny moment where he needed that jump, and it all paid off. I love that he didn't go for the level 3. He was like, let me just wait for the jump. I know you're going to do it.
Yeah, how many of you thought that the Borscht Dynamite wasn't going to connect? Because that was mad low.
Yeah,
that was extremely low.
Very clean. First game goes to Snake, and he had to walk him down to do it. There was no time left on that clock there. Whoa. Oh. He was in the front? That was ambiguous.
That was tricky. Setting up shop. Again with the departures, anti-air is there, very sharp angle, perfect for. What was that? Drive rush forward into spike.
Yeah, probably an accident. I'm guessing he tried a crouching button maybe, and then got down input.
Oh. Just an anticipation of a normal horizontally, but it was Snake Eyes taken to the skies.
Lariat just not hitting behind there cost Snake Eyes huge, potentially this round because of it actually. Oh, any hit will do it now. Reynolds just fishing with that crouching medium kick, gonna back up, set up the portal, let it do all the work.
Yeah. Jump back medium punch. You know what's really scary about that exact scenario? If Reynolds actually goes for like the crouching heavy punch and it's still like too far away, Snake Eyes could like empty jump and get a big SPD off of that. So I love the jump back option instead from Reynolds.
Yeah, very smart. Like nice and safe, you know, very smart and well spotted too, because a lot of people are just gonna do something that's potentially could lose you the round. You gotta be careful about that.
Imagine getting punished for something that you should be doing like anti-air.
Oh my. They confirm too. Huge damage.
Move one in there. A heavy kick afterwards, looking for Oki. Sit him down.
Oh my god. Help the headbutt.
Damage. Oh man, he wasn't gonna. To be fair, yeah, I don't think if you're in that position as Reynolds, your drive gauge is gone. You're looking at just one more touch to death.
Right.
You're not going to be spending any critical art for a reversal to get the drive impact.
No, I was wondering if he was going to try like OD Amnesia, and then Snake Eyes just headbutt him to death, just beating up that poor drive gauge. And headbutt's plus on blocks, so doing headbutt's not that bad of an option.
I forget, actually, you could just do regular Amnesia. Very special case for characters like JP, even if you don't have drive gauge, right?
Right. Yeah, very good option. Early level 3.
The sandwich. The spike sandwich? What are you? A spike sandwich.
Exactly, and now drive gauge situation pretty rough here for Snake. Oh, he found the sweep. Wake up crouching medium punch from Reynolds.
Another one. Buy one, get one free. Ugh. No reaction from the side of Reynolds. That could have been a game for Reynolds had he reacted appropriately.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to see it though.
That's fair.
Man, look at him just chopping away. I love that he didn't back up. He's like, I'm just going to sit here and keep fighting for the space. Counter hit confirmed. Yeah. Reynolds, instead of running, he's like, okay, I have such a big lead. I'm just going to walk you down and beat you up. I think that's a very smart thing to recognize that he didn't need to back away, right? He had such good position. Oh, punish.
Oh. Finally gets the punish on the Lariat. I feel like he hasn't done so in the couple of times over against Snake Eyes, unless it was like a whiff one, him coming in, and it just didn't get to anti-air. Oh, that's a great parry. More so for this. Yeah, he gets to drain some of that drive gauge. I love the combos into the drive impacts off of the perfect parry.
Right.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's really smart. I mean, it's such an important resource to get rid of for your opponent, so.
Especially to stop the Jolly Green Giant. Actually, to be fair, I think they're both like pretty tall in stature.
Yeah, they are tall.
Ooh. Look at that. Damascus versus Alex Myers.
Battle of the Giants. He walked so far forward, and the portal still didn't go off the screen there. And Reynolds waiting for that drive gauge to come back here. Yeah. So now he has a gauge if he wants to go for the drive impact.
You are so tricky. I was thinking about a normal. Snake Eyes might have been doing the same. He just ate the throw. More than enough damage because of that drive gauge extension. Reynolds looking pretty clean in that round. We'll see how it goes this time around. Snake Eyes already taking the initiative to move forward.
Doing a smart job of like picking good spots to approach too. I mean, I think that's like the underrated skill that a zoner has to have. Wow, what a pickup.
The pickup!
Yeah, Reynolds, like, you know, he's running and throwing portals and stuff and zoning, but he's also just approaching Zangief. Yeah, stuff like that, right? He's approaching in times that are really tough to predict.
Oh no! Hey, no punish. That's not too bad for Snake Eyes. You know, a little bit of a reliever.
Yeah, a little late. And look, he's just harassing with it. He found out. He's like, oh, you don't have an option for this? I'm just going to do this over and over. Oh, no. Punish. And now comboed actually.
That's
wow.
broken.
That is so wild. Look at that. That's going to be a game on the board.
You mean to tell me how much time he has to just neutral jump and throw out the cane?
Yeah, and then he drive rush jab confirms afterwards. Very.
Jeez.
Like,
that jumping medium punch, we got to call it raising canes, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man. Just whew.
All the way out there. That was, I have to say, a really impressive, like, awareness from Reynolds to see that hit and be like, oh, this works. Like, I wonder if he's actually ever done that before.
No, it doesn't look like it. In comparison to how he's been playing against Snake Eyes, I feel like it's that one realization is like, oh, I'm going to abuse this.
Yeah, and he saw, like, Snake didn't have an answer for the neutral jump, so he just did it 17 times in a row.
Yeah.
Which is, like, you know, that's one of the big skills in fighting games. If your opponent can't stop something or they're struggling with something, using that move over and over is really important. And that was, like, the most literal example I can think of almost ever. He was like, oh, you whipped the lariat? I'm just going to do neutral jump over and over and over and see what you have to deal with it. So I like it. We have a 2-1 lead here for Reynolds, and then just taking some time to think about it for Snake.
Not a single emote used.
No.
That's serious business.
This is a CPT qualifier moment. We're keeping our faces stern. Oh, no lariat there from Snake.
I wonder what it is, man. No way he's dropping stuff like this at this moment. Oh, that's fair. I thought, you know, he would be like far enough to kind of get like a jump punish on that. Snake Eyes thought the same thing, but that hitbox is pretty deceptive.
Yeah. I like him whipping the crouching medium punch to try to fake that he's going to use the snap on the portal.
Yeah. Oh, with the animation too, because he's doing like the down motion too.
Yeah. Oh, a little late, but he's still got the trade anti-air. No punish on the sweep. Level 1, yeah. Good damage, sets him up full screen. He can get the ghost, get the portal. Snake Eyes just stuck, having to walk down all of this.
So you walked 1,000 miles, man. Oh! The sandwich, the spike sandwich again. Just the hold and take. Yeah, close to that burnout and just hits it. Reynolds looking for the chip damage now, but he's within a throw away. This is so scary. Reynolds trying to jump out. Oh, we got to see this SPD, right? No, he lets him
go for it.
Him out.
Now it's going to be chip. Yeah, such a bad spot for Snake. He didn't want to risk the SPD. I totally understand because Reynolds, you know, he got hit by the headbutt twice trying to run away, so I think it's a smart choice, but then Reynolds gets that space, gets that zoning, and now, oh, I think he caught him.
That gets him.
Jackhammer. No, the other one goes for the side swap. But still, man, you got to feel like he spent those 2 bars.
Oh my God, the spike is still there. That's a lot of damage incoming. Reynolds gets to set up shop yet again. This is going to be prime position to look at tournament point. While Snake Eyes in this corner, he has a couple of shots to get out.
I love that he just goes for offense here, by the way. He still has the lead, but he's like, why not? Here's the jump again. Snake Eyes trying a new idea. Anti-air looks good. Reynolds so close to closing this one out. The sweep. And he baits the counter.
Amnesia gets baited out.
Nothing too big, though. Jab check. Reynolds with full resources, by the way. One hit could do it. The tuck in, and that's the kill.
But he's still got one more round to stay alive. Oh, boy.
Oh, nice
You
stuff.
can see it. Reynolds being a lot more aggressive. He sees the finish line. However, a couple of obstacles in his way. Snake Eyes and Zangief.
Yeah, just look at this. Pierce. A lot more zoning. He stopped going for any kind of offensive approach. Just recognize that maybe this is the look he needs to try to put on the screen here and make Snake Eyes deal with it for a while.
Yeah, and knowing Snake Eyes is taking a lot of damage to his drive gauge, throwing out some of the parries on the way out, but now he's just looking to walk him down. And right now, I think for Reynolds, yeah, it was going to be a moment. As soon as he gets this hit confirmed, he is schmoving on out of there.
Not too much of a confirm, actually. Could have been something big into a level 3 even, but didn't get it. Yeah, look at that. He ran away, and then he went back in for harassment. Unsafe on that, though. Oh, and there's one of, again, very few counters we've seen so far, but he does go for it. Reynolds drive gauge. Oh, an accident. That's huge. He has level 3. He just built this, so he goes for the level 2 here. This is going to be burnout now for Reynolds.
Oh, boy.
Got to make some choices here. Oh, heavy kick calls out the jump back. The Porsche. And now he's one guess away here from cleaning this up. The portal on the wake up.
He thought Snake Eyes was going to be big chilling in the corner or something, just mid-screen. He thought he wasn't going to move forward.
Yeah, and I mean, that was it. I mean, it looked like Reynolds' game. Just like that, we have potential reset now. This is 3-0 in our winner side, by the way.
That's going to be the big wake-up call for Reynolds, right? He's taking a little bit more of a calm approach, at least going into the first round of game number 5. Giving a lot of different looks as well. A little bit of a stutter step. Snake Eyes wasn't gonna fall for it until he saw green. That's unfortunate. Hey, no big punish against them.
Yeah, if you ever block the lariat like that, you can just hit drive impact, and you always get a punish on it. You always get the punish counter. So if you're looking for something consistent, that's what Reynolds should be looking for. Stuff again. Look at him go. Man, Snake Eyes really caging him in the corner here. Oh my, everything's going wrong for Reynolds here. Chop doesn't go for any SPD.
Not like this.
Yeah, he looks great. I have to say, Snake Eyes' adjustments looking solid here. Back throw. This is a chance for Reynolds to set up and try to get some zoning going here.
He's walking him down too. He doesn't mind this battle. He's been doing it for years. Quite literally.
And he missed times that he gets thrown out. A potential reset point here for Snake Eyes.
Oh.
I thought he was going to catch the jump back with level 1.
I also thought the same exact thing.
And Reynolds is trying to make something happen, but it feels like Snake is just more and more comfortable walking him down, finding whip punishes, finding opportunities to hit him, stuff the portals. whiffed.
Oh, man. Snake Eyes has been blocking a lot of these attempts, too, against Reynolds. Reynolds, I totally get it. He wants to get rid of Snake Eyes' gauge. There's a level 1. It's too far.
Yeah, that's a big whiff. And level 3 is available. Does not spend it. Maybe feeling like he's comfortable in this round now that Snake Eyes is full screen, down a meter, down a lot of drive gauge.
He's getting there, too. Close to burn. Or so I thought. Committing to that sequence. Snake Eyes finding a way to thread the needle.
It's enough to the reset just like that. 3-2 after a beatdown in that winner's finals.
If you're a Zangief main, Brutus, I'm talking to you directly. You got to be sweating, right? Brutus, somebody check Brutus's pulse, quick.
The allegations, look,
now.
You know,
Mike too strong. Where are you?
I do not want, like, if Zangief wins, the discourse is going to be despicable. It's
going to be great.
It's going to be despicable. I'm not
the
trying to hear
The best thing is, Snake Eyes is going to answer all of it with, yeah, Zangief is bad.
Yeah, he's going to, you know how he's going to be like, all of you are so bad. If he wins, he's just going to be like, I am so good, and all of you are so stinky. Like, that's going to be like that's going to be the response. He's like, how did you guys let me do this with Zangief?
Imagine if I played a real character.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. In modern games, it's very rare that even the weak characters are not playable, right? Like, that's just how modern games are. They're usually,
rare, yeah.
They're usually balanced. So that's the case, that they're not just useless.
Yeah,
oh, man,
it's
no
winnable.
punish.
It's very much so winnable.
Reynolds got to drive Impact Hilarious, I think. Like, that's the answer if you're looking for one.
Yeah, he's opted to go for normals a couple of times over, just out of range. Oh, and I love that delay on the heavy kick, but still no conversion off of that. Reynolds giving a couple of looks, getting a couple of these openings, but not really capitalizing, which is going to be a big detriment now. The more options you give Snake Eyes, man, the scarier he'll be.
Every interaction where you let Zangief get away with something is just really, really scary, because then he could just kill you off of one thing, and you're like, well, man, he pulled all the way up. A lot of drive gauge loss.
Every big miss on a punish is polluting the timeline, right?
Yeah.
Too early. You're polluting the timeline.
Too early. Well, you get level 2, right? Oh, I was going to say, I thought Zangief level 2 was the answer there, but drop!
Oh, that was the most Reynolds thing you could ever ask for. Wow. That was genuinely the Reynolds patented.
Clutching defeat from the jaws of victory. That is rough right there. He had the heavy cane.
He had the anything.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh, not like this. But hey, more for Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
Got the spike sandwich. He's eating that. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He flexes on the way over to the ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghosts and Ghostbuster stuff. I like that. Dr. Stance.
Ooh, big jump. Snake Eyes with a chance here. He's got a lot of meter, too. Was that level 2? Yeah.
Oh, flex on him again. Oh, the hell stab right in the shins.
So plus. Reynolds just blocks it out, though. Big jump in. Not enough to kill. SPD will kill now, though, so, you know, got to be very careful about that. Snake keeps it tight. Man, the walk down stuffs him, so he doesn't have any portals anymore. One hit will do it now for Snake Eyes. And there it is. Checks the drive rush. He's now winning the set.
Long-term beast. This guy's all about the long set. Snake Eyes, man.
Yeah, this
with
guy.
punish.
He is so good. That was meaty.
That right there is the big emotional drainage right there. That forward heavy punch is gonna be so much against Reynolds.
Oh man, and you know Snake Eyes is finding all these whip punishes more and more, finding those ways in. And Reynolds is not letting the counter rip very much, so
no,
it's not even really something Snake Eyes has to think about. Look at him go, the whip punish. Oh my god, stuffing all the drive rushes. It's just like, it feels like in neutral, he's really tightened up and these jabs are landing over and over, crushing medium kicks, the sweeps, stuffs them on the dash in.
But we're seeing so much irrational movement coming from the side of Reynolds, right? There's a little bit of anxiousness with the way he's been playing, and also some of these big drops that he's had is really starting to show his mental fortitude slowly starting to collapse.
It's a back though, there's a lot of space. Snake very close to burnout as well. Yeah, and now parrying is a little scary as well. Ooh, whip overhead. Yeah, Reynolds kind of put the brakes on and then not let the drive gauge come back for Snake. Punish. Unsafe on that, misses the mark, and you know, he just went a little all in there. Snake Eyes ready for it.
The delay does get the throw. The back throw is that. That's the departure.
Another regular throw. So he's not going for any of these anymore. He's like, all right, Snake Eyes has not been biting. Let me just go for the throws over and over, get the space, get the zoning going. I like that choice. The guy watching in the background so happy. He's like, yeah, zone this guy.
Oh! He looked away at that moment, too. He's like, wait a minute.
Give him the no look. Corner position now for Snake Eyes.
He's like, damn, I didn't kill him.
Damn, bro.
It was either that. He's like, why are you messing up my landing strip, bro?
Oh, I thought he might SPD the landing right there. Doesn't go for it.
Uh-oh.
SPD now one guess away from Snake Eyes being up 2-0. Is he jumping? No, he's backdashing. And he just parries and gets out of there.
Perfect.
Level 2 spent with basically nothing off of it for Reynolds. Oh, he risked it all. And, you know, that's one of those guesses where, like, if he cancels into the Kane special, DI does beat it, right? So
Yeah.
Reynolds committing to that crouching medium kick just got him clipped. 2-0.
Uh-oh.
Snake Eyes one game away from ruining everybody's timelines, ruining all the Twitter discourse for the next, I don't even know, month, year.
I can't
6
wait
months.
for it, especially for the casual audience. It's like, oh, Zangief's pretty good.
Yeah. Look at him performing miracles out there.
Mm-hmm.
What a player. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, Zangief, is he one of the weaker characters? Sure. But he's still definitely a very playable character.
And Snake Eyes makes it possible.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. Snake Eyes is putting in a lot of work here.
You weren't kidding when you said Snake Eyes puts Zangief in the back pocket.
Yeah, he does. Which is impressive. That's a big dude.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Heavy kick on the way in. Look at the sweep, too.
Definitely in full control. When everything starts landing and going Snake Eyes' way, you already know he's in your head.
Yeah, I don't think a slugfest is very good in this matchup for JP, I would guess, but it's kind of what they're playing now.
And as soon as you say that, yeah, Reynolds going back to the zoning part of the matchup. Or so I thought. Now it's going to be just close quarters, low, medium kicks over and over and over again. Just kind of deter Snake Eyes from moving forward. But we've seen what had happened when he takes that big risk.
Stuff the drive rush. One guess away from this round. Walked up. Oh, man, that was scary. Only one portal, though, because he walked the other one off the screen.
Mm-hmm. Just checking with the low mediums again.
Oh, my.
He's mostly looking for that departure, but a lot of those haven't been paying off. That's the second time he's been punished. He's not keeping tabs of how much meter Snake Eyes has.
Yeah, he hasn't done like heavy into the feint glue or anything like that. We haven't seen that much from Reynolds. So now, tournament points. Snake Eyes Zangief trying to qualify for Capcom Cup. Ooh, doesn't get the sweep in time. No punish from Reynolds.
Damn, the Tetris block coming in.
Yeah, throw bait on that, so Snake Eyes got to work his way back in. Big deficit now. Walk back SPD!
The classic.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, too. It really hurts. On punish counter, you're just like, well, there goes my life bar. There goes my drive gauge. Big jump from Snake! Oh, man.
Oh, we might see like a reset into it, too. Okay, it's going to be lights. If that was SPD, maybe
no
within
drive
range,
rush.
perhaps.
Yeah, he didn't go for the confirm off of it, walking him down. Now, Reynolds looks so lost in this. This neutral just working out for Snake Eyes. Every interaction, he's just walking him down. He's not kind of playing any kind of, you know, irrational game, jumping, anything like that. Just walk him down, wait for the portal to go away, you know, play it nice and safe, walk the portal off the screen. And this zoning is all happening, but Snake Eyes lost no health so far.
Oh, and I love that jump back instead of just taking whatever it is that Reynolds was trying to jump in with. Oh, this is going to be...
Snake has level 2, by the way. So if you're Reynolds, you have to be very careful about canceling into a ghost. Oh, my, the feint.
Oh, my God.
Make the level 2 available. One more hit puts him in burnout. He jumps in.
The double departure. We do get the burnout as well, but it won't deter Snake Eyes, right?
Oh, he jumps back. Gets hit out of the air. Doesn't combo, though. Chip is still scary, but you know he's turning on that level 2. He
What
gets
was
the
that?
throw. Oh, my. Not enough to kill or anything.
Departure, double time.
He doesn't want to cancel because he doesn't want to get level 2'd, which means Reynolds has to just back off here. He stuffs him, so no portal. One hit away. Snake Eyes, one hit from doing this. And that'll do it. Snake Eyes qualifies for Capcom Cup with Zangief. 3-0 in our grand finals reset over Reynolds. The big man is fighting for the million.
I will tell you right now, do not log into Twitter today. Do not log in for the rest of the week if you are a Zangief main, because this guy, Snake Eyes, pulling off miracles. And I will say miracles because Reynolds had it in his hands. He had it in full control in the first half of that grand finals. As we take a look at the replay, is how it all transpired.
Man, Snake Eyes is so good. I mean, Reynolds is incredible, too. We saw how impressive he was in that winner side set, right? Snake Eyes is so damn good. It's ridiculous. This is why I hope he enters more tournaments. This is the thing. Is like
I agree.
He like almost never enters tournaments, right? Like, you know, he doesn't really play in online tournaments very much. He hasn't like traveled a lot recently. I love watching him in tournament. You know, he went to Texas Showdown late last year, right? Which was really fun to watch. I love watching him at Texas Showdown before this game came out. And to see him playing again, I really hope we get to see more Snake Eyes in tournament, whether it's online, whether it's offline. Obviously, we're going to be seeing him at Capcom Cup, but like, you know, he is a treasure to watch. He's such a strong player, and so seeing him win this tournament, you know, I hope it's not just like he wins and he's like, all right, guys, I'm not entering anything anymore. Like I really hope that he enters another tournament because he is so fun to watch, and he played really incredibly in this grand finals.
No doubt.
In a really tough matchup. Like this is, Zangief, he's a character that could do it, even though it's hard, but this matchup is really difficult, and he played super well.
Yeah, it's just a matter of having the appropriate reads, right? It's just, I think just pattern recognition is like triple S tier for Snake Eyes. Having the right options because he's rehearsed it so many times over. It's one thing to know the option, it's another to do it in such a high pressure situation. And also, we start to see a lot of the mistakes coming from Reynolds, repeated mistakes at that, going for things that are not true block strings are unsafe because of the fact of the threat of level 2 being available for Zangief, right? Again, Reynolds just having different looks, not the confident man that we saw in the first set of this game.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame him too, right? When Snake Eyes just like started walking him down, it was such a good solution. Every time the portal came out, he walked him down, he used his lights. He didn't really do anything fancy, and I think it looked really tough for him to deal with. In the first set, he just harassed them over and over and over.
Yeah.
This time, kind of a different story, so well played there. Snake Eyes, our champion, incredibly played. Like, he played so well. Every person out there who watched that set could probably guess how tough it is to deal with JP versus Zangief, as we saw right there. And Snake did a great job of, cleaning up there, getting the job done. 3-2 in the first set, 3-0 in the last set.
That's what I'm talking about, man. Take a look at the winners finals as to how it all transpired, why Reynolds was in the grand finals in the first place.
Right.
That was the on-paper match, right? That's the on-paper result. However, Snake Eyes, he's one to kind of like break the mold and kind of throw that paper away majority of the time. So again, he's making big waves with this character, and it's it really stands true to what we've been saying, right? It's not necessarily about the character, it's about the pilot, it's about the player.
Yeah, and hopefully everybody enjoyed all the action today. This is, of course, CPT US and Canada West. If you haven't already signed up for your Capcom Pro Tour event, please do so. All the regional online CPT events are now available to sign up with, as well as the 2 offline CPTs happening. Those are Singapore and France, in case you guys are wondering. It's end of October, early November for those. Winner of each of those gets a chance to compete in Capcom Cup. So Snake Eyes won this tournament, gets to play in Capcom Cup, which is really awesome. There's $1 million for first place, over $2 million in prize pool. Total, you can head on over to CapcomProTour.com to sign up. This is almost here for the deadline for this. You got to sign up now. And listen, your region's signups are available now. If you're not playing for like 2 months or something, and you're like, oh, I'll just sign up next week or whatever, go sign up right now. Use the adrenaline from Snake Eyes winning this tournament to go run over and sign up for everything so you can play in that, of course. These are the 2 offline premieres we mentioned, late October and early November.
That's right. The offline premiere over in Singapore. If you're in that area or plan to be in that area, be sure to register again. Off of what exactly Sajam said, do not forget to do so. The offline premiere also happening in France. 2 lovely places, I'm sure, to be a part of something so big in the FGC that is the Capcom Pro Tour. But again, for some of these players too, it may not be the chance that they could have with their qualifier in the West, but we still have plenty more to look forward to in other regions as well, right? South America West, we talked about their deadline coming up very, very soon on Monday. That showdown is going to be happening next weekend, September 2nd. Of course, during that moment, the registration period is still going to be open for Asia East. And of course, followed after that on the 16th of September, Central America East. There's just so many things going on in the realm of the Capcom Pro Tour each and every weekend. But in conjunction with that, we have the World Warrior program that's been going on since last year, and now providing even more opportunities for 26 different regions, looking for 26 different champions, all competing for that grand prize of $1 million at Capcom Cup 10. But overall, the $2 million prize pool, of course, you absolutely have to, if you are a competitive player, to sign up for World Warrior. And I highly encourage it for the guys that have been playing it throughout this weekend for the West in U.S. and Canada. They did a phenomenal job. Now they got to face off against the Titan Chris Tatarian, who got first place last Wednesday. So again, be sure to sign up for both the CPT and World Warrior for all of the events.
Right. Even if your region's thing is done for CPT, like the CPT online event's not happening and you can't make it to any of the offline tournaments, the World Warrior is your ticket, right? Like that's what you got to do. It's the way to get in each and every week. And then not only do you have to qualify, but then you have to win the tournament at the end. So it's a tough road, but I mean, it's the road you have to take, right? If you're not going to any of these offline events and your region's event is over, you might as well try. And even if your region's event is coming up, play in World Warrior in the meantime, because, you know, unless you win it, you're going to need to play in World Warrior anyway. So, yeah, that was really fun set to watch, of course. It was a really good tournament so far, and we're going to get to hear from our winner, which is going to be very fun.
I have not really thought about this in a long time. We're actually going to get an interview from Snake Eyes. When was the last time we've like really heard that sentence, or on any sort of like competitive game? Like it feels like Wednesday night fights, man.
I know, it is like a throwback for sure. It's awesome. I mean, I'm
so sick, man.
So happy he entered this tournament. It makes
Likewise.
like when I was checking the brackets, the first thing I did, I literally opened Start GG and typed in Snake to see if he entered.
Did you?
And,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
And
I happened
like,
to just see it as I was going through the brackets. I'm like, no way.
Yeah, that was like the first thing I did because I want to see him play, you know. I want to see him in more tournaments. But we're going to have our Chipotle Unwrapped, which is going to be our recap show of everything that happened, of course, and also include our winner's interview. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with Snake Eyes in just a little bit.
At Chipotle, real food always starts with real ingredients in real kitchens. When you order Chipotle, real food starts with you. Whether it's in restaurant, pickup, or delivery. However you Chipotle is the easiest way to Chipotle.
Which one of these was the herbal medicine again? Oh yeah, this one. Probably. Now, here comes the airplane. Say ah. No! Some poisons can kill people in the thousands with that amount. Like botulinum toxin, it inhibits acetylcholine release, causing loss of muscle tone, lethargy, dizziness, visual impairment. Heavy eyelids, intense thirst, loss of speech, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach distension, breathing difficulty, then respiratory failure.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Chipotle Unwrapped segment where we got the chips as well as the queso dip to take us through all the top 8 that went on today. Vicious here with Sejam, big Chipotle fan, obviously, and I get why. But we will be talking about what had happened in our top 8 that it took us for a very, very wild ride.
Right.
Now, if we can open the bracket for just a little bit, just in case for the folks at home that happened to miss the scores and all the beatdowns, take a look. We started things off with a very, very confident matchup between Reynolds and Chris CH. That was a massive crunch as well. That was a 3-2 crunch if I ever heard it, Sejam. Snake Eyes as well, taking it down against JB. Now, those are primarily the two that we were obviously looking for, right? With the winners semifinals, the matchup that we were anticipating the most obviously was JB and Snake Eyes, right?
Yeah, that was a really fun match. And I think, that kind of set the pace for what the tournament was going to look like. And it was a really fun match to watch. And I think Snake Eyes showed a lot of cool stuff. And honestly, I'm really excited because we are going to get that interview in a second here. But I'm really curious to know what his adjustments were like after that winners finals, right? Reynolds cleans up 3-0 in kind of an expected turnout in how that matchup's supposed to go. And then Snake Eyes not only gets the W against Nephew and loses finals, which is really, really impressive, but then gets the job done in grand finals. So we have our interview with Snake Eyes, the champion of this, who is headed to Capcom Cup.
Damn!
Very impressive to him, of course. So we're going to open that up, and you guys get to hear from Snake Eyes. First of all,
there he is.
Congratulations, by the way. Very well played.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
It's been a long time, man. The man with no fireballs. I was hopping into the stream immediately, and man, every time I hear that sub notification, it's pretty wild. But again, big congratulations to you, brother.
Thank you, man. I was trying really hard.
Yeah, you were working hard. I have to say, okay, so winners finals went pretty bad, right? Like it's 3-0, it's JP, it's a tough matchup. What were your adjustments going to grand finals?
So when you're playing Zangief, it's kind of hard to play in a specific way against certain characters.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the times you really have to think like pretty hard about your strategy against like JP or like Jury or like JB's Rashid.
Yeah.
So I was kind of struggling when I played Reynolds the first time because I forgot how to fight JP, and I was kind of thinking about it before we played, and I just couldn't remember exactly how to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the second time I fought him, I was like, all right, we are in there. That loss was enough to like kickstart me, and that's pretty much all it took.
Right, so it got the brain juice flowing, right? You're like, okay, I remember what I'm supposed to do. I got my second chance. Were you thinking that when you lost the first set? Were you like, if I just get a second chance, I'm ready?
Yes, I was like, you know what? I'm sorry, nephew, but like, you have to go down.
Damn.
I want my run back.
Yeah.
I want my run back.
That's fair. I mean, in a competitive atmosphere, that's exactly how it goes down. There has to be one winner and one loser. That's just how it goes, especially with what's on the line. But one of the biggest things that actually we've been talking about in general is how little we've actually seen of you in the tournament space.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've been streaming a ton, right?
Yes.
You've been putting out so much Zangief content and doing so much grind work and lab work with a bunch of these characters. Why has it been for you, like, your big decision as to, like, why you haven't really been entering as many tournaments? Or at least I personally haven't seen as many tournament runs from you.
Honestly, I just haven't really felt like traveling. Like, like I know that I can win a lot of tournaments, but I also didn't feel like I was ready because you really have to be on your P's and Q's when you're traveling and trying to like, traverse a bunch of like JPs and Kins and all that stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that I was ready. I did the same exact thing in Guilty Gear Strive. I kind of just waited a while and then I entered the tournament. So I kind of like to just wait until I feel ready personally.
Yes, and as a fan of that game, I loved watching you play that game, and I wanted you to play in tournaments so much. Same thing with this game. So are you interested in, maybe not even traveling, but playing in more online tournaments and stuff? Now you're qualified for Capcom Cup, so, you're chilling a little bit, right? I mean, I'm sure everybody like me, I be lurking in your stream watching all the time. Are we going to get some more of you in tournament, or are you going to vibe for a little bit, not playing against JP in tournaments? Pretty stressful, I imagine.
Also, so now there's like this thing where, it's like, do you want to enter more tournaments and show more of your gameplay?
Right.
Or do you want to like hide some of your tech? Because I'm playing Zangief, right?
Yeah.
I think he kind of needs some sort of element of surprise to win. At least one or two elements of surprise to win in a match. So I'm going to have to decide whether, if I want to show a lot or show a little or like just grind against everyone or whatnot. So yeah, that's
That's fair.
That's what.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, you have to be thoughtful, right? There's a lot of money on the line, obviously, too, and you have to think about that stuff. Yeah, there is $1 million on the line, which you're now fighting for because you're in Capcom Cup, which is very exciting. I cannot wait to watch you play. It's always fun to watch you play every game. But I was going to say, people talk a lot about Zangief as well. He's not a super strong character in this game. So, like, what are the things that you focus on as a competitor playing a character who's, like, obviously quite a bit weaker in this game? Like, what are your thoughts about, maybe stuff like that you just mentioned, like trying not to share too much of what you have, but also how do you approach it knowing that your character's on the weaker end?
You know what? Okay, this is going to sound cocky, but, like, sometimes I feel like his weakness is just placebo, and that maybe he's actually not weak. But maybe that's just me playing really well as him, or like just outplaying other people. And a lot of the times, other people tend to complain about Zangief, so I kind of listen to them and take those complaints into consideration. And it's just really interesting because I mean, I won this tournament, but obviously your character has to be good in some sort of capacity to win that tournament, right? So
right.
I just don't know if he's weak or strong. Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, the game hasn't even been out that long, too, right? So it's hard to
right.
say,
We're starting to see like the meta sort of develop, like leaning towards obviously primarily JP and Ken. One of the questions I had for you, and I wanted to ask you this on your own stream, like if there was any sort of change you would want to be made towards like Zangief, if that was like the big wish, they like pull off a big surprise, like in Capcom Cup you get to do one big buff or something. I don't know, but if there was any sort of change that you wanted towards Zangief in your perception, like what would it be?
I like this question because this is a really good question. I want to chop the combo, man. Just seeing that whip, it's like, come on, Not to get into too much detail, but that's like, I think that's the biggest thing. And I kind of wish he also had like a lariat after, like a consistent lariat combo, a consistent combo ender combo.
Yeah.
I'm not that greedy though when it comes to buffs, like. Just give me a combo. That's it.
Just give me a combo is fair, I think. The ones that I was thinking about the most is like how often you would try to go for like an anti-air lariat. I'm like, yo, let it hit from behind him at least, like that's what I was thinking.
I'll take that,
Yeah.
A lot of people are gonna hate you for saying that.
Some people hate me anyway.
I mean, you did like a drive rush confirm into crouching jab into crouching medium because you were too far for hell stab. And I was like, oh, that's a great confirm. And then you did lariat, and then it whiffed, and I was like, dude, he did 7 things right. Like, he confirmed he did the right move because he was too far, and then, like, not being able to hit lariat is brutal. So, yeah, I'm totally with you. Like, I think, like, the horizontal range on it, why can't he do 3 lights into lariat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That feels kind of bad.
That seems fair, right? Like, how many other characters in the game can do light into a special move, And then there's Zangief, right?
Yeah.
That's my exact same thought process as well. It's like, well, everyone else has it, so it wouldn't hurt if I had it.
Yeah, and you're working hard out there. So I have to say, for everybody out there who is a Zangief enthusiast, all of your fans on your stream, because I'm sure, like me, a lot of people watch your stream all the time. You're like always live, and it's like always fun to watch. And your stream is really entertaining. It's one of my favorite streams to lurk in. So for everybody who's a fan of yours, and everybody who watches you in tournaments or on your stream or whatever, do you have any thoughts or words for everybody who supports you?
I made a tweet recently. I was like, this is for all of the low tier heroes, Just never give up on your character, Like, I mean, you might not be, and not to sound cocky, but you might not be like a champion or someone who's won tournaments before, but like, if you keep at it and you watch the right people and you have the right mindset, you can do it too. So like, that's just it.
Nice.
It's wild. Like, you've been a proponent of that exact mindset since I've met you. Like, seeing you perform at your Evo, I was thinking it was like a HD remix tournament too, taking down that. And then
you know about that?
Yeah, I was, dude.
We talked about it.
Hello? Like, I've been there. I was literally there when it happened, and then see you kind of like transform into the player that you are, like week after week, every single WNF. Like, you are like the staple of SoCal. So seeing you back into the fray at this very moment is truly. It truly is like one of the biggest highlights that we could ask for. I did not see this on my bingo card of Zangief winning the first CPT in the West Coast, right?
Yeah.
But let alone being piloted by you, we really couldn't ask for anything better.
I said it in the beginning too. Like, the first thing I did when I saw this tournament is I typed in Snake Eyes on StartDG to see if you entered, and I was like, let's go. I was really happy to see you enter.
That's what I'm talking about, St. Jim.
Yeah,
I also have a question for you guys too.
Oh, yeah, sure.
What did you think on the run back between me and Reynold? Did you think I was gonna get destroyed, or did you think I was gonna win?
I will definitely answer this one first,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
With the way that Reynolds is as a player, if he loses all control in terms of like his momentum and he starts to get a little bit anxious, it was going to be downhill for him because we've experienced how he is as a player. Like we've played against him in different games, but we've also watched him a ton. We don't want to give like any sort of players any sort of momentum, but when it comes to like Reynolds versus someone like you who thrives on that momentum, we already knew it was like, man, it's got to go to a reset. But I will say this, I did not expect it to go 3-0 in reverse after the reset. I did not expect it to be that way.
Your adjustments were so good. I love that whenever you put out the portal, you just started walking all the way up to him and being like checking the lights, like crouching light kick or walking the second portal off screen. That was like super smart, right? Because then it negated all the drive damage you took. It negated the situation and made it much better. But Reynolds, like he said, is someone who historically, he's like, he's an Evo champion. He's a really strong player. But he does have those moments where he's like supposed to win and then drops it. Like these things happen to him sometimes. So when I saw you reset, I was like, oh no, it's getting a little flubby. Like things are getting a little weird. And again, like Zangief's scary, man. Like nobody wants.
Zangief's scary.
Yeah, even if your like what nephew said, even if your character's like JP, like Zangief is so scary to fight. And like once you reset a tournament, he's thinking like, oh my god, I lost. Like I gotta try to win. Like he's so stressed.
You started to see some of like the irrational movements forward. You saw him kind of have like that burst of offense right out the gate during the reset, right? And I know for sure you acknowledge that it's like, oh great, now he's bringing the fight to me. I am way better in the slugfest than he is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And another thing is like, he's a KOF player, right?
Yeah.
Obviously he got second place. He's really good.
Yes. Yeah.
But I feel like there's still some KOF in there somewhere anyway. And I sort of tried to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Because I know it's kind of, I think it's kind of hard to play 2 games.
Yeah.
At a very high level. So I felt like, maybe he wasn't in like full control of his of JP.
Yeah, and you looked really good after the reset too. I mean, you were just playing super well. You also had those like the set against Nephew and Winners and JB were like nail biters too, a little bit kind of close on that. I was just gonna ask you, how prepared were you for Rashid? By the way, like I'm sure you run into him in ranked and stuff. It's like he's a new character, So
I run into Shazzy and JB a lot. And those are like the only 2 people who play Rashid in the game.
Yeah.
Or like so.
Yeah.
But that was good enough practice for me, those are probably like the best 2 players we have on the West Coast for Rashid. So like something I kind of went back and like I watched a few matches, tried to see like what Nephew does what JB does when he like fidgets.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I'm trying to like, because a lot of the times players they tend to autopilot sometimes when they play. And if you can pick up on those tendencies, you can capitalize.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's like the life of a character. You play a grappler especially, right? Like you have to figure out those little moments where you're like, all right, what are they doing? You did that a lot too. I feel like you're the only Zangief I can think of, or one of the only who like they block light and they just reversal SPD just to see. Because like, lights are negative in this game. So a lot of people try to do light and then crouching medium kick or something kind of sloppy. And it's a very autopilot-y thing to do.
Yeah. We did actually see you kind of combat that a couple of times over. We made a big remark towards us. Like anytime it was your turn to press a button after like a light string, you always had the appropriate response. Then it led to like eventually when the other person figured out what you wanted to do on offense, that's when the grabs started to come out. I'm like, man, that was like textbook Snake Eyes.
Sometimes I almost feel like I'm like a psychologist or something because the amount of time that you need to read people in the game is like absurd. And I've been playing since like 2009.
Yeah.
2023 now. So you really have to like understand people. And then there's like, because I feel like, I just feel like you really need to like fully understand what someone wants to do in the game when you're playing Zig.
That makes a lot of sense. So do you have any final thoughts, by the way, for us that you want to just say to everybody out there who supported you or checked you out on this run or anything just like, damn, I'm in Capcom Cup? Just any final thoughts?
Damn, I'm in Capcom Cup. I did not expect that, to be honest. I'm really happy. I guess I need to prepare for Capcom Cup now. Let's run some steps, guys. Let's keep playing. I noticed that Chris T, he hits me up a lot, so I might end up playing with him a little more. And of course I have to give my stream a shout out. Twitch.tv/snake_eyes. Make sure to check that out, guys. We're just gonna be doing the exact same thing we've always been doing, and I feel like it's making me a better player, just challenging myself with getting like higher MR over time. That's like the real thing that's like, I feel like that's the real thing that's making me a better player. But yeah, if you guys strive to be kind of like how I am, then you just got to put in the time, straight up.
Yeah.
No doubt. Embracing the grind is for sure like the way to do it. And you've been like the person to kind of show that off in full stride. So big ups to you, man, and the work that you've been putting in. It's been very inspirational, truly. Like there are like zero excuses when it comes to like being a professional, and you are like that image of being the professional.
Yep. It's a little bit of luck involved, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Looks like he hasn't aged a day since I've seen him back in 09 too. Come on, man. Crazy.
That's messed up. In like 5 years, I'm going to look 20 years older than you, and you're going to look the same age. It's going to be messed up. I'm not looking forward to it.
I don't think so.
Damn, you're even nice about that? All right. This guy's too
Drink
much.
your water. Drink your water.
Yeah, the great point. That's actually an excellent idea. I'll drink some more water. But we appreciate you coming on here. Thanks for joining us for this interview. Congrats again, and I can't wait to watch you play in Capcom Cup.
Thank you, guys.
Peace out, Snake.
There, man. Dude, man, what a guy. He just says, if you want to win with Zangief, you just simply have to play and be the best. No excuses. And
no excuses. Underlined. Double underlined.
He mentioned grinding. He does grind a lot.
He plays all the time, yo.
Dude, he's on stream. He's eating in the beginning of the stream, and then he's watching match footage, studying. Then he just plays. Then he's eating. Then he's studying. Then he's playing. That like the whole time, like the dude is always live. Like there's very few players I can think of in a lot of games who like play as much as him. There's not they just grind constantly, trying to improve constantly, like really take it seriously, trying to improve. And like anybody, when you lose, you're like, dude, this, no, I had character, this, all this kind of stuff, right? But then you're like, what else can I do but try to win,
Yeah, historically, he's never been one to let his emotions take over, right? There's been, every time I hear about like big comebacks from Snake Eyes, I always think about that moment between like at SCR between SoCal and the NorCal team tournament, how he was pretty much like on the ropes. He was one EG combo away from getting eliminated, and he brings it all the way back, man. Just that mentality that he's had overall. I have never seen him crack ever. And I genuinely mean that. Emotionally, I have never seen this man crack. Even in the heat of battle, if he takes a W, not a single smile.
His stream is also so funny to watch. The way he talks about the game really cracks me up. He is just so funny, man. He's always got something to say that just cracks me up every time. He tickles my emotions. He's just a funny guy. And when he's winning, it's like he makes everybody else on the planet look like they don't know how to play the game. It's just like, oh god, yeah, that's brutal.
That's why I stay away from ranked sometimes, because then you run into Snake Eyes once. That's happened to me in 5, and I'm like, oh boy.
He always plays so late. That's the other thing too. Yeah. All the Zangief players and SoCal degenerates that play in like the middle of the night, so you never run into them. But yeah, that was awesome. That was a really fun tournament. I'm sure all of you enjoyed watching too, right? Like, I mean, Zangief winning is like always quite exciting, I think, no matter the game, because
all the memes aside, it's still very entertaining to watch, man.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a really good bracket. I mean, the whole bracket was really fun. The entire thing was a blast. So we appreciate all of you joining us for the whole thing. Of course, it's like really fun to be on here and watch all the matches, and the whole tournament was very entertaining. Snake Eyes winning is obviously a very exciting outcome, because the character winning is kind of unpredictable, unprecedented. The third CPT event is won by Zangief, like the third
through the hands of Snake Eyes, man.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that cat in so long. You know what I'm saying? So that's really cool. It's really, really cool to see some of the old heads still stick it out and be this consistent, man. It's well deserved, truly.
And also Zangief, he's working hard, dude. Listen, I don't know.
He works hard for the money. That song was created for him.
Yes. Somebody out there is saying right now, like, look, I told you Zangief was cheap, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of skill in there. If you think he's cheap, I encourage you to just go play him right now and go out there and beat everybody up, because that was impressive. He's
literally gonna be doing that tomorrow.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm gonna be there right front and center. Like, show me how cheap he is, Ajam. Show me how cheap he really is. But hey, if you guys have been enjoying yourselves, guess what? We have plenty more CPT action along the way. We took a look at the schedule a little bit earlier before the break. Right. But yeah, next weekend we're gonna have CPT South America West, September 2nd. Mark your calendars. Again, that registration is gonna be closing on Monday. So if you are of the area, in that area, and you want to compete, be sure to check out CapcomProTour.com. Of course, all the registration periods are open currently for every single region, because it's followed up by Asia East the next weekend, Central America East as well. You guys do not want to miss your opportunity to join the likes of Snake Eyes in Capcom Cup. Going into it again, we appreciate each and every one of you. It's got to be dinner time, right? Because this guy is going all in. I think, yeah, it's just about that time. Hey, from our hearts to yours, we do appreciate each and every one of you. Those that have been entering, 628 entrants this weekend. Phenomenal. Those that have been watching. We had 5 digits. Everybody that came in through Twitch front page, yo, you guys are phenomenal. We appreciate you guys. Keep on playing some fighting games, especially Street Fighter 6. From our table to yours. We'll see you for the next one. Peace out.